Chapter 1368. Golden Cicada was someone who shouldn't have appeared. Why did he appear on this ancient road? Yi Fan found it unbelievable and was lost in thought. How old is he? At most 100 or 200 years old. The southern demon sat on a stone chair, his posture tall and straight. His black hair was loose and his expression solemn. He was very afraid of Golden Cicada. Yi Fan pondered. This should be a person of nothingness and shouldn't exist in this world. Why did he really appear? He couldn't figure it out. Golden Cicada was the previous incarnation of Tang Xuanzang. This was what was said in Journey to the West. However, there were no such records in Orthodox Buddhism. It was just a fabrication. But now, Golden Cicada had appeared. He really was the disciple of Gautama Buddha. His magic power was boundless. Even the beautiful enlightened feeling was far from being his opponent. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. The Golden Cicada on the human race's ancient road was only 100 or 200 years old. However, the real Venerable Xuanzang was an ancient person from 15 or 1600 years ago. If he forced himself to associate the two as the same person, it would obviously be inconsistent. Yi Fan pondered for a long time and was lost in thought. This ancient road was really complicated and filled his heart with fog. Is there any more news about him? The southern demon shook his head and said, "This young monk is very mysterious. He's always been elusive." Although Golden Cicada had also appeared on the human race's ancient road, he wasn't heading towards the end. He was following the footsteps of his master, Gautama Buddha. Yi Fan's heart trembled. News about Gautama Buddha? Are there any legends about him on the ancient road? The southern demon said, "Never heard of it." Golden Cicada leaked some information when he was asking around. It was said that his master had long disappeared on the ancient road. Even he couldn't meet him. Yi Fan was very concerned about Gautama Buddha. This was an ancient person with great wisdom and peerless power. He entered the starry sky but eventually disappeared without a trace. Now, unexpectedly, there was a bit of news, which made him pay special attention. Even Golden Cicada had jumped out, making him feel uneasy. Gautama Buddha is following the ancient road. Just where is he going? Yi Fan muttered to himself. His heart was in turmoil. The southern demon said, "It's not limited to the ancient road of the human clan." Golden Cicada traveled across regions and appeared in the star paths of the celestial clan, the human clan, and the demon clan, searching for the whereabouts of his master. Gautama Buddha had disappeared for a long time, and no one knew of his whereabouts. If Golden Cicada had not appeared, no one would have known that he had come. There were many secrets regarding the Sakyamuni Buddha. He was a taboo in Western Desert Buddhism, and was regarded as the demonic shell of the Amitabha Buddha. More than 2,000 years ago, he fought on Mount Meru. At the southern demon's level, she would naturally understand a little. "Brother Yi, are you willing to venture into the demon clan's ancient road with us?" Nan Yao asked. Yi Fan shook his head. Even though the human race's ancient road was full of thorns, and there might be great troubles ahead, he didn't want to leave. The siblings of the Ji clan and Pang Bo were ahead. He needed to meet them, especially to rescue Pang Bo from the great emperor's tomb as soon as possible. "My words are still valid. In the future, if we meet on the emperor's path and you are defeated, I will let you go," the southern demon said. The starry river in his eyes shattered, and there was an aura of a monarch descending upon the world. Yi Fan laughed and nodded. He said that if they really met, he wouldn't show any mercy, but he would spare his life in the end. Qi Huashui curled his lips in disdain and said, "Sigh, what two fools? What's there to fight about? In the end, they will still be defeated by time. They are all losers." She was tall and slender, her legs long and slender. Her waist was slender, and her skin was as white as jade. Her hair was light and her eyes were like water. Her red lips were bright, and her pearly white teeth were sparkling. She could be considered a peerless beauty. On the ancient road, there weren't many who could be as carefree as her. But those who stepped on this path were all filled with fighting spirit, striving for supremacy along the way. When Yi Fan heard this, he sighed softly, feeling that what she said was somewhat reasonable. Fighting all the way might not be the result he wanted. However, 100 barges vying for the current, heroes competing with each other. If he didn't advance, he would fall behind. Now he had no other choice. Immortality was too far away. Right now, he was rising up on the ancient road, strengthening himself and rushing towards the Emperor's realm. I advise you to drink a cup of wine, for there will be no old friends on the demon road. Starlight flickered. Yi Fan stood outside the 50th city of the human race, raising his cup as he was sent off by the southern demon siblings. See you on the path to immortality. The southern demon held a silver cup in his hand and drained it in one gulp. He brought his younger sister and soared through the air. Only such a man would dare to say such words. To enter the immortal realm, this required a type of boldness. How many people under the heavens could contend against him? Above the starry river, an ancient demon narrowed his eyes, shooting out strands of light. He looked down at the 50th city of the human race and transmitted his voice to Yi Fan. Little friend, how about taking a trip to the demon road? There will be clashes. The demon race should just wait for their daughters to be married off. An aged voice replied on behalf of Yi Fan. Starlight cascaded down like a silver waterfall, cutting off the path ahead. Heh. The ancient demon turned around, bringing the southern demon siblings with him as they disappeared into the ice-cold cosmos. Yi Fan returned to the city. On the ancient street paved with bluestone, many cultivators revealed strange expressions when they saw him. Yi Fan fought in all directions, slaughtering overlords until their blood flowed, intimidating all heroes into submission. In the eyes of the saints, this might very well be the most powerful competitor on the ancient road of the human race. His rise was already unstoppable. Yi Fan went to see the envoy Zhao Gongyi, solemnly asking for the divine light platform. He didn't want to continue on like this. Time was pressing, he had to save Pangbo. It's really not enough. There aren't many of these divine treasures. Zhao Gongyi rubbed his hands, looking troubled. 20 years of intense battle with the divine spirit is the reward I deserve. Sir Envoy, don't tell me you want to drag things out for 4,000 years? Yi Fan urged. Actually, letting you enter the depths of the starry sky too early isn't good for you, and everyone else. You must be careful, Zhao Gongyi solemnly said. I only want to save a friend, I don't want to clash with others, Yi Fan replied. Oh, all right then. The envoy Zhao Gongyi nodded, finally agreeing to hand the divine light platform to Yi Fan. The starry river was resplendent. The 50th city of the human race floated in the cosmos, surrounded by silver waterfall-like radiance, looking sacred and auspicious. The news that the divine physique was about to leave made all the cultivators heave a sigh of relief, feeling as if a heavy burden had been lifted off their shoulders. The impact of the battle in the starry sky was too great. Yi Fan was like a huge mountain pressing down on this city, causing those who walked on the ancient path to feel a sense of pressure. Now many people had already recognized the situation, and had long given up on the Emperor's path. All they wanted was to ascend to the next level and search for their own fortuitous encounters. If they had to travel together with such a man who was like the sun in the sky, it would truly be unbearable. No one was willing to do so, it would be a form of torture. Uncle Master, are you really going to leave? Can you bring me along with you? Under the starry sky, Yangshi hugged onto Yi Fan's leg, refusing to let go. She raised her small face and blinked her big eyes as she spoke in a pitiful manner. Cultivate well here. In the future, we will meet again. Yi Fan squatted down and patted her head, revealing a doting expression. When will the future be? How far will it be? The little child looked at him anxiously. Tears welled up in his eyes, filled with reluctance. It won't be very far. As long as you are strong enough, you can rely on your own strength to cross the starry sky, and come find me at any time. Yi Fan consoled and pinched her little face. I will be very strong, just like Uncle Master. I will defeat the people of the tyrant's blood of the firmament, and suppress all my enemies. Yangshi clenched her small fists and said seriously. Yi Fan smiled and said, quickly become stronger. Who knows, one day, I might really need you to fight shoulder to shoulder with me. Definitely. Although the little child said this, he still cried when they parted. Moreover, he was very sad, constantly wiping away his tears and waving his hands at Yi Fan while crying. Let's go. Yi Fan stepped into the starry sky and left the 50th human city with the 12 saints. They arrived in the starry sky and stopped in front of the formation left behind by the ancient heaven for several days. Yi Fan carefully studied it, and in the end he even dug out a few formations. The divine light platform flickered and mottled patterns appeared on its surface. Strands of immortal splendor flowed out. Yi Fan and the others turned into a blazing light and disappeared from where they were. They reached the depths of the starry sky. Wu, the divine physique, should be here. He's about to advance to the front of the ancient road. He should be here soon. That's right. I heard that he crossed the starry sky several days ago and should be here soon. Why haven't I seen him yet? It's going to be lively now. If the young supreme beings ahead know that he's coming, do you guys think they will turn back and fight against him? During these days, the ancient road was full of noise. The divine physique was about to arrive. He would cross dozens of cities and arrive in advance. He became the focus of everyone's discussion. There were many star fragments in the star ruins. It was like an abandoned ruin, a burial ground for stars. The star ruins was just like its name. There were many floating continents. Most of them lacked vitality, which was quite unusual in the dark cosmos. This was a boundlessly vast and mysterious ancient star region. Cultivators from all over the world had gathered and hurried over to this place during all these years. There were ancient great emperors' mausoleums in the star ruins. There wasn't a single cultivator who didn't want to obtain the natural luck here. They came and went, and it was unknown just how many people's blood was spilled in outer space, their bones buried here. Among them, there were a dozen or so continents that were the most famous. After all these years, young supreme beings came and went, knocking on the gate many times, wishing to open it. It was confirmed that there were great emperor's secrets inside. The palace ruined city was the center of this star domain. It was between the dozen or so continents, and it wasn't that far from any of the ancient continents. The starry sky was quiet, but this city was always bustling with noise and excitement. There was never a lack of experts here. After all these years, too many soul-stirring battles had happened. That day, strands of blazing lightning appeared outside the city. The cosmos and starry sky were torn apart. A divine platform that released dazzling light flew out from the void. On top of it, there was a man with a peaceful expression. Behind him was a group of saints. Some were ancient beasts, while others were foreign races. All of them were arrogant and untamed. They were incomparably powerful and surged with blood energy that overflowed into the heavens. We've arrived. This is the star domain. This should be the legendary palace ruined city. Yi Fan arrived. He was dressed in green clothes. He stepped on the starry splendor and looked at the ancient city floating in the cosmos. Who is that person? He actually didn't come out from the altar's formation. He can cross the star domain on his own. Could it be that the saint physique everyone is talking about has arrived? Looking at the time, he should have appeared. 2 cultivators returned from outer space and were about to enter the ancient city. They just happened to see Yi Fan's group, and their eyes immediately widened. They had a premonition that the star ruins was about to become lively. A controversial figure with extremely terrifying potential had appeared. There would most likely be great waves. Chapter 1369. The ruined city was located in the center of the star graveyard. The city walls were tall and made of lapis lazuli. They flickered with a cold luster, and were famous in the depths of the human race's ancient road. Yi Fan looked at the city from afar and felt a strong blood qi. There were definitely peerless experts guarding the city. After all, there was a great emperor's tomb in the star graveyard. After the battle ended, Yi Fan didn't want to attract too much attention. He used the heaven and earth-changing great art in the Genesis technique to reshape the 12 saints and let them enter the city separately. Even Longma, who was unwilling, had turned into a red-haired burly man. He was quite burly and domineering, and his large eyes were shining like torches. As a saint beast, even if he didn't choose a human form, it was still very easy for him to transform into a human body. He just didn't want to do it normally. Even if I transform into a human, I'm still a man of men. It's impossible not to attract attention in the vast sea of people. This is the innate temperament of a supreme being, Longma boasted shamelessly. Unfortunately, when the golden lion walked over, he consciously shut his mouth. This was a man with a head full of golden hair, like a god. His whole body flowed with golden light, and he looked gorgeous. Yi Fan was the last to enter the city. After sending them off, he circled around the ancient city floating in the universe, and examined the Tao laws and divine chains of order on the city. When Yi Fan approached the city gate, he suddenly heard the sound of iron chains shaking. It was deafening, accompanied by a wave of cold air. He couldn't help but look back. In the starry sky, there was a group of people quickly approaching. They were shrouded in mist, like nether soldiers passing through. This was a group of indifferent soldiers. They were covered in black armor, from head to toe. They were protected by iron suits, and they were filled with a murderous and strange aura. Yi Fan's heart jumped. He used his Genesis technique to sense that this was a group of dead people. It felt very familiar. Almost in an instant, two words appeared in his mind: underworld. This feeling was too similar. These were all nether soldiers, and they were even more powerful. They were all saints. Even though he was wearing a black iron robe, he was still different from ordinary people, and there was a yin fog around him. They were carrying a bronze coffin that was covered in green rust, as if it hadn't been opened for millions of years. There was a strange fluctuation inside, as if a supreme expert was sleeping. The sound came from the copper coffin. There were chains wrapped around the coffin, locking it tightly and preventing it from being opened. This was a strange scene. More than a dozen extremely powerful Yin soldiers were carrying a copper coffin and flying over, directly entering the palace ruins. While people were shocked, they also felt that this was very strange. The people of the underworld have appeared. Yi Fan thought to himself. He did not know why they had appeared here. An ordinary person would definitely not be able to recognize them. After all, not everyone possessed a Genesis technique. There seemed to be an extremely powerful existence in the copper coffin. Although he had never seen it, Yi Fan could vaguely sense that it was definitely an expert that could intimidate an entire region. The soldiers guarding the city did not stop them. After seeing them flash a token, they let them in. The entire process was peaceful. Yi Fan also successfully entered the city after stating that he was a trial taker. This ancient city was not so strict. It seemed that the people guarding the city also knew that there were crooks and honest people mixed in this star field, so they turned a blind eye to it. After entering the city, he immediately felt a strange atmosphere. Many people were whispering. Whether it was in tea houses or restaurants, there were cultivators talking. How could this happen? A yellow spring descended from the starry sky, as if it connected to the 9 serenities underworld. It's surging with yin qi. This is too strange. Could it be that the path of immortal ascension is about to appear? Even the yellow spring of the 9 serenities has entered the human world, causing such a scene? When Yi Fan heard these rumors, he was immediately surprised. Some strange changes had happened here, causing everyone to discuss it. People were very restless. Soon he learned some specific details. A mysterious yellow spring had appeared in the star ruins and flowed in the starry sky. Anyone who approached it would immediately be melted. This was somewhat unimaginable. A 9 serenities yellow spring appeared in the resplendent starry sky. It did not conform to common sense, causing people to worry and fear. What do you guys know? How could the yellow spring of the Yin realm appear out of nowhere and flow in the starry sky? Some Tao protectors have predicted that this is the Great Emperor's tomb splitting open and wisps of qi seeping out from the void. I have also heard that it might be the Great Emperor's tomb splitting open. The aura left behind by the Emperor's corpse seeped into the water and turned into the yellow spring that flowed out from the tomb. No one in the world had ever seen the complete corpse of the Great Emperor. Perhaps they didn't want the future people to see the sorrow of their invincible life, yet still unable to escape death. They wouldn't leave behind any essence blood, immortal bones, or even a strand of hair. Other than the birth of a deity's will, there wouldn't be any abnormal phenomenon. The situation in the star ruins was very special. Yellow spring water actually appeared in the starry sky near the ancient tomb. Moreover, it flowed out of thin air. It was close to being seen since ancient times. At first, people were very puzzled until the Tao protectors came. After careful analysis, they concluded that the aura of the Great Emperor's corpse had seeped into the water in the tomb, causing such a scene. This caused a huge uproar in the ruined city. It had always been difficult to see a true great emperor's corpse. It was comparable to an immortal. Now that they might have the chance to see it and even obtain it, it naturally caused a commotion. Yi Fan was stunned. From the emperor burial star to the human race's ancient road, he had experienced many things. This was the first time he heard the news of the great emperor's corpse appearing in front of all the cultivators. Then his head suddenly buzzed as he felt great trouble. The people from the underworld had come, and their goal was obvious. They were here for the great emperor's corpse. For so many years, the netherworld soldiers had transported corpses from various ancient star regions. It was rumored that once they entered the underworld, these lost ancient corpses would recover their terrifying battle strength. Now that there was an emperor's corpse here, it was simply like a legend. Even the mysterious underworld couldn't sit still, and sent out unparalleled experts today. They wanted to seize the immortal bone, and build a foundation for 10,000 generations. The cries of dragons and tigers shook the ancient city. Everyone discovered in shock that a green war chariot was speeding over and entering the city. The green war chariot was actually made of a type of stone and not metal. Moreover, it was only a meter long and could be considered pocket-sized. Meanwhile, the ones pulling the chariot were a purple dragon and a white tiger. They were also only a meter long and were completely sparkling. They were made of stone. Holy spirits. Everyone's expressions changed. This wasn't a human, but the most powerful and terrifying Holy Spirit race. It entered the human race's ancient city, and immediately caused a wave of panic. This type of creature was the most powerful, and was the synonym for being unrivaled in the same realm. Their numbers were rare, and it was already extremely rare to see a few of them in such a vast star region. Dao friend from the Holy Spirit race, what is your purpose in barging into my human race's holy city? The Dao protector overseeing the city transmitted his voice, causing the majestic city to rumble and tremble. I have no ill intentions. I was just passing by the imperial tomb and felt a huge wave. I wanted to join you guys and take a look. A Daoist walked out from the meter-long war chariot. His entire body was greenish-brown and made of stone. He was only a meter tall, but no one dared to make fun of him. Although he wasn't imposing, he had a type of aura that could swallow the heaven and earth, and was a supreme being. His eyes were like golden lanterns that shot out sharp rays of light, oppressing everyone until they trembled. Fortunately, he didn't purposely release his aura, or else the crowd wouldn't be able to endure it. To use a stone dragon and a stone tiger to pull the chariot, this Holy Spirit was definitely extraordinarily powerful. It was most likely not weaker than the Holy Spirits Tsang Yen and Ao Mang, who fought at the Great Moon Slope 20 years ago. The experts of the underworld and the Holy Spirit race had all come. The corpse of an ancient great emperor was indeed extremely tempting. Even they couldn't help but come into the world. Yi Fan's brows were deeply furrowed. His heart was filled with worry. The star ruins had become a forbidden area, and very few people dared to enter. Pangbo was trapped in the tomb, so wasn't this dangerous? There are more than a dozen continents in total. Where does the yellow spring flow? He asked someone. Yi Fan entered this ancient city. In order to avoid too much trouble, he was very low-key. Until now, no one knew that he had a holy physique and came from the Emperor Burial Star. In the starry sky where the cloud misty continent is. Someone answered and told him the situation. Yi Fan heaved a sigh of relief. He had already understood some of the situation. It wasn't the ancient continent where Pangbo was. It was still very far away. There were more than a dozen giant continents floating in this cosmos. They were all important places in the star ruins. The Emperor's corpse might appear in the mortal world. Even I am curious and want to take a look. At that time, many experts will probably rush over. This place will definitely be in chaos, Yi Fan muttered to himself. He decided to hurry and rescue Pangbo, otherwise, it would most likely be very troublesome. Not long after, he left the palace ruins city and summoned the divine light platform in a place where there was no one around. He traveled in the starry sky according to his understanding. Not long after, he appeared in the depths of the star domain. There was an ancient continent floating there. It was very quiet, and the power of the great Tao flowed slowly. There were cultivators exploring this continent, but not many of them. They all came with the attitude of fishing in troubled waters. A while ago, Pangbo challenged them in the depths of the imperial mausoleum of the continent and transmitted his voice to the outside world. It really shocked everyone. Unfortunately, after so many days, no one could break through the gate. Many experts died for no reason. They couldn't open the underground palace. Yi Fan searched. There were no twists and turns, and no complicated and strange things happened. Everything was very ordinary. He directly found the vicinity of the entrance of the large tomb. Pangbo. He transmitted his voice inside. There was only silence in the ancient tomb. There was no response. It was deathly silent. Yi Fan's heart sank at that moment. He had a bad feeling. Pangbo, I'm here. Are you still there? Yi Fan shouted loudly. He clenched his fists. He was extremely worried and nervous. Pangbo was trying to buy time for him. He lured the overlord here and exposed himself so that the heroes could attack this tomb. But now something unexpected happened. Yi Fan's roar was very loud. It shook the mountains and rivers. Many cultivators who were exploring here were frightened. They couldn't help but turn around to look. Could it be that the Saint Physique is here? Everyone was in awe and couldn't help but retreat. Yi Fan fought the overlord and broke his dream in the 50th city of the human race. This news had long since spread throughout the ancient path of the starry sky. All the cultivators were incomparably afraid. They saw him as the most terrifying person in the future. At this time, they guessed that he had arrived. Their hearts naturally trembled, and they retreated in fear of causing unnecessary misunderstandings. You are Yi Fan. Suddenly, a voice came from the ancient tomb. It was so familiar that all of Yi Fan's nervousness disappeared. It's me. Why didn't you respond just now? I'm here to save you. Yi Fan was excited and shouted loudly. I fell asleep while hugging the coffin board. Pangbo answered casually. His personality was still the same as before. Clearly, he was also very excited. We brothers finally meet again. Yi Fan laughed. Being able to say such words proved that he should be fine. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so relaxed. It's been so many years. How are you? Everything else is fine. It's just that I've been eating coffin boards every day. I've long since gotten tired of it. Pangbo laughed loudly. In the distance, a group of ascetic cultivators had tears streaming down their faces. Those were immortal peaches of immortality. They were actually tired of eating it. They would rather exchange it and be locked in the tomb for a few years to eat it. Listen to me. Yi Fan transmitted his voice. Now wasn't the time to reminisce. He told him about the changes in the star ruins, and told him that when the heroes opened the Yellow Springs Void, he would use the Heavenly Origin Divine Formation to borrow power from that direction to shatter this place and help Pangbo escape. Yi Fan, I don't think this matter is reliable. There might be something else inside. Pangbo said. He was in the ancient tomb of the great emperor, so he naturally knew more than others. Yi Fan nodded and said, I also feel that something is strange. But that's not important. As long as the heroes help, I will borrow power from the Heavenly Origin Divine Formation to save you first. Chapter 1370. Yi Fan looked back, and two sharp beams of divine light shot out from his eyes. It was like golden lightning tearing through the void. Everyone who was looking at the mountains felt their bodies go cold, and they all retreated. He began to carve the formation, using his heart's blood to carve it. He set it up on the mountains and peaks, and the runes flickered like dragons and snakes. They coiled around the mountains, shining with divine splendor and full of life. This was no longer a simple formation. It was bestowed with essence, energy, and spirit. It was as if he was creating life and opening the consciousness of the gods, giving the mountains and ancient tombs their own will. I've already heard that the Overlord was defeated by you. How delightful. Well fought. I can't believe he's acting like he's #1 in the world. Pangbo said from inside the tomb. Yi Fan narrated the battle, but his hands didn't stop. A dragon-shaped line was carved, dividing the mountains and rivers into two parts. The divine Taiji was built in the great wilderness. In almost an instant, the place began to shine and absorb the essence of heaven and earth. The two holy forces of yin and yang collided, and they could use this to attack the entrance of the tomb. This was the heaven origin formation that Yi Fan had improved. He had been thinking hard about the origin technique and the vast yin and yang divine formation in ancient heaven, and he had gained many insights. For a moment, the mountains and rivers trembled, and wind and thunder roared. The runes that looked like dragons and snakes swam around the mountains, shining brightly. It made this place look different. Pangbo talked about how he had fallen into the tomb. Back then, a peerless Holy Spirit had transformed into the Tao and opened up a crack, which allowed him to enter the tomb. It could be said that he had narrowly escaped death. If Yi Fan hadn't given him the ancient Chaos Emperor talisman, he would have long since turned to dust. The ancient talisman had blocked disasters for him, dying 4 times for him. Yi Fan nodded and then thought. Soon, he would borrow the divine power of the heroes to destroy this place. This place would most likely collapse, and the ancient Chaos Emperor talisman could only be used a limited number of times, so it was most likely not safe. Pangbo listened carefully. He used his divine sense to pass on the secret character to Pangbo. He told him to study it in the next few days, just in case. An unparalleled divine technique. Pangbo exclaimed. He hadn't spent all these years in vain after opening the Azure Thearka's divine treasury in the Eternal Star region. There weren't only ancient divine evolution liquids, but also some handwritten books and books. There were also some special scriptures and annotations. Such a wondrous art is too mystical. Grasping it is equivalent to possessing half an undying body. We can then barge through those golden ancient paths and fight for good fortune with the great devil god, human king, goddess Di Tian, fairy Qingshi, and the others. Pangbo was very engrossed. It didn't take long for him to understand the wondrous effects of the hermit character. Entering the depths of the starry sky, and charging through the ancient road to the human race's holy city, was no longer the main point. It was difficult to satisfy the training conditions of some young geniuses. They began to pay attention to some of the abandoned wonderful lands. Some cultivators began to enter the ancient path. Cultivators, 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 and all. And there, but there, God, were. The ancient golden path was actually a section of the ancient path. Some outstanding cultivators had entered it and inadvertently touched the mausoleum of the ancient emperors, making it appear in the world. It became a place where wind and clouds gathered and became lively. The ancient golden path was actually one secret realm after another. They were very ancient and full of mist. They were ancient lands of the ancient star region that had been abandoned in the river of time. Thus, they could be called the immemorial golden secret realm. As for the secret realms that were even more ancient, they could be called the ancient golden path of myths or legends. Wait for a few days, I'll save you. Yi Fan finished arranging the formation and told Pangbo to be careful. Something big was going to happen in the next few days. Don't worry, I'll be fine. We brothers still have to explore the world together. We'll see the god race and the imperial city where the ancient heaven is, Pangbo said casually. They talked briefly about their experiences. They didn't talk too much because Yi Fan had to pay attention to the Emperor Corpse and the Yellow Springs to prevent any changes. The Cloud Mist continent had floated in the cosmos for who knew how many years. Even though it was a Yin land, it had been baptized by the essence of the sun and moon. There were countless heavenly materials and earthly treasures on the surface. This was a strange celestial body. It wasn't a star, but rather a continent. It was a bit strange for it to exist in the cosmos like this. However, it wasn't much in the star ruins. This was the burial ground of stars. There were many ancient continent fragments here, making it different from the other star regions. A great yellow river flowed down into the distance. There was no life force or hope. Deathly energy filled the air, making the entire starry land seem bleak and lonely. This great river flowed out of the void as if it had no source and fell from the sky. The yellow water was like corpse fluid, and had a kind of soul-stealing power. It was adjacent to the Cloud Mist continent and wasn't very far away. Some people guessed that the real emperor's tomb was hidden in the void. Now that it had cracked, the yellow springs flowed out through the void. Yi Fan observed for a long time. He didn't approach at first because this was different from the yellow springs he saw in the land of extreme Yin. It had a demonic power. Before approaching, the human body would have the tendency to disintegrate and transform into the Tao. It seemed to contain a great destructive power. Recently, many cultivators explored it, but they all turned to dust in the end. Yi Fan used his Genesis technique and opened his divine eyes. He looked through the void and vaguely seemed to see a great tomb floating in the void of the universe. There was majestic Emperor Qi there. However, in the blink of an eye, there was nothing left, only a deathly stillness, not a single sound to be heard. It seemed real and illusory. No one could see the true form of the ancient emperor's tomb. There were only speculations based on the traces of the great Tao. It might not be the real tomb. Yi Fan frowned. Even his Genesis heavenly eyes couldn't see through it. It was obvious how extraordinary the burial ground of the emperor's corpse was. It defied common sense. Even though the emperor had passed away, his emperor blood and immortal bones were revered and couldn't be blasphemed. Yi Fan tried to get closer, wanting to walk a little further than others. In the end, all the hair on his body stood up. He felt a cold killing intent that chilled his bones to the bone. Seal. Yi Fan shouted and his hands moved. Inexplicable trajectories appeared one after another, bringing along dazzling divine lights. Tao patterns were imprinted into the void, stabilizing the starry sky and disintegrating the killing intent. At this level of Genesis technique, it was no longer the use of one technique and one technique. Yi Fan spread out his 10 fingers and immortal splendor shot out in all directions. 6 golden formations formed one after another, protecting him within. Moreover, the runes spread out, approaching the yellow springs to investigate the true situation of this land of death. This was the manifestation of Genesis technique. The divine runes turned into brilliant rivers that flowed through the starry sky and interwove into strange Tao runes. Yi Fan revealed a solemn expression. There were indeed some places that couldn't be explored. Even someone as powerful as the Yuan Taoist master couldn't figure it out. This was beyond the scope of Genesis technique that he could control. This was the burial ground of the ancient emperor. No divine technique would be able to penetrate deep into it. The void cut off everything. Only the yellow river continued to flow. Suddenly, his scalp tightened as if it was being pricked by needles. Yi Fan sucked in a breath of cold air and quickly retreated. In the void where the yellow springs flowed out, a flower suddenly appeared. It looked like a human face, but it was frighteningly pale. Its 7 orifices were visible, but its eyes were blurry. It was rooted in the starry sky and had no leaves. Its entire body was pale white, only revealing its petals. It accompanied the yellow springs. The shape of the human face and the crying expression on it made one's hair stand on end. Yi Fan retreated far away from the yellow springs and flew towards the vast cloud ancient continent. This place had also changed. It wasn't shrouded in the essence of heaven and earth like before. It also seemed to have lost its vitality. At the same time, it was accompanied by an ominous aura that made people not dare to approach. Yi Fan walked carefully and silently measured. He used Genesis techniques on real land to speculate about the tomb of the great emperor. He wandered among the peerless murderous aura and roughly walked through it. Waves of shock surged in his heart. He didn't observe the burial ground in the void. Just by observing the tangible ancient continent, he had obtained some unusual clues. In the eternal despair, there is hope. Yi Fan was almost at a loss. He felt very conflicted when he came to this conclusion. This was clearly the tomb of the great emperor. How could it show such an opportunity? He left the ancient continent and stood in the cold starry sky. Then he pondered seriously and used Genesis techniques to make deductions. 1 continent, 2 continents. Yi Fan connected more than 10 of the most important continents in the star ruins on a small divine disk and marked their locations. He had put the ancient continents together and then separated them. They moved in a specific trajectory and slowly formed the current layout. There are more than 10 deadlands here. Each of them is a perilous land with Yin energy. I can use them to bury corpses. Excellent. However, after observing carefully, he got another conclusion. These ancient continents were like hidden dragons. They were all burial grounds. However, when they separated and moved in a specific trajectory, they were like dead dragons that had swallowed the god essence. They had hope for a great life. Dragon corpses rising to the sky. Yi Fan was shaken. He had seen something. More than 10 ancient continents had Emperor Qi. Some had coffins, some had formations, and some had artifacts of the great emperors. They were all illusory tombs. More than 10 dragon corpses swallowed the heaven essence and released wisps of vitality. They spread to the sky and gathered in the void. It seemed to mean that they had transcended. Could it be that these ancient continents are nurturing the heaven essence and eventually ascending to the sky? The real eye of the cave is above them, creating things out of the void and having hope for a great life. Without a doubt, the void where the yellow spring was flowing should be the eye of the dozens of dragon corpses. Everything was gathered there. Yi Fan was bewildered. If they were dead, they were dead. What were they doing? Was it a strange secret land created for immortality? All of a sudden, his glabella glowed. The cauldron on his immortal platform hummed. It was because something inside the cauldron was trying to break free. A thought flashed through Yi Fan's mind. He opened his own cauldron. An ancient lamp immediately floated out, suspending in front of him. It released a lush green light that illuminated the star ruins' ancient land. This lamp had a human body and a ghost face. Its origins were mysterious. After the Overlord's lamp ended, Yi Fan had asked the Green Phoenix Taoist for guidance in the 50th city. He was told that this might be a relic left behind by the legendary era's spiritual treasure, celestial being. The heavens sing, 10,000 emperors set up a ceremony. The rivers and seas are silent. The mountains hide in the clouds. The sun and moon cease to shine. The sound of scriptures being chanted came from the copper lamp. It was precisely the expiate scripture. The voice wasn't loud, but it penetrated the starry sky. Yi Fan was frightened. He had previously doubted the usefulness of the expiate scripture. Normally, it didn't have much use, so he didn't know why it was passed down through the ages. Now his heart was pounding violently. He seemed to have found some clues. Could it really be as he guessed? It was going to suppress the calamity of immortality? Chapter 1371. The fate of heaven and earth has its end. The sun, moon, and 5 stars have their ups and downs. The most holy deities have their ups and downs. In the void, a bronze lamp flickered and sprinkled down specks of eerie radiance. The celestial being scripture moved in all directions, penetrating the starry sky to purify demons and bring disaster to the town. Yi Fan listened to the expiation scripture and pondered deeply. He thought of many things. This seemingly useless expiation scripture would also shine brilliantly in the future and suppress the corpse calamity. From the era of legends to the end of the celestial court, then to the archaic emperor era, and then to the great emperor era, supreme beings rose one after another and created an everlasting glorious era. Then they all grew old and too many things happened. These outstanding individuals looked down on the heavens throughout the ages, so how could they be willing to die and disappear? They swept through the 3,000 realms and overturned the 9 heavens. In the heavens above and earth below, only they were supreme, so they naturally wouldn't yield to fate. At that level, longevity was their only pursuit. Naturally, all kinds of methods were born because of this. And now, some of them had already surfaced. Reincarnation imprints, burying oneself in a land of extreme good fortune, and so on were all related to the corpse calamity. They seemed to be foretelling something. Innumerable calamities. In the primal chaos, there are no duplicates above and no duplicates below. Wind and swamp penetrate the void. Vajra ride the heavens above and the earth below. No netherworld, formless and shadowless, limitless and limitless, Brahman. The expiation scripture rang incessantly. Yi Fan seemed to have entered a meditative state as he listened to the meaning and pondered silently. For a moment, only the scripture could be heard. The yellow springs seemed like they were about to dry up, and were suppressed by it. The ancient lamp flickered and blossomed with divine light, making Yi Fan look like a bright glass immortal body. He was untainted by even a speck of dust and seemed otherworldly under the starry sky. The human-faced ghost flower in the void trembled and almost withered. Then, it retreated and let out a demonic roar before disappearing into nothingness. Yi Fan thought of a sentence in the expiation scripture and said softly, "The dead soul is refined. The living body is expiated. The calamity exists forever, and revolves with the calamity." The divine light platform appeared and radiated multicolored light in all directions. He opened the star door and entered in a flash, disappearing from this place and returning to the outside of the ruined city. No one dared to rashly enter the mausoleum of an ancient great emperor. Even the Yuan Taoist master couldn't touch the emperor corpse. Only heroes could work together and destroy it. The Nebula Tower was a treasure tower refined from the fragments of the stars. It was completely crystalline and emitted a gentle silvery white radiance. It had a pure and holy energy. It was located in the center of the ruined city and had a great reputation. Powerful cultivators liked to come here to have a seat. It was rumored that this was a restaurant left behind by a quasi-emperor. Back then, no one knew that the old man was a quasi-emperor. Even the guide of this city was at a loss. It was only when he passed away one day and turned into a pile of ashes that he released wisps of emperor might at the last moment, causing the stars to tremble. Everyone was shocked. Of course, that was something from 120,000 years ago. No matter which era it was, the appearance of a quasi-emperor was a great event. It would throw the world into chaos and shake the world. In any star domain, it would attract people's worship because achieving the Tao was too difficult. Those who could reach this step would all be recorded in the annals of history, and they could be counted. When he was alive, no one knew about him. Only after his death did people understand him. The peerless experts of the past, some Tao protectors, and various great sages all came to pay their respects. People learned some secrets from his neighbors. This low-key quasi-emperor had sighed in loneliness when he was alive. Why did a Wuxia appear? How could he be so powerful? Only now did people understand that this might be an unparalleled existence who had competed with Wuxia for the position of supreme being. No matter how stunning he was, it was impossible for him to defeat the great emperor, who could make even deities tremble. He was born in the wrong era, and could only meet his end. Otherwise, he might have been a human emperor. Unfortunately, he encountered a rarely seen heaven-defying Wuxia, so he could only retire and spend the rest of his life here alone. Yifan naturally came because of its reputation. After understanding some of the situation, he was filled with curiosity about this place and wanted to take a look. There was a pair of stone lions in front of the door. They were mottled with time, and even had moss growing on them. However, no one dared to look down on them. After all, this was the place where a quasi-emperor had once lived. The Nebula Tower did not seem old. It was still as lustrous as before, and the starlight had never dimmed. Walking up the stone steps, people could feel a gentle and auspicious power. Even if they had internal injuries, they could instantly recover. Naturally, there were experts who had studied it and said that it was not an offensive artifact. It could not even be called a weapon, but it was a good building for health. Most people who came to the palace ruins would come here to take a look. Yifan walked up the steps and entered the Jade Palace. The starlight inside the building sprinkled down, making him feel full of essence qi, and his body was light. There was a spatial formation here, so the inside of the building was very spacious and could accommodate many people. Naturally, there were many cultivators in the Nebula Tower. 3 to a table, 5 to a group. They were all discussing. Most people came here to join in the fun and listen to the latest news and secrets of others. Yifan found an inconspicuous table and drank alone. He quietly listened to everyone's discussion and learned that many great figures were preparing to explore the Yellow Springs. The main tomb of an ancient great emperor has appeared. The great experts finally can't sit still anymore. I wonder who will reap great benefits this time. I think it will be a great disaster. Since ancient times, as long as it was a human emperor, if they did not want their tomb to crack, who could easily steal their tomb? Everyone discussed and guessed that it would most likely lead to a reign of terror. This was an eventful time, and many people might rush over and die here. At this time, what people talked about the most was naturally the Great Tomb and the Emperor's corpse. There were many guesses, and many of them were learned from the human protectors. Rumor has it that this should be a great emperor with an extremely long history. The passage of time might have far exceeded people's expectations. Some people believed that there might be a problem with this great emperor's body. He most likely didn't transform into the Tao, and the emperor's corpse fell, cracking the great tomb and exposing it to the world. Although it is said to be a tomb, it might be a vast secret realm. Otherwise, how could there be a yellow river? People discussed spiritedly. There were also people who mentioned Yi Fan. His battle with the Overlord had a great impact, and was also the focus of people's discussion. Many people felt that he might have arrived and just hadn't shown himself yet. At this time, footsteps came from the staircase. There were people coming and going. This was a very common thing. However, when this group of people appeared, they immediately attracted many people's attention. The one in the lead was a peerless beauty, like a fairy who ascended to the heavens, agile and otherworldly. Oh, isn't that Fairy Qingshi? She came to the star ruins again for the Emperor's tomb? It really is the banished fairy, one of the strongest people in the depths of the human ancient road. She allied with Di Tian and passed through more than 10 golden secret realms, obtaining a heaven-defying fortune. Fairy Qingshi's name shook the ancient road. In these years, she had come to the ruined city more than once for the Emperor's tomb. Now that she appeared here again, many people naturally recognized her. Coupled with her peerless beauty, it was impossible for her not to attract attention. She was known as the banished fairy. No matter where she went, she would be the focus of attention. Whether it was her cultivation or her beauty, they were all rare on the ancient road. Only when she went upstairs did people notice the people behind her. All of them were either majestic or peaceful. Their temperaments were all different, and one could tell at a glance that they were not ordinary people. Those are the experts under Di Tian. 2 of them are the Qilin Saint and the Vermilion Bird Saint. They returned with Fairy Qingshi. This means that Di Tian might also appear. These people were all famous on the ancient road, but in the end, they were all subdued by Di Tian. Among them, the Qilin Saint and the Vermilion Bird Saint were the most outstanding. Fairy Qingshi was graceful and graceful. Her treasured clothes were like condensed moonlight, light and holy. Her fine black hair danced in the wind, and her bright eyes and white teeth were revealed. She directly chose a quiet place to sit down. The others followed her. Only Fairy Qingshi's maid Ling, was very lively. The others were very steady and didn't speak much. Their table was not very far from Yi Fan, and they could see each other. However, Yi Fan had been very low-key after entering the city. He didn't want to become the focus of attention, so he didn't reveal his true body. Even if they sat together, no one knew that he had arrived. Very soon people's gazes shifted, no longer paying too much attention to Fairy Qingshi's group. This was because even the Tao Protector and the Sacred Spirit had come to the ruined city, and they might even be in this building. I wonder if the sacred body of the Emperor Burial Star has arrived. I didn't expect him to actually defeat an overlord of the same level. This is too unexpected. The Vermilion Bird Saint spoke. He was a handsome young man with a pair of phoenix-like eyes. He sat there quietly, and there was a kind of natural majesty about him. Of course he's extraordinary. Apart from Master, he also has the origin of the Tao. However, in the end he is still a level lower, so he isn't recognized by the origin of the Tao, another person said. The Qilin Saint had a tall and sturdy figure. His eyes were cold as he said, Master once sent people to recruit him, but they were rejected. He killed those people and is arrogant and unruly. He is destined to become an enemy. Those people are really embarrassing, the lively maid Ling teased. She had personally experienced it back then. The expressions of the experts under Di Tian were indifferent. They couldn't retort in front of Fairy Qingshi. Back then he rejected Master, so a battle was already destined. The Qilin Saint said in a low voice. But we have to admit that he is very heaven-defying and peerless. If such an enemy were to grow up, it would truly be a terrifying matter, the Vermilion Bird Saint said. Fairy Qingshi didn't say anything. She was aloof, and these people were very respectful to her, not daring to disturb her. And at this time her eyes turned, and she inadvertently glanced at Yi Fan. Yi Fan's heart moved. Did this woman recognize him? If she could really see his true body, the sharpness of her spiritual senses would truly be a bit terrifying. He is so heaven-defying. If we think of a way to subdue him and use him for Master's use, it would definitely shake the entire human ancient road. The Qilin Saint said coldly. Suddenly, the staircase shook, and the entire Star Cloud restaurant trembled. A figure appeared there. He couldn't be considered very tall, and could even be considered somewhat thin and weak. However, he was intimidating and made everyone feel a wave of fear. His entire body exuded a bloody aura. It was unknown how many people he had killed, but it was as if he had slaughtered all living things and killed deities. He walked out from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Even saints couldn't help but tremble when they saw him. This person was like a demonic god, his aura devouring the heaven and earth. That kind of gaze was terrifying, and in the blink of an eye, his eyes were as empty as the abyss. He wore armor, and his body was indistinct. One could feel his supreme aura, as if he was a demonic god who had killed millions of creatures and broke free from the shackles of hell. The great demonic god Ancient Wasteland has also returned. Someone cried out in alarm. When he walked over, many people stood up in shock, emptying many seats. It was because everyone knew that he was bloodthirsty. His illustrious reputation and supreme divine might were dyed in blood, and there were countless corpses beneath his feet. He directly found a seat, and sat down without saying a single word. The surrounding tables were completely empty, and no one dared to sit next to him. He also returned. The vermilion bird saint and the others' expressions were ugly. This was but the most terrifying great demonic god, slaughtering until the ancient road collapsed. It truly made one's hair stand on end. Chapter 1372. The great demon god had returned. Although he wasn't very tall and his stature was a bit thin, the majesty he exuded caused people to involuntarily tremble. His figure was indistinct, covered in heavy armor, sitting there alone. The surrounding cultivators all got up, no one daring to sit with him. That region was extremely quiet. This was the cold divine might of slaughtering, the path of a supreme being built with blood and bones. Everyone still clearly remembered the battle 10 years ago. He destroyed an ancient life star alone, not a single person able to escape. All of the creatures in that source of life turned into withered bones. Killing tribulation overflowed into the heavens, a sea of blood penetrating his body. This was his path, or else he wouldn't be known as the great devil god. He did things his own way, causing everyone on the ancient path to feel restraining fear. I really hope Master can suppress him and turn him into a war slave. I still remember the scene of him killing my older brother with a raise of his hand. Blood and white bone fragments flew everywhere. Qilin's sacred emissary clenched his fists tightly. His eyes were blood red, and his body couldn't help but tremble. Master will fight him sooner or later. It won't be too long. There will definitely be a conferred god battle on the ancient path to fight for the position of the #1 paragon in the future. The vermilion bird saint emissary nodded. The others all had cold expressions on their faces as they secretly clenched their fists. If it weren't for the fact that they knew how terrifying the great demonic god was, they would have most likely rushed over to fight him. Many of their old friends and acquaintances had been killed by the great demonic god. Perhaps it could be said that they had been obliterated, as if they were weeds that had been uprooted, destroyed with a wave of his hand. Along the way, the great demonic god had killed countless world-shaking experts. Perhaps even he himself didn't know how many of his enemies' corpses lay at his feet, nor did he care. Fairy Qingshi, who had not spoken all this while, glanced at them indifferently and secretly reminded them, "Speak less. When your strength reaches a certain level, even if you use your divine sense to communicate, it might still be intercepted by others." Sure enough, the great demon god, who was sitting on the other side, coldly glanced over. Although his figure was blurry, his eyes were very frightening. That body, which was not very tall, contained a power that could make the stars tremble. With just a glance, the Qilin sacred envoy and the others felt as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. Their hair stood on end, and their bodies seemed to be covered in a layer of ice. Everyone was taken aback as they looked over. Was the great godfiend going to start a massacre the moment he appeared? This was in line with his temperament. Fairy Qingshi bowed slightly, dispelling this powerful killing intent. She smiled in the direction of the great demonic god and said, "Brother Gu Huang, long time no see. How have you been?" The heavenly melody contained a kind of auspicious holy power, and the Tao patterns bloomed in the void like crystal petals, effectively alleviating the killing intent of being the only one in the world. The great demon god coldly swept his gaze over them and slightly nodded. Although they were competitors, he didn't want to fight a bloody battle in this situation, so he didn't make a move. The Qilin Saint Emissary, Vermilion Bird Saint Emissary, and the others didn't say a word. Their expressions were unsightly. Even though they were indignant, they couldn't help but admit that the disparity between them was too great. If Fairy Qingshi wasn't here, they would be in danger. After a short period of silence, the Nebula restaurant regained its liveliness. The great demonic god's table was empty, and the people at the other tables began to chat again. The crowd kept a respectful distance from him, but it was not to the extent that they were all scared away. The Nebula Tower might have Dao protectors around, so the crowd would not be too worried. Now the yellow springs traversed the sky, and the Emperor's corpse might collapse the void and fall out of that secret realm. This affected everyone's hearts. In the end, the young supreme beings in the depths of the ancient road had all returned because the Imperial Mausoleum was about to appear. These people possessed remarkable abilities, and actually managed to find out some of the decisions of the Dao protectors. They were discussing here that the giants would make a move in the next few days. At that time, not only the human Dao protectors, but also peak existences like the great sage of the sacred spirit lineage would also make a move. In order to see the Emperor's corpse, the supreme experts might choose to temporarily join forces. The Dao protectors of the human ancient road had already deduced that this place was not something that just one or two people could do. No one had ever seen a truly complete Emperor's corpse before, and only heaven knew what would happen once it appeared in the world. Yi Fan pondered inwardly. With so many experts making a move, the power he could borrow would increase by quite a bit. At that time, he should be able to rescue Pang Bo. The only thing he was worried about was that someone had predicted his arrival and would set up a trap for him. After all, many people knew that Pang Bo's relationship with him wasn't shallow. For the sake of him, he had once called himself Jean Overlord, delaying him here for many days. The sound of a zither rang out. Starlight scattered down from above, and there were even auspicious clouds moving about outside the window. It was as if one was situated in the 9 heavens above. A group of young women appeared, their bodies sparkling and delicate. They wore rainbow-colored feather clothes that flowed with multicolored splendor as they danced gracefully. This was the specialty of the Nebula Tower. They would often invite a few female cultivators, and some of them were even famous people from the ancient road. They sang and danced gracefully, making this place look like a fairyland. Streak after streak of starlight shone down, and the Jade Tower was faintly discernible. Dense multicolored mist surged, and a group of cloud-clothed women danced about, as if they were fairies traversing the waves. The Emperor Burial Star's divine body has arrived. I wonder if the great demonic god will go out to fight? Within the sound of the zither, a magnetic female voice was mixed in with the singing. Everyone turned their heads to look. The great demonic god was as steady as Mount Tai, as though he didn't hear anything. He quietly drank his wine, and didn't give any reply. I once heard that Di Tian wanted to recruit the divine body as his subordinate. Who would have thought that the people he sent would be wiped out instead? Now, should we clash again? Has Di Tian arrived? Within the sound of the zither, the pleasant voice of this female rang out in the ears of everyone, causing many people to be stunned. They had no idea that such a thing had happened before. There's such a thing? Will Di Tian come? The eyes of everyone flickered with a blazing light, anticipating a great clash. Wanting to subdue the divine body and make him his subordinate? Di Tian is truly daring. Is he planning to go all out? Someone spoke in a low voice. Yi Fan has already broken through to the Saint King realm. It's hard to predict who would be the stronger one. The battle not long ago made everyone understand his boundless potential. On the other side, the Qilin Saint envoy coldly laughed. He truly hoped that Yi Fan would come and be suppressed by Di Tian, allowing everyone to see his dream come true. Has Di Tian come or not? Someone asked. However, on the other side, the Vermilion Bird Saint envoy and the others didn't say anything. They all looked at each other coldly and didn't say anything. The sound of the zither has stopped. Where's that female just now? Everyone came to a realization. That female was dressed in robes of clouds, and was sitting cross-legged amidst the starlight while playing the zither. If they weren't paying attention, they wouldn't even know she had left. Very quickly, Someone realized something and said, "Could it be that the goddess from the ancient starry sky path has also come? I heard that she's proficient in zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Could that female have been sent by her?" Everyone's hearts trembled. There would definitely be chaos in the star ruins. Regardless of whether it was the supreme experts of the older generation or the geniuses of the younger generation, they would all appear here one after another. The situation was very complicated. Perhaps there would be all sorts of confrontations and killings. Fairy Qingshi, has Tian returned? Someone directly asked the banished fairy, wanting to understand the situation. "He should be here," Fairy Qingshi replied. The star cloud tower instantly became noisy. The great demonic god Fairy Qingshi, Tian, the saint from the emperor burial star, the goddess, and so on. Some people had come, but others were destined to appear. If they clashed, it would be a fierce battle. If the saint from the emperor burial star advances into the Saint King realm, will Tian still have an advantage? Someone said such words in secret. It was obvious that he wanted to stir up a dispute. The muddier the water, the better. The Qilin divine envoy, the Vermilion bird divine envoy, and the others didn't say anything, but the proud expressions on their faces explained everything. They firmly believed that Tian was invincible. He had grasped the origin of the Tao and obtained the approval of the heavens. Who is Tian? Is he coming back? Suddenly, the sound of footsteps came from the staircase. Two people came up, and their tone was rather disrespectful. A red-haired man with a burly figure and a boorish appearance came up the stairs with his eyes as large as copper bells. Behind him was a skinny old man. He wasn't very tall and his hair was snow-white. His face was bright red, and he was hale and hearty. The former was Longma, but who was the old man behind him? Yi Fan was puzzled. A cold light flickered in the Qilin divine envoy's eyes. The newcomer actually dared to be so rude and humiliate Tian. How many years had it been since something like this had happened? Even if they didn't like the saint, they only said it in private. Yet this person actually dared to speak such nonsense in public. Who are you? The killing intent in his eyes wasn't concealed at all. Fairy Qingshi stopped him immediately and said in a low voice, "The person behind him is the 100 Tribulations Taoist. We can't provoke him." Many people recognized that old man. He was a famous expert on the ancient path, known as the 100 Tribulations Taoist. He was a divine donkey who had long reached the great sage realm. He was a rogue cultivator, who gave people the most headaches. Yi Fan's heart skipped a beat. Could this be the evil donkey spirit that Zhao Gongyi, the welcoming envoy of the 50th city of the human race, had mentioned? Why was it together with the dragon horse? Did they really recognize each other as relatives? "Yo, who wants to bully my nephew? Can't he even say a word?" The white-haired old man said. The Qilin divine envoy, the Vermilion bird divine envoy, and the others immediately lost their temper and didn't say a word. To be honest, they were extraordinarily afraid of this divine donkey. This was a notorious old bastard who would never think that bullying the weak was a bad thing, and would do anything. What was surprising was that the red-haired man's face darkened. It seemed that he didn't appreciate the kindness, and didn't want to walk with the 100 Tribulations Taoist. "Nephew, don't run around. I'll go with the human Tao protector and the sacred spirit to study it. Wait for me here. When the time comes, I'll open the imperial tomb and give you a fortune." The 100 Tribulations Taoist's figure flashed and disappeared in front of a secret chamber in the Star Cloud Tower. The crowd was in an uproar. The Tao protector and the great sage were indeed here, discussing the important matter of opening the imperial tomb. Yi Fan transmitted his voice to Longma to understand the situation. It was furious. It was targeted by the 100 Tribulations Taoist as soon as it entered the city, and was actually forced to recognize its ancestor. Damn it, forcing me to recognize my ancestor as a donkey. We're not even of the same race, yet he says my blood is very pure. Damn it, is the blood of a donkey flowing in my body? I think he did it on purpose. Now I can't escape even if I want to. Yi Fan almost laughed out loud and comforted it. After all, that was a great sage. If it recognized this protective relative, it would be able to do whatever it wanted on the ancient road in the future. Longma, #@ %and. You have a difficult task. Since you're related to the 100 Tribulations Taoist, be a spy for me and see what the great sage is going to do. I've become a spy. I have to face a donkey all day? Lama was extremely unhappy. The situation is very complicated. The people of the underworld are here, and the sacred spirit has also appeared. They will attack together with the human Tao protector. The great demonic god, Di Tian, the goddess and fairy Qingshi are also here. Maybe someone will target me for saving Pang Bo. I need to change my plan. Yi Fan secretly transmitted his voice to it, telling it to inform him immediately if there was any news. Then he stood up and left. A moment later, he summoned the divine light platform outside the city of ruins. He tore the universe apart and appeared on the ancient continent where Pang Bo was trapped. Pang Bo, when can you go through the Saint King heavenly tribulation? Yi, what happened? Did something change? Do you want us to go through the tribulation together and break out of this place? Pang Bo asked. Maybe someone will target us. Let's be on guard. Yi Fan transmitted his voice to him, telling him that the great sage-level existences were about to take action. The Emperor corpse might be about to appear. Chapter 1373. Pang Bo's greatest fortune was obtaining the Azure Thearka's divine treasury in the Eternal Star region. Apart from a few personal letters, the most amazing thing was that jar of divine liquid of evolution. Its level was unknown. Every time he used it, he would have to go through a tribulation. The powerful divine effects made him a little afraid. All these years he had been restraining himself and didn't dare to overdo it. That was because the Azure Tharch had left behind a message that warned his descendants not to rely too much on it. If they wanted to use it, they had to strengthen their Tao foundation every time. Otherwise, there would be great disasters. It was also because of this that Pang Bo hadn't been able to reach the heavens in a single step. His life was even more difficult than that of the ascetic cultivators. He had punished himself for many years and tempered himself, almost forming a god-fiend body. Although he was restraining himself, his realm was still advancing by leaps and bounds compared to ordinary people. He wasn't far from the Saint King realm. If he wanted to, he could break through. Yi Fan was startled. He knew that there were 9 levels of evolution fluid, but the later levels couldn't appear. The highest level that had appeared in the past 50 to 60,000 years was only the 6th level. The divine liquid left behind by the Azure Tharch was truly heaven-defying. It was difficult to judge its level, but after thinking about it, it was understandable. The Azure Tharch was the only demonic Tharch that had proven his Tao in the primordial era. There won't be any side effects, will there? Yi Fan was a little worried. He was afraid that Pang Bo would leave behind some hidden dangers that would affect his future achievements. Not necessarily. Pang Bo shook his head. All these years he had strictly followed the god-fiend body tempering art left behind by the Azure Tharch. He was very strict with himself. This was a forbidden secret art that was almost masochistic. He treated himself like a piece of metal and tempered it in a furnace, constantly changing his blood and cleansing his organs and bones. In the past few decades, I've metamorphosed 6 or 7 times. I've replaced a lot of my old skin and broken bones, Pang Bo said nonchalantly. When Yi Fan heard this, his hair stood on end. Just how cruel was this technique? Others progressed step by step, but this ancient art was too unyielding and tyrannical. It was actually shedding one's skin and squeezing out broken bones. This process was too violent. It could easily damage one's vitality and cripple one. It was easy to imagine what kind of suffering the carefree Pang Bo had suffered all these years. After stepping into the starry sky, he had spent all his time cultivating. He rarely fought with others, but he was fighting with himself. After tasting it for so many years, I dare not say anything else, but this divine infusion liquid is definitely heaven-defying before reaching the Saint King realm. It's hard to say if it will still be effective in the future. Pang Bo expressed that he could attract the heavenly tribulation in a short period of time. Together with Yi Fan, they could forcefully break through the gate of the ancient tomb. Although they were separated by the great necropolis, Yi Fan was able to see through the gray space at the entrance to the necropolis. He was shockingly tall, and looked like the reincarnation of a devil god. His arms were thicker than most people's thighs, and they shone with a bronze luster. It's not that I want to say this, But if we were to fight at the same level, my physique might not be weaker than the tyrant body. I might be able to strangle him alive. Pang Bo's black hair was like a waterfall, and his eyes were like golden lanterns. He waved his arms, and his pure physical body caused the void to hum and tremble. It's still passable. Yi Fan nodded, and a smile appeared on his face. When he was in school, he looked delicate and refined, but his body was strong and powerful. He was known as a barbarian on the field. Only Pang Bo was strong enough to clash with him. Unexpectedly, he was still like this today, and he was not much inferior. Yi Fan told him to adjust the state of his body as soon as possible. If he could pass the Saint King tribulation at the crucial moment, that would be the best. Pang Bo nodded and said, I have been restraining myself during the years I was locked in the ancient tomb. I was afraid that if I passed the tribulation in the tomb, I would cause great trouble. Now that my Tao foundation and physical body are strong enough, I can pass the test. After a period of time, Yi Fan left, and this ancient continent regained its peace. Now many cultivators were shocked by the yellow springs, and few people came to this continent. But after half a day, a few figures flew over, and looked into the distance. They observed the mountains and rivers, and examined this continent that floated in the universe. If Yi Fan was here, he would definitely recognize that the two in the lead were the Qilin Saint Ambassador and the Vermilion Bird Saint Ambassador. They were very focused, and wanted to find traces of Yi Fan. Whoever wants to kill the Saint physique will definitely come here. Perhaps waiting here is the best choice. Master did not state whether or not he wants to kill the Saint physique of the Emperor Burial Star. This time, he turned back because the tomb of the ancient emperors has split open, and an immortal treasury will appear. There is no need to do it deliberately. When he appears and saves Pang Bo, we only need to give him a blow at the crucial moment, and he may fall into eternal damnation. Not long after they left. However, not long after, people came again. They were even more secretive, and their cold eyes flickered with an eerie light as they searched here. The mountains and rivers were silent, and tens of thousands of beasts were in hibernation. This ancient continent was somewhat oppressive. In the next few days, mysterious experts would come from time to time, and observe in the dark. Even though Pang Bo was in the tomb, he could feel the abnormality, and felt that someone had come to investigate. Even if Yi Fan didn't warn him in advance, he could still judge that the situation was not optimistic. Could it be that the great demonic god, Di Tian Fairy Qingshi, the goddess, the human king, and the other young supreme beings in the depths of the ancient path have all come? That's not possible. I sensed a trace of the aura of a saint spirit. And there are also human antiques with weak vitality. Pang Bo's heart sank. He had heard Yi Fan roughly describe his experience. He had fought with all his might to kill the stone men, and he had formed a great enmity with this race. Could it be that they would all come knocking on his door? During this time, Yi Fan had also come, and he understood the situation from Pang Bo. A cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. There is no rush. Adjust your state, and deal with the myriad changes by remaining unchanged. I learned from Longma that we are about to break the Great Emperor's main meridian. That secret realm has attracted many people's attention. 2 days later, the palace ruins was in an uproar. Characters at the level of the great sage moved out, and they were about to break through the void of the Yellow Springs, enter the secret realm left behind by the ancient Great Emperor, and see the Emperor's corpse. Not just the palace ruins, but the entire ancient path was shaken. Many experts rushed over, and many greeting envoys from various cities also set out. Many sages descended. Troops entered the star ruins one after another. War chariots rumbled, banners fluttered, and wild beasts roared as they tore through the sky. A yellow river traversed the ice-cold starry sky, falling from a place of nothingness. It emitted an aura of death, and everyone who approached it felt their hearts palpitate. And on this day, the various armies arrived on the other side of the Yellow Springs, and their camps were clearly divided. A group of soldiers covered in black armor was especially eye-catching. 30 to 50 people was nothing, and no one would be suspicious. However, this group of several hundred people emitted an intense aura of death, and it was puzzling. They were neat and uniform, and lacked vitality. There was a bronze coffin in the center, and it seemed as if it hadn't been opened for millions of years. It was mottled with rust, and it emitted a fluctuation that made people tremble. The legendary inheritance. They are actually still here. They have disappeared for countless years, and they actually appeared today. Some of the older generation figures were shocked after deducing the truth. Could it be that the underworld really exists in this world, and it is the resting place of the saints after they die? Another old man said with a trembling voice. The appearance of this group of strange people caused a huge uproar. Several hundred people wasn't a lot, but each of them was like a god of death, without any signs of life. It was impossible not to be alarmed, and no one knew who was controlling them. During the era of legends, most experts would choose to transform into the Tao before they passed away. This was a kind of serious consideration to avoid falling into the underworld. The underworld was an extremely ancient organization, and most people in the present day didn't believe that it had existed before. It had been glorious during the era of the ancient heaven. They hadn't even entered the mausoleum of the great ancient emperors, and this place was already in an uproar. The underworld's appearance made everyone feel as if they were in the era of legends. Suddenly, the river of stars trembled, and the cosmos distorted. A figure appeared. He was of medium height, and he had a divine might that could devour the sun and moon. He emitted a powerful essence energy. Everyone was stupefied. This was an exceptional expert, and there was no need for anyone to say anything. Everyone knew that this person was formidable, and he had definitely reached great heights. He stood at the peak of the great sage, and he might even take half a step further. He wasn't old, and his hair was thick and jet black. His face was bright red, and his forehead was shining. He didn't look older than 40 or 50, and there was a type of restrained and boundless essence energy. In the distant sky, Yi Fan's eyes froze. He saw an extremely familiar imprint on his sleeve, and it belonged to a deity. In the eternal star domain, he had come into contact with this terrifying organization. They called themselves deities, and they killed experts from the ancient starry sky path. An exceptional expert from the deity organization. Since the ancient times, this inheritance has always attacked cultivators on the ancient path, obtaining all types of secret techniques to strengthen themselves. Several decades ago, the Tao protectors launched a great purge, causing them to suffer great losses. Why did they appear again today? Everyone gasped, and many cultivators felt uneasy. This was an organization that dared to move unhindered on the ancient path. They couldn't be considered good or evil, but they had existed since the ancient times. They were definitely powerful, and they had never been destroyed. This was enough to prove how terrifying they were. This person is one of their master deities. This person was powerful to the point of making everyone tremble. His essence energy had reached the peak of the great sage, and he could even take half a step further. He was an extremely powerful master deity, and even the Tao protector's expressions became grave. Dong. The void trembled and began to distort. A copper cauldron appeared above his head. It had 3 legs and 2 handles, and strands of innate divine essence hung down from it. It was simple and imposing. Yi Fan was astonished. It was the same type as his weapon, and there were even ancient natives, Kuan Peng, True Dragon, and other diagrams on it that were somewhat similar. Hong. Suddenly this person took action. The great cauldron released boundless fluctuations that even cracked the ice-cold starry sky. It carried the will of the great cosmos, and its divine might was matchless as it suppressed forward. Everyone's hearts trembled, and even the human Tao protector's expressions changed. However, what made everyone deeply surprised was that the target of his attack wasn't the cultivators on the ancient path, but rather the bronze coffin from the underworld. Dang! That bronze coffin that was covered in green rust suddenly trembled. It rushed into the sky and collided with the bronze cauldron, shattering the sun, moon, and stars. It erupted with world-destroying divine might. Even though they were far enough away, and the human Tao protectors took action to suppress it, there were still many people who were sent flying. They were tossed into the air like scarecrows, and the shockwaves left them dripping with blood. Everyone was overwhelmed with shock. They didn't dare imagine what would happen. If the Tao protectors didn't take action, the experts might have had their bodies destroyed by the shockwaves. The bronze cauldron flew back and suspended above the head of the powerful master deity. His gaze was deep, and he didn't say a single word. Meanwhile, the coffin's lid also fell down. The bronze coffin was sealed tightly, and there were no fluctuations. The underworld side didn't have any excessive reactions either. The deity's sudden attack on the underworld ended very quickly. This left everyone in a daze and somewhat puzzled. The starry sky calmed down as if nothing had happened. Everyone looked at each other in dismay. Then they suddenly discovered that a few more great camps had arrived, and all of them were exceptionally powerful. Many people had seen that meter-long stone carriage before. It was pulled by dragons and tigers, and it carried an extremely powerful stone man Holy Spirit that ruled over the world. On the other side, a group of minotaurs appeared. Their bodies were covered in thick black hair that was a foot long. Each of them was over 3 meters tall, and their leader was a great sage. Yi Fan was tongue-tied. This was a group of demon ox kings. They were from the demon ox race of great strength, but they weren't from the Big Dipper. They were experts from their ancestral planet. What puzzled him the most was that the great sage in the lead was holding a shiny divine chakram in his hand. The entire chakram was dazzling, and its divine might shocked the world. Yi Fan was somewhat bewildered. Wasn't this Daddy's ox? He had once seen the imprint left behind by that ox in the Ziwei ancient star field more than 2,000 years ago. It was indeed very similar. Chapter 1374. The group of demon ox kings were all tall and sturdy, each of them 3 meters tall. When they stood together, they looked like a group of small black mountains standing side by side. Yi Fan stared at the leading demon ox. It really looked like his father's mount, tall and sturdy, full of spirit energy and awe-inspiring divine might. However, he couldn't be sure. The demon ox race looked very similar. They were all very rough and had foot-long black hair all over their bodies. Perhaps only after the diamond chakram displayed its divine might would he be able to confirm its identity. A stone man, yet he occupies most of the sky. Move to the side. The leader of the demon ox race spoke with a voice as resounding as a golden bell. Everyone's hearts thumped. The demon ox race was indeed not low-key as the rumors said. They had taken the initiative to provoke a divine spirit. The stone man stood on a small chariot under the starry sky. This race was extremely powerful, and few dared to provoke them. Impossible. He was only a meter tall, but he emitted the aura of a savage beast. Silver light flashed in his eyes as he glanced coldly at the demon ox king without moving. Several months ago, a rock spirit killed dozens of my people. Today, I will settle the score with you. It's said that divine spirits have immortal stone bodies. Today, I will see how sturdy they are, said the leader of the demon ox race. Everyone suddenly understood after hearing this. It turned out that there was an old grudge. No wonder he wanted to fight against a peak divine spirit. Now he actually wanted to settle it in front of the imperial tomb. Don't force me to take action. The stone man was very short, but he possessed a supreme dignity. His divine eyes shot out 2 cold beams of divine light. Moo. The old demon ox was very irritable. He directly attacked. The barbaric ox wave roared out, and black ripples spread out. The universe split apart and the stars shattered. This was a terrifying heavenly art. The divine sound swept out, almost shattering one's soul. The starry sky trembled violently, and everything collapsed in all directions. A vertical eye opened between the stone man's brows and shot out a ball of brilliant silver light. It was a silver flame that isolated the sky and calmed the black ripples. The demon ox leader's long black hair danced in the air. Murderous intent surged, and with a shake of his hand, the shining diamond chakram flew into the depths of the sky. With a rumbling sound, it was like a boundless waterfall, like a vast ocean crashing down. This kind of divine sound caused the expressions of the human Tao protectors to change. The stone man's eyes also erupted with light. He reached out with both hands to meet the attack. One hand captured the dragon, the other subdued the tiger. The dragon and tiger merged together, and wind and thunder erupted, shattering even the stars. Dang! With this sound, the shiny diamond chakram was like a vast expanse of white as it flew down. It smashed the sacred spirit and sent it flying. Both the dragon and the tiger were destroyed. The expressions of everyone here suddenly changed. This magical artifact's divine might was astonishing. far exceeding that of ordinary great sage artifacts. It possessed a type of domineeringness that could tear through all obstacles. Fortunately, the collision took place between the Ox Demon clan and the Sacred Spirit, far away from the crowd. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. The most powerful Sacred Spirit bloodline, known as the Undying Stone Body, right now, there were actually a few cracks on his arms. Rare divine blood flowed out, leaving everyone shocked. What kind of magic tool was this? Everyone's hearts jumped. Could it kill a peak Sacred Spirit? It was actually so powerful and unyielding. That old man didn't lie to me. He took my clansman as his mount, and helped me refine a magical artifact. It was actually this powerful. If I had known earlier, I would have asked him to refine a basket full of them. How great would it be? The old demon Ox King muttered. Everyone spat out blood. They couldn't believe their ears. Just how greedy was this person? However, the Ox Demon leader's words had a hidden meaning. Which old man helped him refine it? Yi Fan's heart trembled. This wasn't his mount, but they most likely interacted before. He helped him refine a magical artifact, and it was actually this world-shocking. Of course, this also had to do with the materials used. This was a diamond chakram refined from the clan's treasury, so its divine might was naturally world-shocking. Yi Fan looked for Longma. He quickly sent it a message. Longma was extremely unwilling, but he still braced himself and whispered to the 100 Tribulations Taoist. This notorious old Taoist, who was capable of doing all sorts of evil things, nodded and said to the old demonic Ox chief, "Brother Ox, what's that old man's name? Can you help my nephew refine one as well?" Everyone cursed silently and rolled their eyes inwardly. This old donkey was too greedy. He could even ask for something like this. However, no one dared to say anything. This old man had no limits. He bullied the weak without the slightest bit of guilt. He loved doing such things the most. That old man is very unkind. He gave me an immoral name. After refining the diamond chakram, I directly closed the door and sent him off, the Ox Demon leader said. Clearly, he was very familiar with the 100 Tribulations Taoist. Otherwise, he wouldn't have spoken like this. How many years ago was that? The 100 Tribulations Taoist asked. I don't think it's been that long, the old Ox Demon leader replied. That's not right. Old ancestor, you've been in seclusion all this time. 800 years have passed since you came out. A member of the Ox Demon clan reminded him in a low voice. Oh, I'm confused. So it's been that long. The old Ox Demon leader slapped his forehead. The foot-long ox hair on his body trembled. In the distance, Yi Fan pondered. Laozi was still in this world 800 years ago, and had walked the ancient road. Where was he now? What was he looking for? His whereabouts were too mysterious. The two great sages' conversation indirectly left the stone man hanging. This made everyone sigh inwardly. Only they would dare to act like this. The 100 Tribulations Taoist comforted Longma. Nephew, don't think about it. I don't think the old Ox Demon leader will give it to you. That old bastard called Laozi or something is obviously not a good person. Don't count on it. Longma was furious. Being called nephew left and right made him feel suffocated. The innately rebellious master really wanted to give him a good kick. Divine blood rushed into the heavens from the stone man's body. His arms released a crisp kacha sound and erupted with undying precious splendor. He was completely repaired. Then he pressed forward step by step to face the old Ox Demon leader. Stone, hand over your life. The old Ox Demon leader roared. The diamond chakram flew out again. This was a silvery white ocean. It was clearly a small divine chakram, but when it flew about, it seemed like the universe couldn't contain it. This time, its radiance became even more resplendent. The special Tao patterns within appeared. This was a magical artifact refined by a supreme expert. It contained a bit of essence energy within. Honglong. The heavens collapsed and the earth split apart. Ghosts wept and deities howled. The battlefield was shattered. The diamond chakram turned that place into a sea of primal chaos. Ah! The Holy Spirit roared loudly, its divine voice piercing through one's brain. With a chong sound, a resplendent green multicolored light tore through the primal chaos mist and rushed into the great void. It was mottled with tear stains and blazing multicolored light. They interweaved together and released a boundless might. A supreme and sacred magical artifact had appeared in the world. In the Holy Spirit's hand, a heaven-measuring ruler appeared. Immortal light shone brilliantly and green multicolored light shot in all directions. The surface was dotted with tear stains. It was actually forged from immortal tear green gold. It's actually a supreme divine artifact. Everyone cried out in alarm. That ruler was extremely delicate and small, but in the Holy Spirit's hand, it released heaven overflowing divine might. Boundless primal chaos scattered and everything exploded. If not for this divine artifact appearing, the Holy Spirit might have been in danger. The Ox Demon Clan's magical artifact is too shocking, actually this powerful. Right now, everyone's eyes focused on the stone being's magical artifact. The green light was bright, too beautiful and dazzling, but there was also a type of melancholy. This type of divine gold was rumored to be produced after the tears of immortals scattered down. Those who possessed it would usually have a sad ending. Even the Western Emperor Mother, one of history's most stunning and powerful women, was accompanied by sadness her entire life. In her later years, few people knew what happened to her. Among the many types of divine gold, this type of immortal material was the most mysterious. Many people didn't believe it, believing that it was a type of coincidence. The immortal tear green gold itself wasn't inauspicious. Dang! The heaven-measuring ruler flew out, clashing head-on with the diamond band. One green, one silver, two types of light interweaved, tearing the sky dome to an unrecognizable state, making the starry skies tremble intensely. This Holy Spirit is formidable. The heaven-measuring ruler is a divine artifact that accompanied him, produced by his divine blood. Even if he appeared in the world ahead of time, there is still a chance of him reaching perfection in the future. A human race Tao protector spoke. Holy spirits obtained the protection of the heavens, granting them too many unordinary aspects. There were a few stone beings who innately produced divine objects, hidden within stone cores, evolving into their Tao weapons, appearing together in the world. However, this was a heavenly opportunity only a few of the most terrifying Holy Spirits had, rarely seen since ancient times. The eyes of the cauldron holding main deity flickered with radiance. The underworld's bronze coffin also trembled lightly. These two great experts were both moved, actually having intentions of taking action, but they both restrained themselves. This type of Holy Spirit, this type of magical artifact, the stone core and artifact merged. If they didn't separate, they could continuously nourish and evolve. In the future, it would be extremely terrifying. Dang dang dang. The heaven-measuring ruler and diamond band collided. All types of Tao patterns flowed, incomparably brilliant, tearing through the stellar domain, shaking intensely. Everyone, why have we come? Do not miss the opportunity to enter the secret realm, because of personal grudges. A human Tao protector spoke. The great sage nodded. Comparatively speaking, everything else could be set aside. The Emperor Corpse was the most important. At their level, it was difficult for them to break through again. Perhaps, after seeing the true body of an ancient great emperor, seeing the boundless Tao marks, it would allow them to advance once more. Even if a great emperor died, if they didn't want to transform into the Tao, it would be difficult for them to die even after tens of thousands of years had passed. Nothing could be destroyed until this world no longer existed. The human race's Tao protectors were the first to take action, activating their magical force together, changing the direction of the heaven-measuring ruler and diamond band in the sky, striking towards the side of the yellow springs, piercing through the void. Long, terrifying divine light shot out in all directions, tearing that place apart. The original barrier had long become unstable, and after being struck by these two extraordinary great sage artifacts, it immediately cracked. At the same time, the main deity sacrificial cauldron from God's organization, the three-legged, two-eared round cauldron, released a grand divine might. All types of diagrams on its surface lit up, flying towards the secret realm's crack. Dang! The people of the underworld also fell behind. A copper coffin lid flew up, covered densely with Tao patterns. All of the green rust was shining, as if it was filling up the eye of the sea fearlessly, rushing into the main entrance of the mausoleum. The yellow springs in the starry sky rumbled, rushing like a dam bursting. The netherworld aura immediately became 10 times stronger, causing even the great sage to be alarmed. Hong, the sacred spirit, the bull demon king, the human Tao protectors, and the other great sage moved together, temporarily forgetting everything else and bombarding the main entrance of the mausoleum. A streak of chaotic light flew out. 5 lights shone brilliantly and 10 colors shot out at the same time, sparkling and translucent like jade carvings. The void was torn apart, and a pair of tens of thousands of Zhongtal stone gates appeared, wide open. It's open, with the great sage working together, no accidents happened. They actually opened the secret realm so quickly. The people were somewhat in disbelief, not expecting things to go so smoothly. The yellow springs were flowing out from the giant stone doors. Mist flowed, and there seemed to be a divine realm inside, faintly discernible, revealing a corner. Azure dragons roared, fiery red vermilion birds flew in the sky, and ancient trees were everywhere. Chapter 1375. This pair of stone doors was tens of thousands of Zhongtal, truly making one feel reverence. One couldn't see the end while standing in front of the door, because there were yellow clouds curling about them one after another. The mist was hazy. There were many engravings on the great doors. They were made by the primitive natives, worshipping the sun, moon, thunder, and lightning, revering the ghosts and deities of heaven and earth. There were also all types of ancient beasts, strange bugs, and other things. Such a tall stone door. Was it prepared for an ancient great emperor? A yellow spring surged out, carrying with it a deathly aura. If an ordinary person approached it, they would immediately turn into white bones, their life devoured. However, there were life fluctuations in the depths of the stone doors that didn't match the yellow springs. So, the stone person was the first to move. The war chariot rumbled, turning into a sphere of hazy light as it rushed forward to enter the imperial tomb. Even though he wasn't tall, he was like an immortal king that descended into this world. A dragon and a tiger were both stone beasts that flowed with luster. They pulled the meter-long war chariot above the yellow springs, about to pass through the 10,000 Zhongtal stone doors. Hong. Suddenly, the great doors trembled. Strands of ancient diagrams trembled. The primitive natives, unknown beasts, flowers, birds, fish, bugs, and others seemed like they were going to revive, passing through the walls. There was a powerful fluctuation there. The stone dragon and tiger roared, as if they were struck by lightning. Then they flew backwards, strands of divine blood flowing out. A loud dang sounded. The war chariot flipped over, and the stone person staggered, also flying outwards. Divine blood flowed out from his mouth, scattering into the void. He, the war chariot, and 2 other mounts were blasted flying, receiving injuries that weren't light. This shocked everyone. This was but a great sage, yet he couldn't even take half a step past the stone doors. It was unknown how many tens of thousands of years had passed since the great emperor passed away. The tomb's doors were wide open, yet a great sage couldn't enter. This left everyone stupefied, inwardly fearful. Stone person, you really aren't particular. How can you be so disrespectful to enter the great emperor tomb? You need to kowtow. The 100 Tribulations Taoist spoke. He then turned around and said to Longma, "Great nephew, go up and pay your respects, give him a demonstration. He will definitely be able to enter." Longma's face darkened. He wanted to bite him, but he turned around and pretended not to hear. What he hated the most right now were the words "great nephew." You are correct. Even though the great emperor has passed away in meditation, he still cannot be blasphemed against. All clans must pay him respect. The human Tao protector spoke. 2 individuals walked up and paid their respects. Then he bowed with each step as he walked forward. When he approached an ancient stone door, nothing really happened. He wasn't shaken out. Everyone was horrified. The ancient emperors had already passed away hundreds of thousands of years ago. Yet they could still sense something? A tremendous sound rang out. A massive bronze cauldron swayed, protecting that master deity as he approached the enormous stone door that was tens of thousands of Zhongtal. He stopped here and also gave a deep bow. The stone engravings on the door were still, without any changes. He took a step in, also succeeding. Behind them, the bronze coffin trembled, and then flew up into the sky, passing through the yellow mist and heading straight for the gate. Clang! A deafening metallic sound rang out, as if a heavenly hammer had smashed down, heavily striking the bronze coffin. The green rust fell off, and the coffin flipped over and flew out. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. The peerless expert of the underworld didn't follow the ancient teachings and wanted to force his way in. Sure enough, he was sent flying. Was there really something in the darkness? Even the great emperor had died. This was the consensus of everyone. How could he still sense something? What was going on? With a quang-dang sound, the bronze coffin that was covered in rust was lifted open. A tall figure sat up from within, straightening himself, and then he took a step out. His appearance caused a wave of sinister, baleful energy to appear in the void of the cosmos. It was cold and bone-chilling. Everyone shivered inwardly, as if they saw the underworld descend into the mortal world. They felt a chill from head to toe, and when they faced him, they felt as if they were facing an ancient malicious spirit. Even their hearts were trembling. This person wore black clothes that were extremely spacious, covering his entire body. Even his head was no exception, covered by a mourning crown. His entire body stood within the shadows, and no starlight could approach. That kind of clothing was extremely ancient, conservatively estimated to be divine and demonic clothes from hundreds of thousands of years ago. His steps were dragon-like and tiger-like, his black ancient clothes fluttering about. The spacious robe sleeves were raised, revealing a terrifying scene. Everyone saw extremely long black hair. It was a frightening glance that made people have a rash and shook their minds. That was a tall figure, there was no doubt about it. It seemed to be covered in black hair, like a giant ape. Was this a human or not? He was majestic and tall, and his steps were like that of a dragon or a tiger. However, he had black hair on his body, and he wore ancient divine and demonic clothes, making people feel intimidated. This time, he arrived in front of the stone door and solemnly paid his respects. He didn't forcefully barge in, and in the end he smoothly entered. The only difference was that the yellow springs sensed his aura and began to boil. Endless baleful energy soared into the air, but he wasn't affected at all. It was as if he was enjoying it. Everyone became even more scared. What exactly was the peerless expert of the underworld? What kind of existence was the ruler of the past? The main god that held the bronze cauldron and the peerless existence of the underworld naturally clashed. They glanced at each other and stood in two different directions, not approaching each other. Hee, stone man, if you have the ability, then why aren't you paying your respects and entering? The demonic ox race's leader was all smiles. That pair of enormous bull eyes truly looked a bit terrifying. He held the shining diamond band in his hands and stopped in front of the stone door. He paid his respects and entered safely. The stone man became silent. In the end, he got off the war chariot and also walked forward. He lowered his stance and spoke quietly. He bowed respectfully and entered. Then, the other Tao protectors of the human race, as well as the ancient heretic god and others appeared one after another. This left everyone shocked. The great sage didn't just bring 3 or 5 of them. The emperor corpse was about to appear, shaking up the ancient path. Many peerless experts came out of isolation and hurried over. There were no less than 11 or 12 of them in total. This type of power was enough to flatten the endless stellar domain. The others also wanted to enter, but they couldn't approach the yellow springs. They were contaminated by a strand of the emperor corpse's aura. This was the most terrifying type of extreme death energy. Even though it only contained that bit of energy, it wasn't something normal people could endure. Once they approached, they would directly turn into dust. After entering the emperor tomb, we need everyone to accompany us. Chanting the soul-cleansing scripture will ensure that everything is peaceful. Otherwise, many strange things might happen. A human Tao protector said. The various clans' great sage gathered together. There was nothing they could hide or hold back. In this type of great tomb, no one dared to act recklessly as soon as they entered. They all had to work together. This old monk has a river-crossing Buddhist bridge here. Even though it isn't an emperor artifact and its power isn't that great, it has previously been blessed by the Amitabha Great Emperor's scriptures. It can transform endless evil energy, allowing one to cross the river and head towards the divine shore. An old monk spoke. He had a pair of yellow eyebrows and a shiny head. He wore a shabby monastic robe. He came from the Amitabha ancient star domain, a powerful great sage. His dharma was boundless and he roamed the starry skies. Now he became the Tao protector of the human race's ancient path. This is good. The others nodded. In this world, if one was talking about the support of spiritual force, there was almost no one who could compare to the Amitabha Great Emperor. Many people were shocked. They never thought that this old monk would have a secret artifact blessed by the ancient emperors. A violet golden bridge appeared in the old monk's palm. He flicked his hand and the bridge quickly enlarged, crossing the yellow springs and connecting to the ground behind the gate. It flowed with a golden luster. During this process, he continuously chanted his sins and worshipped the great tomb. He didn't suffer any attacks. It really is a divine artifact. Priest 100 Tribulations' eyes shone. He wanted nothing more than to snatch it. The others could also see that this was an artifact blessed by the ancient emperor's scriptures. Even though it didn't have any great offensive power, the Buddhist light was too strong. This was the leftover material from the Amitabha Great Emperor's exorcism pestle. Even though it was only the size of a fist, it still had the power to seize the heavens after being refined into a violet golden bridge by the holy monks of later generations. It didn't specialize in attacking, but in delivering all living beings from suffering. It could condense the power of faith from Buddhist followers. It was a rare ancient treasure. Troops of different races from different camps arrived one after another, covering the sky and earth as they ascended the violet golden bridge. They paid their respects towards the great tomb while passing through the stone gate. This type of scene was a bit terrifying. The great army was endless, and they all entered the tomb. Yellow mist swirled about, as if many heavenly soldiers were slaughtering their way into the 9 hells. This time, apart from the human race, there were many experts from other races who came as well. Their numbers were endless, but the violet golden bridge accommodated and supported everyone. While protecting ourselves, we cannot let anything happen to the chanting tribes. We must protect them. A human Tao protector spoke. Of course. The Ox Demon King was quite heroic. He activated the diamond chakram, suspending it high up in the sky. A silver ripple descended, not only protecting the Ox Demon race, but also the others below. Chang. The stone man opened his mouth and spat out. The green and sparkling ruler flew into the sky, pouring down chaotic energy. There were even more immortal tears, divine light auspicious, surrounding this place. Even if there were grievances, they had to temporarily put it aside. There was nothing more important than seeing the great ancient emperor. For the great sage, who had cultivated hard for thousands of years and could no longer advance, this was a celestial fate. This was a secret area. There were ancient trees and forests inside. And there was no lack of essence, accompanied by the yellow springs of death. Everyone entered and ascended to the shore. In front of them, there were lofty mountains that stretched out continuously. Waves of white immortal mist lingered, making people feel as if they were in a dream. Was this really a great tomb? Why did it seem like they had entered a celestial domain? This is too shocking. There are hidden marks of the way. If we can comprehend it, maybe we can break through. There was a great sage sitting cross-legged on the spot, facing countless celestial mountains. His face was full of solemnity as he comprehended the way here. People moved forward carefully, away from the yellow springs and into the celestial mountains. The mist lingered, full of a sacred and auspicious atmosphere. In front of them came the sound of water. A silver divine river flowed, and there was a giant monument next to the river bank. There were a few big words engraved in the primordial divine script. Mount Dibbing. Everyone's hearts trembled. They didn't expect to come to the place where the great ancient emperor buried the imperial weapon, so soon after they entered. At this time, people couldn't calm down. Their hearts were surging. There were treasures everywhere. If there were no accidents, they would see the birth of the imperial weapon. What is that? Someone suddenly cried out. In the upper reaches of the silver divine river, there was a huge creature lying there, looking at them indifferently, with a kind of supreme majesty. It's a horse with the characteristics of a dragon. People were shocked and stunned. They didn't expect to see a living creature here. It was a red horse, with a dragon's head, a horse's body and 4 thick and strong limbs. Now it suddenly jumped up like a mountain. It was incomparably huge, and red clouds danced in the air. Yi Fan was shocked. He looked at the Longma that had turned into a human. Their real bodies were too similar, almost identical. With a dragon's cry, the Longma turned into a red cloud of fairy chi and disappeared on the spot. It reassembled into a red dragon in the sky, shaking its head and tail, and rushed into the depths of the celestial mountains. Oh my God, is this true? The exclusive mount of the great ancient emperor, it actually lived to this era. How is this possible? The great ancient emperor has passed away. Is his mount still alive? Everyone was stunned, looking in the direction where the red dragon disappeared. They were dumbfounded, like clay sculptures. Chapter 1376. The dragon horse was scared. Compared to that enormous beast, their appearances were similar, but it was like a pocket-sized doll. That was an enormous divine beast, and it transformed into a true dragon. With a wave of its tail, it disappeared into the depths of the immortal mountain. The dragon's claws were shining with red light, and it could cover a group of mountains. The huge dragon head could crack a huge star. It was majestic, like the ancestor dragon of all ages. Two beams of light shot out of Taoist Baijia's eyes, and he said, "We've met our ancestor. Nephew, go after him. This is our good fortune. Whether I can achieve anything in the future depends on you." "You're a donkey. He's a dragon. What does it have to do with you?" Everyone cursed, but they did not dare to correct him. Longma was fuming. Recently he had been acting like a donkey, and he was very angry. But he could not beat him, and he could not escape. There was no other way. A group of people went after him. With the great sage as the leader, they went into the depths of Mount Dibbing. They all wanted to know if the mount of the great ancient emperor had survived. Haze filled the air, and the fairy mist evaporated, turning into a rain of light. The ancient trees and rocks in this primeval forest were dyed with a mysterious color, which made people intoxicated. This was not a big tomb, but a small world in the fairy land. It was full of plants, silver waterfalls, and the mountain scenery was spectacular. It was very suitable for cultivation. In the depths of Mount Dibbing, there was not a trace of death chi. There were only vague immortal talisman marks. This place was stained with the emperor's chi of the great ancient emperor. Whoosh! Suddenly, a blazing light flew over, and became the only eternal one. Everything in the world lost its luster, and it was extremely gorgeous and glorious. It was so fast that it was beyond the limit of people's understanding. It could be called a fairy light, and it shot through all obstacles in a flash. Puff! With a muffled groan, a heavenly king from the ancient clan fell down. The evil god's blood was ghastly, sprinkling all over the sky, collapsing the mountains below, and withering all the trees. This was a bleak scene. The divine blood splashed everywhere. He opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but he was extremely weak. His lips moved, and his eyes lost focus. Then he fell completely into the dust. Boom! This person turned into Tao. His body dissipated, and became a rain of light. Not even a crystal bone was left. Everything turned into ashes. What was that? With a single strike, an ancient race heavenly king who was only half a step away from becoming a great sage was killed on the spot. It was truly shocking. An existence that had reached the pinnacle of the Saint King realm would become a great saint in the future, and become an evil god. However, he didn't even have the chance to cry out before he withered away just like that. No one could see it clearly. That streak of immortal radiance rushed past, making everyone keep quiet out of fear. Danger finally appeared after entering the imperial tomb. It was so strange they wouldn't even know how they died. The human Tao protector frowned. He walked up to observe, and then he quickly retreated as if he had encountered a snake or scorpion. That place was covered in specks of light. The power of the Tao transformation was extremely strong, almost drawing fire onto himself. Did you all see that? Is that a living creature or some sort of divine artifact? How could it be so heaven-defying? The leader of the Ox Devil race asked. Even as a great sage, he couldn't see clearly. A streak of light flashed by, and an ancient race expert died just like that. Could it be the Longma from before? Some people were suspicious. That was the mount of an ancient emperor. If it really unleashed its might, everyone would be in trouble. However, there was a great sage who shook his head. That aura didn't seem like it. That giant scarlet dragon was like a mountain, majestic and majestic, while the immortal radiance just now was very elegant and small, passing through in a flash. Everyone, this is Mount Dibbing. It's the place where the great ancient emperors buried their weapons. Be careful. I think the light just now was a bit. Taoist Baijia was about to say something, but he was suddenly interrupted. A streak of blazing light flew over like a shocking rainbow connecting the heavens and earth. It illuminated everyone until they had to close their eyes. Tears and blood flowed, as if they were being cut by blades. This was too terrifying. The 100 Tribulations Taoist let out a loud cry and quickly turned around to cast the death substitution technique. His real body left, leaving behind a puppet body that was pierced through. Then, a muffled groan was heard as another 2 Saint Kings were killed. Blood splattered as they directly turned into a rain of light, falling on the mountain and dissipating into the way. Nothing was left. The wilderness quieted down. People felt a strange and powerful aura, as if a prehistoric beast was spying on them in the dark to hunt down every supreme cultivator. The green sky measuring ruler and the shiny diamond bracelet floated in the sky, protecting the armies of the various clans below, in case of another sneak attack. Everyone, don't act rashly. Even if you see a divine item, don't take it without permission. Otherwise, it may be a disaster. The protector of the human clan solemnly reminded. After this disaster, everyone was cautious. They were all within the protection range of the great sage, not daring to rush out. What on earth is that? Even the sure Holy Spirit was whispering with a very serious expression. This made him feel a great threat. The immortal radiance just now was definitely aimed at the 100 Tribulations Taoist. Since it dared to attack the great sage, it meant that it could threaten everyone here, and they were all its targets. The mountains were majestic, medicinal herbs were everywhere, and the divine waterfall was boundless. There was actually killing intent hidden in this fairyland like pure land. Everyone revealed a serious expression. The surrounding mist gradually thickened. Everyone felt that something was wrong. The banners of the various clans fluttered in the wind. There were tens to hundreds of them, and their numbers were endless. They couldn't all be killed here, right? No one dared to imagine. The tomb of an ancient great emperor couldn't be provoked. They had just entered. Yet they already encountered such a great danger. It's coming again. Everyone felt an aura that made the heavens tremble. Tremendous fluctuations and dazzling immortal radiance made everyone's bones shatter. These fluctuations were too terrifying, even more powerful than before. The expressions of the great sage changed one after another. This exceeded their control and understanding. It was completely different from what they had expected. A streak of undying divine light shot over, piercing through 10,000 worlds. As long as it was a tangible object, it would be difficult for it to escape the calamity of death. With a honglong sound, it easily tore apart the barrier of light the great sage put up, piercing through. It swept towards the various clans' armies. This kind of attack, this kind of domineering aura, could definitely wipe out all living beings in an instant, creating an immeasurable bloody calamity. It was as if the immortal domain's divine radiance poured down in torrents, destroying all techniques. The first to bear the brunt of the attack was the heaven-measuring ruler that was less than the length of an arm. Even though it shone with divine splendor, and was speckled with immortal tears, possessing a portion of the aura of a supreme divine artifact, it wasn't enough now. But now it wasn't enough. With just a slight touch, it was sent flying, trembling violently like a sheep facing a ferocious dragon. This was a bit inconceivable. This was a Holy Spirit weapon forged from immortal tears, yet it was actually so weak. It was innately restrained and couldn't help but tremble. Honglong. That streak of immortal radiance descended, staring at the heaven-measuring ruler, directly attacking it. Perhaps because it was the most special among the weapons here. After all, it was forged from divine gold. It drew the attention of the immortal radiance. The Holy Spirit released a great roar. Its meter-tall body released the might of a heavenly deity, summoning its own weapon out of fear that it would be destroyed under this strike. With a chi sound, immortal multicolored light shone brilliantly, green light flickering about. The heaven-measuring ruler forged from immortal tears green gold flew out in reverse, avoiding the attack and rushing towards its owner. However, this streak of immortal radiance followed it like a shadow, even more so, rushing over first, striking the precious ruler. A clear chong sounded, cracks unexpectedly appearing on its surface. Moreover, it erupted with incomparable radiance, making many people shed tears of blood, difficult to look straight at. That type of immortal radiance was too terrifying. Everyone became stupefied. Just how powerful of a divine object was this? Actually able to damage immortal tears green gold. This was definitely an emperor artifact, or else it wouldn't have this type of power. One has to understand that in this world, all life source energy source root, phoenix blood scarlet gold, immortal tears green gold, and other things were the most powerful immortal materials. Purely based on undying and hardness, it was difficult to find something that surpassed them. Collect. The stone person released a great roar. He opened his mouth, sucking in a foot-long streak of green multicolored light, swallowing his own precious ruler. He felt incomparable pain. This holy weapon was damaged, unknown just how many years it would take to recover. A streak of immortal lightning storm swept over. Divine radiance dazzling, unexpectedly rushing towards him. The Holy Spirit released a great roar, brandishing the most powerful divine might to attack. Hong. He flew outwards. Even someone as powerful as the great sage, half a step away from entering the quasi-emperor realm, couldn't stop this attack at all. Without the slightest bit of suspense, he flew outwards. In addition, one of his fists had long been rotten, divine blood scattering outwards, sparkling divine splendor dyeing heaven and earth red. Moreover, this wasn't the end. His entire right arm began to transform into the Tao, quickly turning into a rain of light. Forget about ordinary people. Even the great sage shivered inwardly. This type of attack was too horrifying, not even people at their level able to stop it. So how could they even talk about conquering it? Pooh. The stone person was extremely decisive. His left hand turned into a holy sword. A streak of cold radiance flashed past, and with a kacha sound, his right arm was sliced off from the shoulder, allowing divine blood to gush out. That arm quickly transformed into the Tao, turning into a rain of light, nothing left behind. The scene was so terrifying that no one dared to breathe too loudly. Impossible, what is going on? Everyone shivered inwardly, many people trembling as they cried out loudly. This was too terrifying. Was there someone controlling everything here? Using the emperor weapon to attack everyone? This was terrifying, making everyone shiver from head to toe. This exceeded everyone's expectations. This was just a great emperor's tomb. So why was there a living powerful creature? Was he controlling everything? After a long time had passed, this place was still extremely peaceful. Everyone felt as if there was a great mountain weighing down on their hearts, incomparably heavy. Hong. Up ahead, an expanse of blazing light surged. Many ancient mountains exploded, large amounts of lofty great peaks exploding, great rubble scattering the clouds. Everyone was shocked. What kind of unforeseen event was this? Hong Longlong, rubble flew through the air. Divine might like raging waves beating against the shore. The boundless primal chaos exploded. Ancient great mountains splitting apart. This place was in great chaos. The ancient land up ahead completely split apart, unknown just how many mountain ridges collapsed. In the end, a grand altar was revealed, as if the archaic number 1 divine peak was cut in half at the waist, becoming the ancient divine platform up ahead. On it, there were 5 or 6 weapons arranged, some brilliant, releasing undying immortal splendor, some simple and unadorned, not releasing the slightest fluctuation. Following everyone's arrival, these ancient weapons all revived, releasing blazing light. One of them was precisely the divine radiance that attacked everyone just now, making even the Holy Spirits nurse a grievance. It can't be right. The aura of Emperor weapons. Could it be that they are all of them? So many of them gathered together. Everyone simply didn't dare believe this. This wasn't realistic. The Emperor weapons in the entire cosmos could be counted, yet several of them appeared in this ancient tomb at the same time. It was as if they were living legends. Pooh! Suddenly, without any sound, a dim weapon flew over with unstoppable force, piercing through the forehead of a foreign race evil god. Blood splashed everywhere, dying on the spot. Dead, a great sage died. Everyone erupted with commotion. Before this level of weapon, not even the most powerful ancient evil god could stop it, killed on the spot. This made everyone suspect that this was the ancient great emperor's hiding place in the archaic dream. Mountains and rivers exploded, revealing a demonic altar like this. The dusty weapons appeared in this world, leaving everyone shaken. Chapter 1377. This was the tomb of a great emperor, the burial ground of a group of great emperors. How could there be several emperor weapons here? It made people shiver all the way down to their bones. Those were definitely emperor weapons. Otherwise, how could they crack the immortal Tyr's green gold ruler? And now, a great sage was silently killed without being able to resist. This place was in an uproar. How could they fight? No matter how many people came, they would definitely die. Not even the great sage was a match. Even if all the cultivators in the universe piled up their corpses, they wouldn't be able to. Retreat, retreat quickly. The human Tao protector's voice was trembling. The great tomb had exceeded their expectations time and time again. It was completely different from what they had imagined. They hadn't even seen the emperor's corpse, yet there were so many disasters. There was a huge altar of gods and demons, formed from a mountain that had been sliced in half. There were 5 weapons buried on it, all of them reviving. Strands of the aura of ancient emperors pervaded the air. Unfortunately, they couldn't see them clearly. The blazing ones were so dazzling that tears of blood flowed, and their divine senses were on the verge of collapse. The dim ones were hidden in the nothingness, and their true appearances couldn't be seen. This was where the great emperor had buried the divine weapons that had accompanied him for his entire life. Suddenly, a draconic roar resounded through the 9 heavens. The huge longma that had disappeared earlier appeared again, stretching across the horizon, and raising its head in this direction. This was truly a shocking scene. The scarlet dragon was larger than many mountains, and any mountain peak was like a small mound in front of it. The emperor weapon appeared, and the mount of the ancient emperors also appeared. They raised their heads and looked over. It was truly a shocking scene. Boom! Behind the huge scarlet dragon, a mountain larger than a star appeared, stretching across the horizon. It was boundlessly grand, reaching the primal chaos above, and suppressing the 9 underworlds below. It was unknown how many tens of thousands of zhang tall it was. At the base of the mountain, there was a huge cave. The scarlet dragon swung its tail and entered. Draconic roars rang out, shaking people's souls. Clouds surged, and scarlet scales flickered in the cave from time to time. The mount of the ancient emperor had transformed from a horse into a dragon. It danced in the huge lair, and each of its scarlet dragon scales was tens of feet long. Nephew, charge. This is our ancestor, and it's summoning you. Hurry up and ask it for guidance. Taoist 100 Tribulations shouted and kicked Longma's butt, sending him flying towards the cave entrance like a cannonball. Longma was so angry that his nose almost became crooked. This old donkey was too evil. He couldn't help but tremble in the face of the scarlet dragon. If the dragon's claws slammed down, he would definitely lose his life. Buzz! The immortal mist boiled and the giant mountain disappeared. A beam of light swept Longma away. Nephew, don't forget about me. Bring back some benefits for me. The 100 Tribulations Taoist transmitted his voice from behind. Everyone was dumbfounded. Rumble. The sovereign armament had changed. The heavens collapsed and the earth split apart. It was as if several great emperors were going to revive. Large amounts of mountains and rivers were turned into dust. Only the altar towered there, and wasn't destroyed. It continuously swayed about. The revival of sovereign armaments, and 5 of them at once. Who could accept this? The crowd didn't care about anything else and turned to flee. Stop. Don't release any killing intent. This is a blasphemy to the sovereign armaments. They were activated because of this. We have to calm down. The old monk from the Umitba star field shouted. He saw the essence of the problem. Sovereign armaments were sacred and dignified. They were revered among the weapons and had been buried for countless years. Now that they saw the light of day, the deities inside would naturally react violently. The purple golden Buddhist bridge flickered and released a peaceful aura under everyone's feet. The pure power of faith filled the air and calmed everyone's mind. This bridge was created by great Emperor Amitabha. It was watered with the faith of all living beings and tempered in countless ways. There wasn't a trace of impurity in it, and it had the sparkling radiance of the purest and kindest side of the human heart. It was said to be able to purify all living beings in the world and lead them to the other shore. Now, it was truly extraordinary and effectively dispelled the killing intent. At this point, the 5 weapons on the demonic god altar gradually calmed down, and the aura of the great emperors was no longer present. Amitabha. Many people couldn't help but chant the name of Buddha. Meanwhile, the purple golden Buddhist bridge became even more sacred and peaceful as a result, flowing with auspicious light. Regardless of whether it was the black-robed gods and devils from the underworld, or the main deities from God's organization, their expressions all changed. The Buddhism established by Amitabha made them feel restraining fear. Mountains and rivers collapsed. This place was in an unbearable state and full of scars. Only a single altar was undamaged, simple and unadorned. The 5 sovereign armaments on it revealed their true bodies. They no longer trembled and calmly laid there. They were actually all broken pieces and not perfect weapons. They were entirely green in color. Some of them didn't have any luster and were extremely dim, while others had a layer of clear splendor flowing about. Every single piece had an ancient feeling, unknown just how many tens of thousands of years they had experienced. This was a ruler made from the most mysterious feather azure gold. It was an immortal material that was just as famous as Phoenix blood scarlet gold, and Immortal Tears green gold. It was unknown why it broke apart into 5 pieces and scattered on the ground. Everyone was stupefied. This was definitely a sovereign weapon, yet it was actually broken by someone. This was just too horrifying. No wonder it attacked the Holy Spirit's Immortal Tears green gold ruler. It was because it was a heaven-measuring ruler to begin with. It was provoked by killing intent and couldn't tolerate an ordinary weapon provoking it. How exactly did it break apart? Everyone was shocked. They didn't dare approach and only watched from afar. The fracture was irregular, as if it was forcefully cracked open by someone. Just how great of a power was needed to destroy a sovereign weapon? It was beyond common sense. If there was a battle, it would definitely be world-shaking. This is hard to imagine. I've only heard of this type of bitter divine battle during the legendary era, and the collapse of ancient heaven. Could it be the supreme being of that era? A great sage grew doubtful, his voice not calm at all. No, it looks a bit familiar. It's similar to what was recorded in ancient texts. This seems to be the legendary supreme divine weapon. The 100 Tribulations Taoist suddenly spoke, his expression abnormally excited. Then the human race's Tao protector, Demon Bull King, Underworld's peerless expert, and that main deity's expressions all trembled. At the same time, they thought of a character that had looked down on all of history. It's him, the supreme being who looked down on the 9 heavens and 10 earths, the Demon Emperor. A Tao protector said this great name with a trembling voice, full of reverence. This was an ancient demon emperor, who looked down on all of the heavens and tens of thousands of realms. His invincible style illuminated the starry sky, and his illustrious name made people tremble in fear. He was supreme, and in the era he ruled, no one in the 9 heavens and 10 earths dared to disobey him. How could it be him? Wasn't he buried in the Big Dipper starfield? How could he appear here? His era couldn't be verified. Some said he was in the glorious demon era hundreds of thousands of years ago, while others said he was millions of years ago, near the end of the archaic era. As for his legend, most people didn't know, but as the great sage of the starry sky ancient road, they wouldn't be ignorant. That kind of glory made them revere him just thinking about it. That was truly an invincible ancient road that swept across the starry sky. When the demon emperor was young, he walked the human race's ancient road, and was chased by everyone. In the end, the more he fought, the stronger he became, and he was invincible under the heavens. His original body wasn't that powerful, and it was rumored that he was just a snow rabbit. However, he became a matchless supreme being, known to have cut down all supreme beings under the heavens. In the tens of thousands of realms, only he was supreme. Before he achieved the Tao, he had once fought a bloody battle that shocked tens of thousands of ages. He killed a divine blood supreme being, killed a Holy Spirit unmatched ancient ancestor, as well as several ancient evil gods at the quasi-emperor realm. That battle was heaven and earth collapsing, ghosts weeping and deities howling. People found it hard to imagine that he roared through the cosmos alone, defeating all sides in a single night, killing all of his competitors and domineeringly ascending to the peak. His name was Shuiyueqing, a man whose clothes were whiter than snow, surpassing deities. In that era, he fought against the deities of the 9 heavens and suppressed the corpses of the 9 netherworlds. His appearance was exceptional, unmatched in this world. Even though his background was insignificant and small, just a snow rabbit, he was still unordinary. He advanced step by step, ultimately becoming a demon emperor at the peak of the extreme Tao. In the end, people forgot his identity, because he was just too powerful, making even the deities tremble. Legend has it that the demon emperor was unrivaled under the heavens. He used his weak body to refine his blood and nourish himself, continuously becoming stronger. In the end, a single drop of his blood could kill a dragon. Everyone thought that he passed away in the Big Dipper in his later years, but there were also some ancient records that stated that the demon emperor's great tomb turned into a continent, ultimately crashing into the depths of the cosmos. At this moment, when the demon emperor ruler appeared, everyone knew that this was the demon emperor's ancient tomb. However, people's suspicions also arose. Why did the demon emperor ruler, whose name was recorded in history, shatter? One has to know that its prestige was extremely great. There were no records of the demon emperor having such a world-shaking battle with others. And even more so, there was no mention of the demon emperor ruler being broken. It should have disappeared together with him. Could it be that in his later years, the demon emperor encountered the most terrifying battle of his life while sitting alone in the tomb? The emperor weapon shattered, and the great tomb crashed into the depths of the cosmos. When thinking of this possibility, everyone's hair stood on end. How powerful was that opponent? It simply couldn't be found in history. The white-clothed demon emperor was unparalleled. How could he have met an opponent back then? Legend has it that he traveled throughout the cosmos in search of an opponent, and there was no one who could withstand even a finger of his. People's thoughts were running wild. In the end, they all stared at the broken pieces of the weapon. At this moment, it was impossible to say that there was no greed in the crowd. This was the demon emperor ruler, whose divine might had shocked the ages. Even if it was broken, it was still a priceless treasure. Moreover, if it was really a complete heaven-measuring ruler, people definitely wouldn't be able to control it. If it was a piece, perhaps it could be used by a peerless expert at the level of the great sage. Swish! A clear radiance flashed, and the main deity holding the cauldron stepped forward. He put away all his killing intent, and his whole person was calm and peaceful. He approached forward, about to put away the demon emperor ruler. The first great sage had made his move, and the others naturally couldn't sit still. They all stepped forward. 6 or 7 peerless great sage approached, and they cautiously walked toward the demonic god altar. Who would be willing to give up such an opportunity? The weapon of the demon emperor of a generation was now broken into 5 pieces and displayed here. Any cultivator would be tempted. The others held their breaths, and they didn't dare to fight over it. They watched carefully. Some of the human Tao protectors didn't move, and their expressions were gloomy as they waited for an opportunity. Boom! Suddenly, after the 6 or 7 great sage approached the altar, it emitted a screen of light, and it made the area appear misty. Streaks of bloody light flashed past, and a white-clothed phantom stood there with his back facing everyone. He was silently paying tribute to the emperor weapon. Plop! Almost everyone knelt down. They felt a kind of ancient pressure, and even the great sage couldn't help but want to kowtow. His knees were trembling. This shocked everyone. At this moment, they understood that the white-clothed phantom must be the demon emperor. To be more precise, this was a remnant imprint left behind when he stopped, and it hadn't dissipated with the wind even now. It was just a remnant footprint, but it was enough to make the great sage almost kneel down. How powerful was this? Following that, one scene after another flashed past. Everyone was shocked, and their bodies trembled. They finally understood why the demon emperor ruler was broken. Chapter 1378. Who was the fiend emperor fighting against? In that era he could suppress the heavens and 10,000 realms. Yet there was still someone who could force him to this step? It really was inconceivable, exceeding normal reasoning. The battle in the scene was too terrifying, making even the great sage tremble. He couldn't hold back any longer, all of them kneeling down, crying out for the fiend emperor. Those were streak after streak of world-destroying immortal radiance, blasting apart the cosmos, shattering the endless skies, all regions instantly shattered. It was definitely enough to kill all saints in this world. Only a white-clothed figure towered in the heavens, allowing the stars to vanish, the blue sea to turn into smoke, the heavenly domain to ashes. He was still undying, enduring this tremendous pressure. That was the matchless fiend emperor. White clothes purer than snow. His eyes were deep, the radiance within them splitting heaven and earth, the scenes of stellar rivers being destroyed. He didn't move at all, existing forever in this world. Such a great disaster, such a great calamity. Any strand of light that spilled out could instantly kill the experts of the heavens. Yet in that instant, there were no saints left in this world, only white bones. The fiend emperor was too powerful, not defending himself at all. His eyes released sharp radiance, as if it crossed endless time and arrived in this world, entering the depths of everyone's hearts. Hong. Above his head was a green-gold immortal ruler, heaven destroying and earth splitting, cutting down deities and eradicating immortals. It went against the sky, shattering the universe. At this moment, everyone clearly saw the endless starry skies shatter, nothing remaining. The power of this strike could be said to be world-shattering, no one able to stop it under the heavens. The great sage trembled. This was just a casual strike from the fiend emperor, not a true great killing power. Yet it was already enough to wipe out the world, destroy the 10,000 realms of the heavens. If they were here, 100, 10,000 wouldn't even be enough to kill him. Just a single wisp of multicolored light could destroy all of them thousands to tens of thousands of times. Even ants looking up at an azure dragon wasn't enough to describe how insignificant they were. This type of disparity left one in despair. The difference from a great emperor was too great. Only by personally witnessing it would they understand. Fiend Emperor, he is attacking the immortal domain, wishing to achieve immortality. The Bull Demon King said with a trembling voice. Was this the reason why the immortal ruler broke into 5 pieces? The Demon Emperor was too powerful, and his essence energy had only just begun to rise. Compared to before, it was 10 times more terrifying, and even more unfathomable. People were unable to estimate it, and couldn't even look up to it. Nothing existed anymore. There was only a white-clothed figure, standing alone in the ancient starry sky. He advanced on the path of immortality, conquering long life. He wanted to achieve the undying. This is a great emperor, a true great emperor taking action. It's a pity that we can't see it. Everyone was overwhelmed with emotions. The heroes knelt on the ground and raised their heads as they muttered. The true might of a great emperor had just begun. Unfortunately, the universe was vast and the primal chaos mist had appeared, covering everything. They couldn't see the true power of the demonic emperor. Everyone was shocked. This was the first time they saw an ancient emperor making a move. He actually wanted to wage war against the immortal realms, wanting to carve out his own future, killing his way out to clear the skies. Advance into immortal domain. The Fiend Emperor is too powerful. He no longer has anything to pursue in this world. He is attacking the path of long life. During the process of that white-clothed figure conquering the immortal path, tens of thousands of strands of immortal splendor descended, able to kill all living things in the heavens. However, he was happy and fearless, standing alone in the primal chaos. The Demon Emperor roared, wanting to enter immortal domain. However, there was a type of boundless immortal light obstructing him, sweeping through all who went against it. This type of immortal Tao power destroyed the universe. The star domain was greatly damaged. Why can't we see it? This is a true great emperor taking action. Do we not even have the qualifications to see it? The great sage's voice trembled. This was the greatest regret of his life. Long. In that scene, the Demon Emperor ruler soared into the sky, bringing with it heaven overflowing primal chaos energy. It was as if it had broken through something, releasing immortal force. I see it. The demon emperor is attacking the immortal path. At this moment, the 100 Tribulations Taoist suddenly cried out, his expression extremely excited. As the great sage, he also possessed a pair of extremely strange eyes, allowing him to capture the blurry scene. He saw the scene of the demon emperor attacking the path of long life. The 100 Tribulations Taoist's body and mind trembled. He knelt on the ground, muttering to himself and continuously kowtowing. This was greatly different from his usual behavior. Right now he seemed like a devout believer. The demon emperor is extremely mighty, bringing a ray of light to our generation, proving the existence of a mortal domain. I believe that is definitely the case. He has almost blasted it open. The 100 Tribulations Taoist shouted loudly, as if he had gone mad. He no longer had the slightest bit of a carefree attitude. He was like a deranged demon, his face even distorted. Immortal domain, treading on the path of long life, slaughtering out a clear sky. Can we really witness the existence of a mortal domain? The others were also shocked, their hearts trembling. Just like a legend, the scene on the demonic god altar changed again. At this time, many people saw that in the world that had been shattered for 10,000 years, a path of long life seemed to have appeared. The peerless demon emperor's white clothes were dyed in blood. He advanced step by step, towards an unknown shore, towards his future, towards immortality. No one knew what kind of battle he experienced, what kind of price he paid to carve out this path. Everyone was like clay sculptures. That was a true great emperor taking action, establishing an unmatched legend, carving out this type of path. He walked forward step by step, his eyes resolute. Even someone as powerful as the demon emperor, for the sake of fighting on this path, suffered heavy injuries. His snow-white clothes were dyed in blood, making his heroic appearance appear even more outstanding, otherworldly. The peerless demon emperor was heroic and imposing, his black hair naturally scattering down, his white clothes purer than snow, specks of blood blossoming from them. His temperament was extraordinary, his appearance like jade. This was a man like a god. He carved out an immortal path, slaughtering out a clear sky. Everyone was stupefied, all of them shaken. This was creating history, establishing an unprecedented legend. Everyone felt like they were suffocating, all of their blood boiling. They couldn't help but roar out loudly. There was none in the past, none in the present, and there might not be any in the future. They had never heard of anyone stepping into a mortal domain, treading the path of long life. Did the demon emperor achieve immortality? Everyone's blood was boiling, as if they were experiencing this legend themselves, establishing an unprecedented grand occasion. They wanted to shout and shout, let the entire universe know. The saints trembled, incomparably sincere, kneeling down from the bottom of their hearts. This was the exceptional white-clothed demon emperor, a man who was like a god, worthy of everyone's sincere respect. Pooh. On that immortal path that made countless heroes hope, grieve, and despair, the demon emperor spat out a mouthful of blood. It was just that beautiful, actually making everyone's hearts feel pain. The demon emperor's body swayed, almost falling onto the road. Bright red blood scattered across the white clothes, blossoming bit by bit. It was extremely striking, making everyone's hearts tremble. No one expected his injuries to be this severe, exceeding their imaginations. This was a great emperor, yet he was swaying as he walked, walking on the immortal path with difficulty. The ancient great emperor was injured. Everyone's souls trembled. For them, this was something unimaginable. Great emperors represented the extreme Tao of this world, able to suppress the endless past. They had never been seriously injured before. Under normal circumstances, they were unmatched in this world, ruling over the 9 heavens 10 earths. They wouldn't suffer the slightest injury, no matter how light it was. I am finally old, not letting down the glory of the past. The demon emperor said to himself, feeling a sense of loneliness. Even though he was heroic and imposing, his face still young, his eyes were filled with the vicissitudes of endless time. This was his later years, long past his peak. No matter how great of an existence was, there would be a day when they would grow old. This was something that couldn't be helped. The sorrow of a great emperor. Their primordial spirits were about to be destroyed, affecting every part of their body, causing their blood energy to wither up, losing their past unmatched glory. This was something that couldn't be avoided, a day that would arrive sooner or later. Everyone was extremely nervous, holding their breaths. This place was dead silent. Everyone's hearts were trembling, paying close attention to this without blinking. Would the Demon Emperor be able to walk this path to the end, establish a long life, reach the peak of the undying? If it was true, then it would topple everyone's understanding since ancient times until now. Everyone felt like they were suffocating, waiting for the final result. This was a type of torment. Was he going to become an immortal, or was he going to die in dejection? The exceptional Demon Emperor walked forward. He found it hard to stabilize his body, swaying intensely, almost falling onto the ground several times. This was but an ancient great emperor. When had he ever been in such a difficult situation before? An omnipotent existence that suppressed the 9 heavens 10 earths, right now, was on the verge of collapse, every step difficult, about to fall onto that path. Pung. Suddenly, that path collapsed. The immortal couldn't be seen before him. The path couldn't be seen behind him, nothing existing anymore. The Demon Emperor flew out horizontally, blood splashing through the void. Defeated. Everyone's hearts tightened, as if a large hand was grabbing them. Then they felt intense pain. This was a type of endless hatred. Endless primal chaos waterfall poured down, submerging that place, burying the Demon Emperor of a generation. Nothing could be seen, only his voice sounding. Endless time, only appearing for an instant, the only correct location, fighting against the heavens at the peak. When all of these factors are added together, perhaps I could break through, reach the peak. What a pity, I am already old, unable to recover my peak strength. The Demon Emperor was lonely, carrying endless regret. His words were bleak. He was just a bit off, yet he still fell on the immortal path. At this moment, his thoughts seemed to have penetrated the past, present, and future, making everyone clearly feel that type of emotion. A snow rabbit was originally the weakest creature, but it advanced step by step, ultimately becoming an unmatched Demon Emperor, establishing the most resplendent golden age, his name shaking all of history. Shui Yueqing, a heaven-warping genius, moving unhindered through his entire life. In that instant of endless time, he fought his way through the immortal path, charging forward, but in the end, he couldn't reach the end. That fleeting point of time came too late. At that time, he was already no longer young. Even though he was a great emperor, there were still times when he declined. He was just a bit off, but in the end he still couldn't reach the end of the immortal path. Everyone became silent, all of them deeply moved. They sighed for the exceptional Demon Emperor. He was just a bit off, but in the end he still failed. Everyone felt pity for him. Their hearts grieved. It truly was too regretful. It wasn't that this godlike male wasn't strong, but rather that his most powerful state had already passed. Just how divine was the Demon Emperor exactly? If his blood energy was flourishing, when his fighting strength was at its peak, he might have succeeded. What a pity, this godlike male. In the end, everyone could only feel this type of regret, silently sighing. The Demon Emperor's regret was engraved in everyone's hearts, resonating with them. Let's do it again. I will use my life to resist. In the primal chaos divine waterfall that buried the Demon Emperor, a heaven-measuring ruler rushed up, fighting in place of the old Demon Emperor. It rushed towards the broken immortal path, wishing to open up a new path. I missed it. Time has already passed. The Demon Emperor muttered. The heaven-defying immortal ruler was unwilling, feeling sorrow for the Demon Emperor. It brandished the power of the extreme Tao, rushing towards the end of the legend, wishing to change this regretful ending. The true divine might of a great emperor. In that place, time became chaotic, space collapsing, everything becoming completely chaotic. Everyone couldn't see anything. The final result had long been set in stone. The Demon Emperor ruler failed. The ruler body forged from black gold broke, the deity within almost completely obliterated, destroyed on the immortal path, breaking into 5 pieces. It's fine even if I don't want the immortal path. How can I lose you? The exceptional Demon Emperor's white clothes were dyed in blood. He sighed alone in the wind, standing beside a pile of yellow earth, personally burying the weapon that had accompanied him for his entire life. He was already old, powerless to reforge the demon emperor ruler's life. Chapter 1379. This was a regret in life, and it was hard for people to accept. The demon emperor of a generation died with regret. He sent off the weapon that had accompanied him for his entire life in the cold wind, and was buried in the soil. He didn't have long to live either. His primordial spirit was marked by time, and his body naturally couldn't stay for long unless the two were separated. But if that was the case, what was the point of leaving a shell of flesh? The demon emperor died, and the heaven-measuring ruler was broken into 5 pieces, leaving behind a great regret. This man who was outstanding millions of years ago had died sadly. It was a pity that Shui Yueqing was such a mighty supreme being. The curtain of light turned into rain, and the footprint on the demonic god altar disappeared. At this point, the majestic pressure dissipated, and only the broken demon emperor ruler was left. The 5 fragments of the emperor weapon recorded everything that happened in that battle. Unfortunately, the deity within them was almost obliterated, and what was left was only a broken imprint. The great sage stood up, and the heroes stopped kowtowing. They all stared at the damaged demon emperor ruler. It was made of feather azure gold, and there were large feather-like marks on it, as if it was a flying immortal. The experts of the underworld, the master god who came with the cauldron, and the other great sage acted at almost the same time. They all stretched out a large hand to grab forward, and they all wanted to snatch the fragments of the emperor weapon. Everyone restrained their killing intent and released peace. Even the black-robed demonic god from the underworld's hand, which was covered in black hair, also released a rare holy splendor. In the distance, everyone was envious. Only people of this level could fight for the fragments of the emperor weapon. The others didn't even need to think about it. In an era without emperors, the great sage was an absolute existence. 6 or 7 large hands descended at the same time. And just as they were about to grab the fragments, a monstrous killing intent swept across the demonic god altar, and it couldn't be blocked at all. Everyone was shocked. How many creatures had been killed to create such a scene? Everyone saw mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Blood overflowed into the sky, and white bones formed mountains. Who was this? At such a crucial moment, he actually dared to be so ruthless, using the most terrifying killing intent to activate the fragments of the emperor weapon to target the great sage. Boom! The 6 or 7 great sage turned around and left. Their bodies turned into streaks of afterimages, leaving behind afterimages in the air. They all tore through the sky and retreated to the end of the horizon. They were furious. This was clearly plotting against them, catching them all in one fell swoop and harming them to death. A terrifying monarch's might appeared, and the broken demon emperor ruler was activated. It emitted a cyan light, and the stripes of ascending to heaven and earth were imprinted in the sky. The 5 fragments rushed towards 5 different directions, sweeping across the crowd. Pooh! The golem Holy Spirit was the most pitiful. He had the immortal tears green golden ruler on him, but it didn't yield, releasing a strand of divine might. As a result, he was immediately targeted. A streak of divine radiance flashed past. A small half of the golem's body was pierced through. Divine blood poured out, scattering into the void, destroying the mountains and rivers below until they were beyond recognition. The stone man cried out. He moved and withdrew himself, cutting off a portion of his body to prevent himself from passively transforming into the Tao. Then he quickly fell down, doing everything he could to quickly repair his stone body. He was the most powerful existence among the great sage. In the past, he had never been in such a sorry state like he was today. He didn't want to suffer serious injuries again and again. This made his anger surge into the heavens, but he had no choice but to endure it. Chi. The bull demon king was also struck. Apart from losing an incarnation, one of his arms was also blasted apart. The great sage's blood scattered outwards, making his expression extremely ugly. The black-robed demonic god of the underworld roared angrily, searching for the culprit. He was almost impaled to death by a broken weapon, and he used a divine corpse that had been refined for many years as a substitute to avoid this disaster. The main deity of the god's organization also had an ugly expression. A fist-sized hole appeared on the copper cauldron. He had also encountered a dangerous attack. It's the great demonic god. Only he has this kind of killing intent. He had previously destroyed an ancient life star, killing countless creatures. Someone cried out. If this really was the case, then the great demonic god was too terrifying. He dared to act against the great sage, and as expected, he was extremely daring. This couldn't even be described as snatching food from the tiger's mouth. This was heaven-defying. Even if he was extremely powerful, a supreme being of the human race's ancient path, unrivaled throughout the star path, there was no way he could challenge the great sage at the absolute peak. At this time, daring to take action required a type of great courage. The great armies of the various races arrived, and every single one of them was boundless. The aura of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood disappeared, and it was difficult to immediately find them. Moreover, at this time, the various races were in chaos. The great sage's roar alone was already useless, and everyone began to flee for their lives. This naturally incited a massacre. Pooh! Pooh! This was a world dyed in blood. A single tremble from the broken pieces of the emperor weapon would produce a rain of blood. Numerous experts fell, unable to resist this kind of emperor might. Perhaps it wasn't the great demonic god, but a human king who took action, activating the broken pieces of the emperor weapon. Someone cried out. The scene had long since become chaotic. For most people, it wasn't important who took action. They were all scrambling to flee for their lives, wanting to leave this blood-stained demonic land. If they were even a step late, they might die. Only the great sage from just now were furious, hating the person in the dark for harboring malicious intentions. He actually dared to act like this, using underhanded means against them. They truly couldn't swallow this anger. Their spiritual senses were sharp, but they couldn't immediately lock onto that person. They only knew that he was a junior, and if nothing unexpected happened, he should be one of the supreme beings of the human race's ancient path. Where is the great demonic god? This old bull will hack you apart alive. The demon bull king roared. His large eyes glared, as if two great stars were condensed there. Human king, I really want to see if you can become a king among men. The stone man Holy Spirit also released a cold voice, full of coldness and cruelty. These two naturally didn't immediately determine who the mastermind was. Since someone said it was the great demonic god or the human king, then they would treat it as the two of them. In any case, they were all young supreme beings of the human race. Killing one more now was one more to prevent them from becoming a great disaster in the future. Amitba, Amitba, Amitba. The old monk from the Amitba star field chanted. His yellow brows drooped slightly as he blocked the two experts. Who is right and who is wrong, we still can't be sure. Please don't act rashly. The demon bull king shouted. Baldy, it's easy for you to say. A little brat that hasn't even grown out all his hair dares to ride on our necks. Do you still want to protect him? Monk, don't meddle in other people's business. This was definitely done by a few youths of your human race. They are too daring. An evil god also had a gloomy expression as he said. You might as well just kill them all and be done with it. How rude of you to cultivate on our human race's ancient path. The human race's Tao protectors all stood out to block them. Miserable cries rose and fell. The 5 emperor weapon fragments were all flying out, creating a great disaster. Blood splashed in all directions, and it was a tragic sight to behold. Even the great sage couldn't hold on any longer. He didn't dare to stay any longer and hid in the crowd, observing as he retreated. This scene was too terrifying. The only thing that made people sober was that the 5 emperor weapons seemed to have a trace of clarity after a while. Some kind of thought from the ancient past returned, and the slaughter gradually stopped. The true deity within the demon emperor ruler had been obliterated, and what remained was only a remnant will. After so many years of nourishment and growth, it had long since mutated, and was no longer the original emperor weapon. Welcome back, the immortal ruler. The black-robed man from the underworld let out a roar, and chanted a scripture. It was actually a segment of immemorial demonic text, and a strange fluctuation flowed out, awakening the emperor weapon's old memories. With a clang, a broken immortal ruler flew into the bronze coffin and produced a loud sound. This wasn't a true attack. It was a segment of demonic divine text left behind by the demon emperor. No one would have thought that the people from the underworld would actually have a segment in their possession. and it had awakened the immortal ruler's favorable impression and thoughts. However, a wave of blood covered the sky and covered the earth. Its murderous intent overflowed into the heavens, and it instantly struck into the coffin. Gotcha! Without a doubt, this was a disaster. The bronze coffin was penetrated by the restless immortal ruler. Its entire body cracked, and a large hole appeared. Ooh! The black-robed man from the underworld's voice was cold as he looked at the main deity holding the cauldron. This place was in complete chaos. The fragments of the demon emperor ruler were no longer as violent. The great sage began to use all his methods to calm them down and draw them to his side. Unknowingly, a piece of the immortal ruler disappeared. No one knew where it went. The expressions of the great sage were extremely unsightly. In the dark, Yi Fan also furrowed his brows. Could it be that the great demonic god or a human king had succeeded? He could be sure that the one who attacked the great sage was indeed a supreme of the younger generation. Yi Fan silently chanted a segment of scripture that originated from the 9 dragons pulling the coffin. Only a wave of essence, energy, and spirit overflowed, and there was no divine will or sound. Moreover, he operated the army formula, the supreme secret technique that could control all things in the world as weapons, and summoned the immortal ruler. This was not imprisonment, but a form of communication. The army formula communicated with the immortal ruler, instantly reducing its restlessness to the minimum. The scripture in the 9 dragons pulling the coffin was not of much use. Instead, the Qing Thearka's 9 slashes and the Heart Sutra unleashed a divine effect. This was part of the principles that Yi Fan and Pangbo exchanged. Under the dual effects of the Demon Emperor Sutra and the army formula, the immortal ruler disappeared with a flash of divine radiance and appeared in his body. The second piece of the Demon Emperor ruler disappeared into thin air. No one knew that it had entered Yi Fan's sea of reincarnation. There, a 3-leaf green lotus trembled, and this imperial weapon immediately quietened down. Yi Fan's heart skipped a beat. He was silent for a while. Almost in the blink of an eye, when Yi Fan came back to his senses, the third immortal ruler had disappeared without a trace. He did not know whose hands it had landed in. Everyone knew that it was impossible to forcefully suppress the immortal ruler. Otherwise, they would definitely be turned into ashes by the Demon Emperor ruler. They believed that the person who obtained it either possessed the secret technique left behind by the Demon Emperor in this world, or was closely related to the demon race, awakened the immortal ruler's old memories, and obtained its recognition. All the great sage looked indifferent, and no emotions could be seen. No one knew who among them had obtained it. They did not say a word and called for the remaining 2 imperial weapons. Yi Fan focused and silently recited the Qing Thearka's ancient scripture. He connected with the army formula to the other immortal ruler. This time, he encountered great resistance because another mysterious person was also communicating with the Demon Emperor ruler. Swish! With a flash of green light, the immortal radiance tore the void apart. The 4th immortal ruler fragment disappeared, and the final result was that it entered Yi Fan's sea of reincarnation. He successfully obtained it. There were a total of 5 imperial weapon fragments. At this moment, 2 of the immortal ruler fragments were in his hands. This surprised even Yi Fan. There were no less than a dozen great sage present, and 2 of them actually obtained the Demon Emperor ruler. It was truly unexpected. Swoosh! In his sea of reincarnation, the green lotus swayed gently. The 2 immortal ruler fragments calmed down, and a clear radiance flowed faintly. It seemed very peaceful. Chapter 1380. In the sea of reincarnation, the 2 fragments of the ruler lay dormant, flowing with a misty azure radiance. It seemed very peaceful. Yi Fan taking action at this time was no different from snatching food from the tiger's mouth. It would be disastrous if he were to fight with the great sage for the imperial weapon. This place was in chaos. Everyone was looking for the Demon Emperor ruler. This kind of artifact couldn't be taken by force, so they could only communicate with it. Otherwise, even the great sage would be beaten into dust. Amitabha. The yellow-browed old monk chanted the name of Buddha. The purple golden bridge under his feet extended, and the purest and most auspicious power of faith flowed, surrounding the last ruler. The old monk's cultivation was profound. His body was enveloped by many halos, making him look dignified. Bodhisattvas and ancient Buddhas appeared above his head. They chanted ancient scriptures and communicated with the demon emperor ruler, wanting to lead it into Buddhism and make it a protector Tao weapon. Rumble. A large cauldron floated up and down. The chief god from God's organization made his move, activating the weapon. All kinds of patterns appeared on the cauldron's walls, including the ancients, flowers, birds, fish, insects, wind, rain, thunder, and lightning. This contained a type of life force when all things were first born, when the heavens and earth were opened. It turned into a wave of immortal essence, flowing towards that immortal ruler to repair it. Clang! The black-robed expert from the underworld didn't want to fall behind. The ancient coffin trembled, and a burial scripture rang out, as if mourning for the demon emperor. The great sage moved together, using all kinds of methods to fight for the last ruler. As for who had the first 4 pieces, no one knew. Logically speaking, they should have fallen into their hands as well. Yi Fan frowned. He couldn't get this golden ruler now. The great sage was fighting for it, so there would most likely be problems. Boom. The old monk from the Amitabha star field took out an alms bowl. Buddhist light shone brightly, and there were many demonic characters inside. The characters looked like dragons and Chilants. The chief god from God's organization didn't want to fall behind. The tens of thousands of spirits in the cauldron appeared at the same time, resonating with the demon emperor ruler, wanting to obtain its approval. At the same time, the 100 Tribulations Taoist sat cross-legged in the void, chanting demonic scriptures. He was a true old demon. The blood in his body surged as he called out in the name of the great sage of the demon race. In this place, divine winds howled angrily. The great sage all displayed their divine abilities, summoning the wind and summoning the rain, setting up altars to carry out the most powerful competition. Yi Fan retreated silently and left Mount Dibbing with a large number of cultivators. He didn't want to be involved in the last storm, and appeared in another ancient place in the cemetery. An hour later, the great curtain fell, and the last immortal ruler was obtained. The entire mountain area regained its tranquility. The great sage's face was cold, and no one could tell what he was feeling. No one knew who had gained the most in this battle. The 5 emperor weapons had all disappeared. "We are going to leave, not going any further," some of the cultivators shouted. This place was too dangerous. They were not willing to enter the great imperial mausoleum, fearing that they would die in vain here. They were itinerant cultivators and did not have any powerful leaders. The other armies were calm and did not make any noise, because they were recruited by the great sage, the protector of the tribe. Many powerful divine thoughts swept over, trying to see through the countless cultivators present. The great sage was unwilling to give up, and wanted to find out who had the demon emperor ruler. The armies of the various races continued on their way, leaving the mountain area and heading in another direction. Suddenly, a violent and strange fluctuation came. In that place, there was a great mountain that was even larger than a star. It rested in the void, a giant scarlet dragon winding about, moving about in an ancient cave. The mount of the demon emperor. It was the huge red dragon that had manifested earlier. It lived here, in the sky behind Mount Dibbing. The vast fluctuation suppressed everyone. Even the great sage's heart trembled, and he confronted it cautiously. "Nephew, don't forget your uncle." The 100 Tribulations Taoist was sharp-eyed and saw Longma at a glance. It was floating in the dragon cave, surrounded by wisps of dragon chi. The great sage was silent for a while. This time, he observed it closely and found that the red dragon was not the real body, but an inextinguishable chi of essence, wrapped in a mark. It was not a living body at all, but a mark left by the mount of the demon emperor. Thinking about it carefully, it made sense. Even the demon emperor had died. How could his mount live until now? It must have become dust in the passage of time. The shape of this mountain was like an ancient tomb, which was specially used to bury the red dragon. It hung between heaven and earth, majestic and majestic. In fact, this mount died before the demon emperor. No matter how powerful it was not the great emperor, so it could not live longer. It could not accompany the demon emperor to the end of his life and fight on the celestial path. A long time ago, it was the spirit demon emperor who had personally buried his mount in the yellow soil and erected a monument for it. After endless years, another Longma appeared. It drew out a portion of the essence left behind by the red dragon in the great tomb, and threw itself at its companion. The two merged together. It could be said that this was Longma's natural luck. Ordinary people could not obtain it. This was an inheritance of its own kind, a cultivation method left behind by the ancestor of the Longma clan. This was improved by the demon emperor. Everyone was envious. Even if they obtained the fragment of the immortal ruler, their harvest might not be as great as Longma's. It was an inheritance that transcended the ages and bathed in the scarlet dragon's essence energy. What made everyone feel helpless was that it was difficult to approach. There was the imprint of the Longma clan there, making it difficult for ordinary people to approach. Honglonglong. The great river surged. A corpse river rushed out from the distant ancient vein. This was the Yellow Springs. Everyone intentionally avoided it, wanting to explore other places first. However, they still encountered it again in the end. This muddy yellow river had 9 bends and 18 bends. It flowed through this mountain range and many places in the ancient region, running through the entire cemetery. Calling it a great tomb wasn't enough. This was a true world with mountains, rivers, and all living things. There were ancient medicines taking root between the cracks of rocks. Great peaks towering above the clouds roar. A long howl sounded. A heart-tearing, lung-splitting roar sounded from the upper reaches of the corpse river. A creature with bat wings and a body like a demonic ape streaked across the sky. That's a corpse demon. An old cultivator cried out in alarm. This was a creature that could only be born in the archaic extreme in danger land. It was extremely evil and evil. A type of malicious spirit that couldn't be more vicious. It's not just one, there's a group over there. Everyone cried out in alarm. This was a large race. Some of them were covered in white fur without wings. They looked like old corpses as they flew through the sky. There were some that were purple in color and covered densely in scales. They had horns and demonic wings on their backs. These were all corpse demons. They carried heaven overflowing deathly energy as they roared past. Mountains collapsed and the earth cracked, rivers and seas surged. Chant scriptures. The human race Tao Protector ordered. Before entering, everyone had already anticipated that there would most likely be some type of creature born from Yin energy in this cemetery. Moreover, they might be extremely powerful, and the mortal expiation scripture and other methods couldn't neutralize them. Over 100 people chanted scriptures together. There were quite a few discrepancies with the scriptures Yi Fan chanted. This wasn't the perfect mortal expiation scripture. It was to the extent where even the one Yi Fan obtained on earth wasn't complete. Only that human-shaped devil-face lamp chanted the most primitive scripture Profound Mysteries. He only discovered this after comparing it. Roars rang through the air as the corpse river surged. Strange creatures rushed out from the water one after another. Some had disheveled hair. Some had sinister scales covering their bodies. And all of them emitted deathly energy. Everyone chanted scriptures. Scriptures were transmitted one after another, shining in the void. For these creatures, it was like a heavenly tribulation. They were alarmed and began to resist. Roar. Heaven overflowing roars rang through the air. Several creatures flew over from the upper reaches of the corpse river. Their appearances were strange, and every single one of them was like a god of thunder. The fur on their bodies flickered with faint golden light. These were flesh and blood born from corpse energy. Then they turned into Yin deities. Each and every one of them was extremely terrifying. Their gazes tore through the void, and they didn't even fear the great sage. With a loud sound, heaven and earth collapsed. The Yin deities collided and fought against the saints. They immediately unleashed the most terrifying attacks. Even someone as powerful as the Bull Demon King was almost killed. He was pincered by 2 Yin deities. If not for the Diamond Chakram's power, he would have been in danger. Everyone's expressions changed. They didn't dare to be distracted anymore. The great sage moved forward together and attacked forward. Blood splashed out one after another as the battle unfolded. The other armies were chanting scriptures, turning into strands of divine light that hacked towards these ghouls. The great battle came so suddenly. From the upper reaches of the corpse river, several thunder-like existences flew over. Their golden fur was brilliant, and their battle prowess was shocking. They could contend against the great sage as equals. The yellow springs surged and terrifying whistling sounds rang out continuously. More and more Yin spirits appeared and attacked everyone. The chanting of scriptures, the wailing of ghosts and the howling of deities, and other sounds interweaved. This place was in an uproar. Yin energy and life energy coexisted, turning into Yin and Yang energy. Everyone's heart sank, including the great sage. His expression was grave. This was the tomb of an ancient great emperor. Yet now, so many ghouls appeared one after another. This was definitely not a good sign. They didn't dare to continue thinking about it. If the emperor's corpse underwent a heaven-defying transformation, forget about them. Even if all the experts of the 10,000 realms came, it would still be useless. Lay out the formation. Use the supreme scriptures to purify the chaos of corpses. A Tao protector roared. Great banners fluttered in the wind. Everyone began to lay out the killing formation, killing the Yin spirits. At the same time, they chanted scriptures endlessly, launching a grand expedition. Hong! The great battle began. Everyone attacked. Tao patterns densely covered the void, interweaving strand after strand, turning into a net of destruction that fell towards the ghouls. At the same time, the chanting became even louder, as if deities were chanting. Phantoms of gods and devils stood in the 9 heavens. It's time, Yi Fan said to himself. He silently retreated. Everyone was tied down here, and now that the energy storm was surging, it was the perfect time to rescue Pang Bo. The cauldron above Yi Fan's head floated up and down, sending down the source energy of all living things, as well as a waterfall of pure faith power to protect him. He crossed the river of corpses and left the imperial tomb. Next, he took out the spell formation platforms he had set up in advance and arranged them in the air, creating an enormous portal. The energy of Yin and Yang flowed through the tomb, transforming into black and white power that Yi Fan drew over. Next, he set up dozens of spell formations to stabilize the passageway. Of course, all of this had been prepared in advance, otherwise it would have been too late. The great sage was fighting the Yin gods, and the living beings were fighting the Yin spirits. The world of the great necropolis was filled with killing formations, and all sorts of wild and violent energies were unleashed. Yi Fan didn't delay, because he didn't have a single minute to waste. He had to seize this opportunity to draw away the terrifying energy. The spatial coordinates were already set, and the portal glowed brightly as the wild energy rushed in. Boom! The chaotic tempest rushed out and struck one of the ancient continents where Pang Bo was trapped. Mountains collapsed, and the stars trembled. He's really here. He wants to rescue the trapped man named Pang Bo. Someone on the ancient continent said coldly. The saint body of the Emperor Burial Star is finally here. In another location, a blurry figure appeared, his eyes cold. Quite a few people were alarmed. They had been waiting for a long time because they knew he would show up. However, no one could have imagined that he would be able to attract such a wild energy to attack the illusory tomb of the ancient emperors. Has the Lord come out? Has he left the true tomb of the ancient emperors? One of the groups was Emissary Qilin, an emissary vermilion bird. At the same time, the true tomb of the demon emperor cracked open, and the river of corpses surged as more people rushed out. In front of the ancient continent where Pang Bo was trapped, Yi Fan smiled coldly. He had a feeling that some extremely powerful experts had arrived. Chapter 1381. The ancient continent floated in the universe. Storms of god power stormed out of the territory gate. Lightning flashed and thunder roared, bombarding this giant tomb. Yi Fan had borrowed the power of saints to help Pang Bo escape. In the dark, cold eyes gazed at the figures on the ancient continent, ready to launch a thunderous attack at any time. Our Lord didn't come? The vermilion bird Saint Emissary was skeptical. These people had shocking magical powers and profound cultivation. Before they were subdued by Tian, which one of them wasn't an expert whose name could shake an entire region? They were famous on the ancient road of the human race. Perhaps our Lord had a big harvest in the real tomb of the ancient emperors, someone speculated. They weren't hasty because they knew how terrifying Yi Fan was. He had almost killed the Overlord. Even if he had used some extraordinary means, it meant something. Moreover, these people knew that they weren't the only ones here. Others would jump out to attack the saint physique from the Emperor Burial Star. Don't rush. It's still early. We'll attack him at the critical moment. We'll make him miss the cliff, said the Qilin Saint Emissary coldly. Breaking the seal of this ancient continent wasn't easy. It couldn't be done in a short time. They had to wait for the best chance to launch a fatal attack. He's too arrogant. The 6 emissaries tried to persuade him to work for our Lord, but he killed them all. From that moment on, the result was already determined. These people were hostile. They hid in the dark and watched everything on the ancient continent, waiting for a chance to come. I hope to see him being suppressed. I want to see if he regrets not working for our Lord, sneered the Qilin Saint Emissary. Rumble. The energy storming out of the territory gate became more violent. It was the life and death chi, the great sage's aura, and the Yin god's power. All kinds of chaotic storms congregated and created a great wave. The people hiding in the dark discolored. This scene shocked them. The attack was getting stronger and stronger. It was beyond their imagination. The entrance of the ancient continent had a crack. How did he do it? It's too terrifying. He's guiding such a crazy wave. He's borrowing power. The experts under Dition's command and the other experts all paled. The wave was getting bigger and bigger. It was peerless and peerless. At first, it was the aura of the great sage. But later, it was the same as the great sage's true attack. Moreover, it wasn't just one, but many. In addition to the power of the various formations, as well as the fluctuations of the laws of the Yin spirits and the corpse gods, this place was on the verge of being destroyed. Haha. Pang Bo laughed heartily. He finally saw hope. He had been trapped here for too long, wanting to rush out a long time ago. However, this was a prison deeply sealing him inside. Now the opportunity had come. Yi Fan was about to successfully rescue him. In the sky, godly energy bombarded indiscriminately. In the tunnel constructed by Yi Fan with dozens of formations, a vast amount of supernatural energy surged out like a vast ocean and cracked the entrance. How could he succeed so quickly? He really is going to defy the heavens. The people in the dark all sighed in admiration. That's like asking a dozen or so great sages to make a move. Even if they don't actually attack this place, it's more or less the same. Who could possibly block such a powerful attack? Boom. Finally, someone in the dark couldn't help but make a move. He took out a Saint King level forbidden weapon and directly attacked Yi Fan, detonating it in the sky. It was a kind of blazing light that illuminated the universe. It could destroy heaven and earth. This was just a probing attack, but it was already so overbearing. It could be imagined how terrifying it was. Buzz. Yi Fan's eyes turned. It was as if he had experienced dozens or hundreds of years. That weapon was controlled by him, and it crashed into the ancient continent. He used the army formula and didn't resist. Instead, he took advantage of the situation and guided it towards the entrance of the empty tomb. Resplendent light erupted. This attack couldn't injure Yi Fan. Instead, it was used by him, contributing a powerful force. We can't let him continue. We have to attack and stop all of this. A person in the dark snorted coldly. He stood up and turned into a stream of light to attack Yi Fan. Without a doubt, this was a Saint King. His origins were unknown, and he was waiting here specifically to target Yi Fan. Chi. A blazing golden light flashed past. Yi Fan's entire body ignited, and he turned into a human-shaped torch. He was full of vigor and vigor. He was as fast as a mortal light, and in the blink of an eye, he arrived before him. He took the initiative to attack and meet the enemy. This was a lightning-fast battle. Yi Fan relied on the movement's secret character and his powerful physical body. When he passed by that person, his golden fist shattered the treasure and destroyed that person's palm. Then, the spiraling magic power traveled up his arm, turning that person's arm into a bloody mist. It was too fast. A powerful attack collided head-on with a very powerful Saint King. With just one move, he was heavily injured and almost crippled. Kill. In the dark, a few more figures rushed out to quickly provide support. They attacked Yi Fan together. At the same time, an exceptional formation appeared to seal Yi Fan. In the void, a white figure flashed, and a woman appeared outside the ancient continent. She was Dition's subordinate, the White Tiger Saint Emissary. She was as famous as the Qilin Saint Emissary and the Vermilion Bird Saint Emissary. Master saw the demon emperor ruler, and is currently looking for it in the Great Tomb. She brought this news. Then let's do it ourselves. Now that these people have moved, we can use the formation diagram passed down by Master. We will definitely be able to kill him. Someone said. Wait a little longer. This kind of world-shocking formation diagram must be used at the most crucial moment to make him feel regret and despair, said the Qilin Saint Emissary. Boom. Suddenly, an earth-shattering sound rang out. A man wearing silver armor and holding a spear appeared. His magic power was overflowing, and his battle intent surged, shaking the ancient continent. Oh, this person is too powerful. His aura is a little familiar. It seems to be the second direct disciple of the human race's Tao protector Qi Tian. That's right. When Master and I went to visit the great sage Qi Tian, we saw this man before. It's the second disciple of the Tao protector. He wants to kill the saint physique. This is really mysterious. The Qilin Saint Emissary, the Vermilion Bird Saint Emissary, the White Tiger Saint Emissary, and the others all had strange looks in their eyes as they watched attentively. They knew that the great sage Qi Tian protected the tyrant king. During the 50th city of the human race, he had helped the tyrant king out of trouble, and almost subdued Yi Fan. Boom. Another powerful aura appeared. It was extremely powerful. His figure was blurry, but it made the starry sky tremble. Murderous aura seethed, and the scene of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood appeared. Heavens, is the great demonic god personally taking action? The Vermilion Bird Saint Emissary cried out in surprise. No, he's not that strong. It should be someone else. No one had thought that when the demon emperor's tomb opened, a great battle would break out on this ancient continent and attract so many experts. In the next moment, dozens of people appeared at the same time and attacked Yi Fan. They were all top experts. So many people are coming. I think he can't escape this calamity. Let's also take action and use the horn diagram of the master. Someone in Di Tian's troops suggested. All right, we can't give him any more time. Otherwise, this continent will really be broken apart by that boundless power. The Qilin Saint Emissary said coldly. He opened his mouth and spat out a diagram. As soon as it appeared, wind and lightning erupted. The brilliance was blazing, and it suppressed towards Yi Fan like a high sky. This was a peerlessly powerful diagram. As soon as it approached, many experts were shocked. They were all frightened, and many of their hairs were shaved off by the killing intent. Even Yi Fan was shocked. This was definitely a great killing weapon. If he was hit by it, even his indestructible golden body might not be able to withstand it. Golden blood might splatter everywhere. Who is it that actually dares to borrow our strength? Truly audacious. Right at this moment, a cold shout sounded out from the demon emperor's tomb on the other side of the battlefield. Some of the great sages found out that there was a formation outside the great tomb that was guiding their godly power through a passage to another region. At this time, the battle in the depths of the demon emperor's tomb was reaching its climax. It was also becoming more and more intense. The Yin deities counterattacked fiercely, and 4 more thunder gods appeared. Boom. The stone man that had been injured by the demon emperor ruler was already greatly injured. At this moment, he was even more seriously injured. He was almost killed by the 2 corpse gods and was sent flying. In addition, there were other experts who retreated. They didn't want to risk their lives and left the battlefield. Who is this person? He actually built such a passage outside the tomb and borrowed the power of so many heroes. He must have eaten a god's gall. After the retreating stone man, and some experts confirmed the spatial coordinates, they killed their way to the ancient continent that trapped Pang Bo. Moreover, there were Yin deities chasing after them. Boom! The appearance of these experts was undoubtedly a great disaster. It made the starry sky tremble. In particular, existences at the level of the sacred spirits and Yin deities intimidated everyone. The powerful fluctuations they released caused the horn diagram Di Tian passed down to deviate from its original path. It's you. You have a curse on your body and have killed more than one person from the sacred spirit bloodline. As soon as the stone man appeared, he immediately sensed something and revealed a dense killing intent. Yi Fan had been cursed by the sacred spirit bloodlines experts. Once his true body appeared, he would no longer hide. When he activated his mysterious technique, he would definitely be sensed by the nearby sacred spirits. It's you again. The voice of the human clan's Dao protector Qi Tian could be heard. He was also one of those who had retreated. When he saw Yi Fan here, his face immediately darkened. Behind him, the chilly wind howled angrily and ghosts cried. Unexpectedly, two powerful Yin deities had chased after him and led an endless army of Yin spirits. Pangbo's tribulation. At this moment, Yi Fan knew he couldn't delay any longer. He secretly transmitted his voice. Otherwise, not only would all his previous efforts be in vain, but his life would also be in danger. All right, Pangbo replied in the empty tomb. He no longer suppressed his realm and began to break through. Yi Fan did the same. He no longer suppressed his magic power. The golden blood in his body boiled and released thousands of blazing rays of divine light. He did his best to break through. Behind him, a total of 18 ancient characters appeared. They were the 9 ancient characters of the celestial scripture of Sun, and the 9 ancient characters of the newly obtained celestial scripture of Tain. They collided violently. These 18 ancient characters were too important to Yi Fan. They allowed his reincarnation scripture to reach perfection and sublimate to the extreme. He tasted a kind of celestial aura from them. Hong. Lightning flashed and thunder roared. The heavenly tribulation came so suddenly. It was incomparably berserk, submerging this heaven and earth. It wasn't just one person crossing the tribulation. There was another. This was a double tribulation with different manifestations. When they were added together, it was extremely terrifying. This was especially true for Yi Fan's tribulation. It exceeded common sense and left everyone horrified. Qi Tian and the stone person's faces fell when they saw this. They turned around and left. They were shaken inwardly. They knew that once they were caught up in it, the consequences would be unimaginable. Roar. The 2 Yin deities roared full of fear. They led the Yin spirit army in retreat. They were even more terrified of heavenly tribulation. They feared this type of extreme yang thing the most. As for those who attacked Yi Fan before, their hairs stood on end. They all felt as if they had been attacked by a snake or scorpion. They didn't care about anything else and fled for their lives. Since you've come, then don't run. Yi Fan chased after them with a sea of lightning. Correct. His heavenly tribulation was like a sea, directly smashing down from the cosmos. Hong. Yi Fan killed his way over. He immediately caught up to the Dao protector Qi Tian's second disciple. This person was extremely powerful. He was one of the first to attack Yi Fan. He was horrified and inconsolable. He quickly fled in the direction that his master escaped to. Yi Fan laughed coldly. Endless lightning wrapped around this person and carried him forward. He continued to chase after Di Tian's subordinates. These people were all his targets. He had to kill them all. Their masters and masters were nearby. Yi Fan wanted Qi Tian, Di Tian, and the others to watch helplessly without being able to stop him. He wanted to kill these people completely. Chapter 1382. Yi Fan used the heaven's wrath to chase after them. This scene made people gape and shudder. The sea of lightning was enormous and covered the void of the universe. Di Tian's subordinates had varying levels of cultivation, and a few of them fell into the lightning and were turned into ashes immediately. Retreat. We can't resist it, shouted the Qilin Saint Envoy. Yi Fan's Saint King Heaven's wrath was too vast. It was many times more terrifying than ordinary people's. It wasn't just 1 or 2 lightning bolts. It was a sea of lightning. If it had to be subdivided, it would be like a sea of blazing electricity that was as thick as a mountain merging together. How could he resist this? They fled for their lives. If they fell into it, even Saint Kings would be turned into dust. Of course, they weren't the most miserable. Lin Chuan, the second direct disciple of Qi Tian, was the most pitiful. He was the first to be blocked by Yi Fan. Now lightning flashed and thunder roared. It fell from the void and drowned him completely. Arg! Arg! At this moment, Lin Chuan's voice didn't sound like a human's. It was more like a beast. His body stank and he was struck into a mess. He was a Saint King who wasn't weak. He had been at the level Yi Fan was about to reach for many years. However, he couldn't resist the saint body's wrath. He had never seen such a punishment. Almost immediately, one of his arms was chopped off. A mist of blood floated in the air before evaporating and turning into ashes. Save me. Lin Chuan was desperate. He came with confidence and waited on the ancient continent. He wanted to kill Yi Fan here. He didn't think he would encounter such a big setback. Before coming here, he had already understood Yi Fan's power. He believed that without the formation of the 50th city, the saint body wouldn't be able to do much. He wanted to use his higher realm to crush Yi Fan and avenge his master. Crack! The second wave of the thunder sea smashed down. Lin Chuan's bones were all broken. Blood and bone fragments flew everywhere. Half of his body became a bloody pulp and disappeared in the lightning. His entire body stank, his hair burned to ashes. He was half human, half ghost, and even his intestines had been hacked out. It was a tragic sight. Master. He called weakly in a certain direction, where Qi Tian, the Tao protector of the ancient road of the humans, was located. Stop. Qi Tian was furious. He felt both pained and suffocated, and his eyes were about to spew out flames. This was his personal disciple, yet he was ravaged to such an extent. Boom. He raised his hand and pointed. A sharp ray of light rushed into the heavenly tribulation, trying to break the predicament. However, a world-shaking explosion rang out. The cosmos was torn apart, and an even more berserk sea of lightning descended, hacking towards him. At this moment, he wasn't the only one. Even the golem Holy Spirit, as well as the two Yin deities that had long fled into the depths of the cosmos, felt a wave of fear. The heavenly tribulation's fluctuations were too intense, targeting the great sage. When a person was undergoing tribulation, outsiders couldn't interfere at all. They couldn't help or provoke them, as that would invite trouble upon themselves. The lightning tribulation that was provoked corresponded to the cultivator's realm. According to the scale of Yi Fan's heavenly punishment, if it was deep into the great sage realm, even deities would have to chant Buddhist scriptures. There weren't many people in the present world who could endure such an overlay. The Tao protector of the human race, Qi Tian, was naturally terrified. As soon as he made his move, he knew that this lightning tribulation couldn't be provoked. It was countless times more powerful than the great sage's tribulation that he had narrowly escaped death in the past. This was the great sage tribulation that descended for Qi Tian after the overlay of the saint body tribulation. Who could withstand it? There's no fucking justice in this world. Qi Tian cursed. Without hesitation, he produced an incarnation that contained his essence, energy and spirit, as well as a portion of his divine sense, and rushed over. Boom. The great sage's tribulation that was drawn over was too vast and boundless. It filled the cosmos, causing many of the surrounding stars to explode. After Qi Tian's incarnation entered, its skin and flesh were split open. Blood splashed across the starry domain, and the bones all over its body broke in almost an instant, emitting a charred smell. However, it had to be said that those who could become the great sage were all extraordinary. Even under the overlay of the great sage's tribulation that was based on the saint body tribulation, he didn't immediately die and instead persisted for a while. This was a very terrifying matter. To be able to have such a performance, it could be said that it was extraordinary, making all living beings look up to and tremble in fear. After all, it was impossible for ordinary people to advance to the great sage level. How many of such people were there in the cosmos? They had risen from millions and millions of creatures, so there was definitely something extraordinary about them. Unfortunately, no matter how extraordinary and powerful they were, it was still difficult for them to pass the great sage's tribulation that was based on the saint body tribulation. In the end, his incarnation persisted for a period of time, but in the end his bones were still smashed and his blood splashed everywhere, dying in vain. Qi Tian cursed out loud. To make a great sage lose his composure like this was unimaginable. This was because although it was only an incarnation, it also contained a part of his essence blood and a part of his spiritual will, causing the vitality of his true body to be greatly damaged. What was drawing fire to oneself? This was the best example. Offending the heavenly tribulation brought about the corresponding tribulation punishment, causing him to suffer serious damage. If he hadn't used his incarnation at the critical moment, and not used his true body to meet the tribulation head-on, perhaps he would have perished at this moment. This was equivalent to cutting off his flesh and carving out his bones to carry out a substitute death, preserving his true body. On the other side, Yi Fan was still crossing his own Saint King tribulation. The great sage's tribulation had nothing to do with him. Although it was superimposed to correspond to the heavenly punishment, it was only targeted at Qi Tian. This was also the reason why the Tao protector of the ancient road was so angry that he vomited blood. An incarnation had died in vain. Moreover, what made him even more furious was that his second disciple was about to die in the Saint King tribulation. His broken body floated in the blood. A bolt of lightning flashed, and the broken head was also shattered. All the blood was burned away. Master! Lin Chuan's primordial spirit was dim, like a wisp of ghostly fire, and he cried out in fear. No! The veins on Qi Tian's forehead bulged, but there was nothing he could do. When facing something as mysterious and terrifying as heavenly tribulation, he couldn't interfere at all. Yi Fan waved his hand and grabbed the nascent soul, and he stared at Qi Tian with an icy cold and emotionless gaze. You let go of him, we can talk about anything, Qi Tian said with a trembling voice. Really, there's nothing more to say. Yi Fan shook his head. With a swipe of his palm, the primordial spirit instantly turned into ashes in the lightning. Qi Tian had sided with the overlord body and almost killed him. Now his disciple was waiting here, waiting for him to appear and kill him. This made Yi Fan unable to tolerate it. Since he wanted to get rid of him, then he would just have to fight tit for tat. There was nothing much to say. Ah! Qi Tian shrieked, trembling with anger. Pointing at Yi Fan, he said, as long as you're on the ancient road of the humans, you're bound by me. This was a blatant threat and intimidation. All that was missing was bloody suppression and revenge. Boom. In the distance, there was a loud noise on the ancient continent. Rocks flew into the sky, and huge rocks flew into the universe. The entrance opened, and lightning flickered as a figure rushed out. When Qi Tian saw this scene, he immediately coughed up 2 mouthfuls of blood. The fact that the person in the tomb could escape was inseparable from the great merit he had just performed. He had attracted the heavenly tribulation of the great sage level, which was rarely seen in the world. All of it landed there, creating many large cracks in the void tomb. After so many years, the passage of time had already eroded most of the seal power of the void tomb. Yi Fan borrowed the power of the saints and the heavenly tribulation of the great sage to finally create a passage. Qi Tian staggered, and blood stained the corner of his mouth. His clothes were drenched in blood. He was so angry that his body was trembling. He had actually become a helper. Thank you, Senior. Pang Bo laughed loudly, and an exceptional demonic aura rushed into the sky. This shocked everyone. It was as if an ancient demon of 10,000 years had broken through the seal of the great emperor and reappeared in the world. Demonic qi filled the universe, and all the stars were swaying. There was a tall and majestic figure there, like an iron pagoda, taller than an ordinary person. The muscles on his body swelled like small snakes winding around his body. His body flickered with bronze splendor, and his black hair hung down to his waist, thick like a waterfall. That was a pair of sharp eyes, resplendent and intimidating. They glistened in the void universe, and it was extremely threatening. Pang Bo broke free and rushed out with endless lightning tribulation. His heavenly punishment was equally terrifying, rumbling and moving. It was accompanied by ocean-like demonic energy that engulfed the universe. He and Yi Fan looked at each other and laughed loudly from far away. After being trapped for so many years, he finally came out and reunited with an old friend. The two of us brothers will join forces and kill them all. After Pang Bo flew out, he used the 9 slashes of the demon god, and took the initiative to attack the person who had attacked Yi Fan just now. Yi Fan nodded. Now that his brother had escaped, he was completely at ease. He no longer had any misgivings and no longer had to restrain himself. He rushed to the other side. These were 2 true dragons that overturned rivers and seas, smashed the universe, and slaughtered in all directions. They were unstoppable under the starry sky. Ah, no. The vermilion bird sacred envoy shouted, But it was useless. How could he be faster than Yi Fan's movement secret character? From the start, he couldn't escape and was intercepted by Yi Fan. And now, Yi Fan slapped down with a large hand, suppressing him with a sea of lightning. The god of creation in the void, and lightning formed a large hand. Yi Fan grabbed him in his hand and looked at him coldly. The vermilion bird's sacred envoy was very powerful, but his body had long been smashed into pieces. At this moment he was in despair. It was too late to say anything, and only death awaited him. Yi Fan exerted a bit of force, and he turned into a pool of blood. His body and soul were destroyed in the lightning. On the other side, Pang Bo roared. He had reached the Saint King realm, and his might was undoubtedly on full display. He killed a group of people who had attacked before, and many Yin spirits were turned into ashes. No, you can't do this. The Qilin's sacred envoy cried out in fear. His heart was trembling, and his face was snow-white. The lower half of his body had been turned into charcoal. Yi Fan grabbed him with one hand, and his other hand grabbed the white tiger sacred envoy, preventing them from escaping. Their life and death were in his hands. Master. The white tiger sacred envoy screamed. She was a beautiful woman with pure white skin, but at this moment, she was so scared that her face was snow-white. Her body had been smashed into pieces, and she looked in a certain direction. Yi Fan looked back and saw a blurry figure looking at them indifferently. It was as if the person had merged into the universe, becoming one with the supreme great Tao. Master, save me. The white tiger sacred envoy cried out in a trembling voice. Her beautiful eyes were emitting an astonishing brilliance. Master, Fairy Qingshi, are you here? Save me. The Qilin's sacred envoy screamed in fear. In the distance, the blurry figure had become one with the world, and he had transformed into the great Tao. It was as if an ancient emperor had crossed time and space, and he was walking over from ancient times. He had made his move, and he was rushing over here at top speed. He actually wanted to challenge Yi Fan's sacred physique heavenly tribulation. Yi Fan's expression was cold, and he said mercilessly, "No one can save the two of you. No matter who it is, since they attacked me, then they should be prepared to die." A bloody light flashed, and the beautiful white tiger sacred envoy was turned into blood and bones in Yi Fan's palm. The Qilin's sacred envoy screamed miserably as he turned into a pile of mush. Then, with a flash of tribulation light, they were turned into ashes, and nothing was left. Yi Fan had killed the two of them in front of Tian. I won't attack people if they don't attack me. If they want to eliminate me, then I won't hesitate to turn into a demon master and strangle geniuses. Yi Fan said to the blurry figure that was rushing over at top speed. Chapter 1383. Tian had arrived. No one knew how powerful his true body was. Even though his body was indistinct, it caused the stars in the sky to rumble and tremble, as if they were about to fall. Everyone's expressions changed. This was a young supreme being from the human race's ancient path. No one had been able to contend against him for so many years, and had never tasted defeat. Now he was going to take action. He came too late, just in time to see the beautiful white tiger divine emissary wither away. The powerful Qilin divine emissary turn into a bloody paste, and several powerful subordinates fall here. At this time, no matter how cold and resolute his will was, he would still be greatly moved. Even if he had a heart of stone, great waves would still appear in his heart. Honglong. The void of the universe collapsed, opening up a chaotic passageway. Tian's true body was truly exceptional and terrifying. Everywhere he passed, everything turned into ashes and was destroyed. Meteorites, small planets, everything was blasted apart. He was like a deity that appeared in the world, causing all living things to tremble. He rushed into the divine body's heavenly tribulation. Everyone cried out in alarm. The destructive power one had to endure within this lightning punishment was unimaginable. Even the great sage had to retreat out of fear of triggering terrifying consequences. No one would have thought that Tian would enter with incomparable power. His entire body shone, as if an ancient great emperor had revived and was overlooking the world. Honglong. Tian's true body entered the sea of lightning, raising his fist and smashing towards Yi Fan. He was exceptionally powerful, and this type of fluctuation made all the divine kings feel despair. It was not something they could hope to contend against. It could destroy all living beings. Hong. Two golden beams shot out from Yi Fan's eyes. His entire body was brilliant as he rushed forward with an unmatched sea of lightning to fight against Di Tian. The boundless divine skies and boundless heavenly tribulation were sucked in by Yi Fan's mouth, almost emptying them all. Then he concentrated them on his right fist, and turned them into world-shaking divine might. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Just how powerful was his physical body? Yi Fan's body turned a golden color, and he looked like a true heavenly god. This type of scene was too terrifying. The boundless sea of lightning and endless heavenly tribulation were almost sucked dry. Yi Fan swallowed them into his body, causing him to emit endless light. At this time, the chanting of sutras came from his body, and divine statues appeared behind him. Every one of them was him. Some were angry, some were mighty, some were sad, some were stern, and all of them were different. He swallowed up such a boundless heavenly tribulation in an instant, simply like something a true deity would do. He was going to punish the world of mortals, leaving everyone so scared that their legs began to tremble. Amidst the blazing light, Yi Fan's right fist smashed out, clashing head-on with Di Tian across the void of the universe. This was an extremely terrifying scene, and even the great sage was horrified. This was a boundless light of heavenly tribulation, and destroying many saint kings was not a problem at all. It was exceptionally terrifying, the stars in the heavens all trembling. Many small planets nearby exploded, blossoming like fireworks one after another. This was just too shocking. Two great young supreme beings exchanged blows through the air. This type of majestic scene could be said to destroy the world, leaving everyone shaken. All the heroes were terrified. They all retreated. If they were even a moment late, they would definitely turn into ashes. This was the most powerful trump card Yi Fan could currently use. What world's creatures? Under this type of golden fist, they would definitely turn into ashes. The effects were astonishing. It was unknown just how many Yin spirits turned into ashes. Brilliant light erupted from the central region, as if 10 suns exploded at the same time. This type of deity-like ripples and incomparable impact made even the great sage's expression change. It was too terrifying, exceptionally powerful. Honglonglong. The heavens fell and the earth split apart, the heavens caving in. The universe's black abyss was everywhere, its end unknown. This place was destroyed. All those under the great sage couldn't help but tremble when they saw this scene, almost going limp in the cosmos void. It was difficult for them to endure this type of pressure. Two figures, eagles rushing and pungs circling, tigers pouncing and dragons leaping, tangled together, colliding continuously. This was simply unimaginable, a pure confrontation of life and death. Yi Fan had just entered the Saint King realm. This was the most powerful attack he could release right now, enough to kill all Saint Kings. Divine splendor submerged this place. This was a condensed heaven and earth calamity, turning into Yi Fan's golden fist. When it smashed out, heaven and earth would be destroyed. The cosmos split apart, the world collapsing, and primal chaos surged. It was as if heaven and earth were being opened here. The ripples that were produced made countless meteorites and small planets explode. Too terrifying, simply like a legend. In the distance, everyone muttered. Even the Saint Kings were in despair. The stone statue Holy Spirit, Qi Tian, and Yin Shun's expressions all became overcast, ugly to the extreme. Di Tian was truly too powerful. It was unknown what kind of bloodline he had or how powerful it was, but he actually blocked this attack and didn't fall into a disadvantageous position in this intense confrontation. One had to understand that this was a Saint Physique's exceptional heavenly tribulation. He actually blocked it and fought against Yi Fan here, neck and neck. They fought until the star domain trembled. Heaven and earth collapsed, and stars exploded one after another. This was a type of exceptional great terror. Everyone was horrified. At this moment, everyone felt as if their souls were about to explode. They were filled with deep reverence. They were worthy of being supreme beings of the younger generation. Yi Fan and Di Tian were the most powerful heroes of the ancient path. There was no doubt that they were unrivaled in the hearts of the people. Di Tian had cultivated the Tao for a long time, and had already entered the Saint King realm for many years. His skills were naturally profound. Meanwhile, Yi Fan had just entered this realm, but he used the Saint Physique Tribulation to condense it into a golden fist to fight. Like this, it couldn't be said who was suppressing who. One had a higher cultivation realm, while the other used the legendary Sea of Lightning. This could be considered fair, and they were evenly matched. Cultivation realm, Saint Physique Tribulation. This was a type of intense collision. It was like a comet smashing into an ancient land of life, erupting with the most dazzling sparks. This was a confrontation between unrivaled experts, a struggle between exceptional experts. The confrontation between Yi Fan and Di Tian was like a pung splitting the heavens, a dragon soaring through the void, a demonic ape leaping through the heavens, rising and falling as fast as lightning, making the world tremble. With a hung-long sound, they separated in the end, each rushing to one side. This was a great confrontation that shocked the world. A battle between Saint Kings that could be recorded in the annals of history. Only it was just too fast, so many people couldn't even keep up with it before it ended again. Hunglong. The Sea of Lightning that disappeared reappeared, covering heaven and earth as it descended, submerging Yi Fan within. That place was a boundless expanse, and blazing world-destroying lightning radiance was everywhere. One could well imagine how fast that battle just now was. It was so fast that the lightning tribulation stopped for a moment, and then it already happened. Everything was completed in the time it took for sparks to fly off a flint. The two young supreme beings separated, each standing in one side. The Sea of Lightning was boundless, separating them. Strictly speaking, this can be considered a fair collision. Higher cultivation realm against Saint Physique Tribulation condensed heavenly punishment. Innately speaking, no one gained the advantage. Someone said in a low voice. Everyone was overwhelmed with emotions, feeling horrified by these two's strength. The heaven-shocking display just now was simply a reappearance of a legendary era. A legendary struggle between exceptional young sovereigns. A life-and-death battle between young great emperors. No one doubted that this was definitely rare since ancient times. Even the great sage couldn't compare to them when he was young. Only ancient supreme beings could do this. Saint Physique Tribulation truly is too powerful. Through this confrontation, it can be compared to those of higher cultivation realms, making even the Tao Protector Qi Tian retreat. This was what everyone truly felt. Yi Fan's heavenly punishment was too rare, rarely seen since ancient times. It was too astonishing. Di Tian truly is terrifying, able to enter and exit this type of lightning tribulation without being affected. This means that when he crossed the Saint King Tribulation back then, he wasn't any weaker than the Saint Physique Tribulation. Everyone sighed in admiration, coming to this type of conclusion. This was the only situation. Otherwise, how could Di Tian face this tribulation head-on, and not be harmed in the slightest? What shocked them the most was that Di Tian didn't passively face the tribulation again. It was clear that if he didn't have a world-shaking secret treasure on him, then there was a type of formation that isolated lightning tribulation. In this world, apart from Great Emperor Wuxia's heaven-deceiving formation, there were a few others, and he might have grasped one of them. Di Tian couldn't be seen clearly. He was an indistinct figure that stood in the darkness of the cosmos, watching the boundless Sea of Lightning. Only his eyes were sharp and intimidating. This was Di Tian, able to face the divine physique tribulation without suffering any damage himself. It could be said to be heaven-defying. Ever since Yi Fan rose up, this was the first time he encountered someone who could face his heavenly tribulation head-on. His body was definitely exceptionally powerful, or else he would have long been destroyed and turned into a bloody mist. It was too terrifying. Everyone knew that the divine physique of the Emperor Burial Star was powerful, possessing the golden body that was known to be indestructible. Meanwhile, Di Tian's body wasn't any weaker than his, and he possessed an incomparable bloodline physique. This was shocking news. Not only was Di Tian's magical force heaven overflowing, his body was actually this powerful. Yi Fan was moved. To be able to enter and exit his heavenly tribulation, this type of person finally appeared. He was powerful as expected, worthy of being acknowledged by the heavens and chosen by the origin of the Tao. Di Tian stood in the void of the cosmos, his figure indistinct, but he merged with the Tao, becoming the ruler of heaven and earth, truly becoming one with the Tao, heaven, earth, and man becoming one. Right at this time, another figure appeared in the void. His entire body was covered in divine clothes, releasing weak light. It was impossible to tell whether he was male or female, but he released a type of undying divine nature. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. It was definitely another young supreme being that arrived. With a honglong sound, this person had a different type of Tao, shattering all things and piercing through the cosmos. He slaughtered his way over to Yi Fan, directly attacking him. This type of ostentatiousness, this type of domineeringness, this type of self-dominating expression made everyone tremble. Facing the divine physique tribulation really is a good way to test the strength of one's body. Unknowingly, when the 100 Tribulations Taoist also arrived, saying this in a low voice. When everyone heard this, they all sucked in a breath of cold air. He was worthy of being a young supreme being, actually using Yi Fan's great tribulation to temper himself, testing the strength of his body. Hong. Yi Fan gathered the immeasurable sea of lightning in the cosmos, striking out with an unrivaled fist intent, clashing head-on with this person. In an instant, they passed each other, and both of their bodies trembled. Too powerful. This person isn't weaker than Di Tian. Who is he? Is it the great demonic god Gu Huang, the human king, or the peerless goddess? Everyone whispered. Only these few people could have such divine might that could suppress all of their peers. If the divine physique tribulation only stops here, then it really isn't much. I don't need any magic power. With a shake of my true body, I can shatter you. Di Tian said coldly. This was a dignified voice, like that of a young great emperor, shaking everyone's hearts. This was the first time he spoke, and he possessed a type of aura that made people tremble. Only he dared to speak like this. Who dared to resist the divine physique? Yet he said he would use his true body to shatter the divine physique. Pang Bo released a long roar, and wanted to come over to help. They had just entered the Saint King realm, and their cultivations weren't that profound. They were afraid that Yi Fan would suffer a loss. Yi Fan secretly transmitted his voice, telling him that there was no need to come over. Hong. A third world-shocking aura appeared. It was full of blood energy, and it was extremely likely that another young supreme being had arrived. He was glaring like a tiger watching its prey, also wanting to take action. If this is all you can do, then I'll truly be disappointed. I'll send you on your way and end things earlier. Di Tian spoke. His true body moved. Yi Fan's expression was calm. He was crossing the tribulation in the sea of lightning, not the slightest bit nervous. He calmly said, "All of you come at me together." When these words were spoken, the entire starry sky became silent. Everyone was stupefied. This was just too arrogant, right? However, immediately afterwards, everyone woke up. Their hearts trembled violently, and great waves surged. They were all shaken. That was an incomparably great heavenly tribulation. Within the chaotic lightning radiance, figures appeared one after another, walking over step by step. It was as if great emperors were being reborn one after another. No, it wasn't just like, it was clearly a great emperor. To be more precise, it was when the great emperor was young. That type of aura was too horrifying. It was exceptionally powerful, making everyone tremble. At this moment, the older generation figures were all stupefied. They saw through some kind of aura, and their entire bodies were trembling. They had a premonition that something was going to happen. Di Tian's eyes became sluggish, and he sucked in a breath of cold air. This was the first time his expression truly changed. The divine physique tribulation didn't stop. This was the true beginning. He recognized who some of the human-shaped lightning were. Chapter 1384. These were Taoist figures that descended from the endless primal chaos lightning sea. Every single one of them suppressing the 9 heavens, overlooking endless time. Forget about everything else, just that type of aura alone made even the great sage tremble. Who were these people? Many people were immediately stupefied. Who had ever seen someone suddenly appear from heavenly tribulation? This didn't make sense. These aren't people, they are formed from lightning. A young expert cried out in alarm. Meanwhile, as for the older generation figures, their lips opened and closed, their bodies trembling. A few people knew what was going on, that they were peering into a heaven-defying great secret. These were streak after streak of humanoid lightning. From past until now, how many people had seen this before, moreover personally experienced it? It was just too strange. What is this? They walked out from heavenly tribulation. Are they deities? It makes one's soul tremble in fear. There were naturally many people who didn't understand what was going on. Only their bodies were contorting, involuntarily feeling fear, not understanding what was going on. In the eyes of normal people, these were deities. Otherwise, how could they descend from heavenly tribulation? They normally resided in the 9 heavens, and now they appeared in this world. It was too mysterious, making one's heart pound. How could it be like this? Impossible. How could this type of thing happen? The great sage-level figures were all muttering, as if they were lost, full of confusion. Only they truly knew what was going on. These were ancient great emperors. This was too heaven-defying, simply not following normal reasoning, like a legend. Young great emperors appeared from heavenly tribulation one after another, descending into this world. Why was this happening? In the void, those figures were all intimidating, every single one of them overlooking the world, looking down on endless time. They all had a type of unmatched attitude, every single one of them supreme beings. At this time, they walked over one after another, their steps steady, as if they were trampling on the endless heavens. 1, 2, 3. The stone being Holy Spirit counted seriously, his voice even trembling, almost kneeling down. It wasn't 3 or 5 but rather 9 in total. Their auras devoured mountains and rivers, overlooking the boundless cosmos. They stood there, every single one of them possessing matchless divine might. As long as it was someone who had just peered into the great secret, it would be hard for them to remain calm, great waves surging within their hearts. This was too terrifying, all of them scared stiff. How could a divine body have this type of heavenly tribulation? The saint body from the Emperor Burial Star was going to defy the heavens. Great Emperor, these are their appearances when they were young. Finally, a human Tao protector arrived and revealed this secret with a trembling voice. Boom. This place could not calm down. It was incomparably noisy, and everyone was shocked. This was something that had never happened since the ancient times. Who could normally see something like this? Who had ever heard of something like this? Senior, what's going on? Great sage, please enlighten us and dispel our doubts. When many people heard this, great waves surged within them, unable to understand. They asked the elders to explain, because this truly exceeded the understanding of normal people. This is the heavenly tribulation unique to Saint Physiques. The humanoid lightning it attracted belongs to the primeval emperors. 9 young great emperors. This is how they were when they were young. Each of them looked down on the past, present and future, heroic and imposing, their magic power reaching the heavens. The heavens were in an uproar. There were older generation figures who intermittently spoke about their suspicions. Everyone finally knew what happened. Everyone realized that it wasn't that Yi Fan was being arrogant. Now that the 9 great emperors had appeared in their younger days, how many supreme youths would it take to fight against them? 1 Ditian? No, it was definitely too lacking. Even if the great demonic god was added in, it still wouldn't be enough. They still couldn't compare. Even if Fairy Qingshi, the human king, goddess and others were included, it was still too weak, lacking a bit. It was still difficult for them to stop the 9 young great emperors. Everyone shivered inwardly. The words Yi Fan spoke weren't arrogant at all. Telling everyone to go up together was still considered modest. They definitely wouldn't be enough to fight against the 9 young great emperors. The saints were all shocked. They carefully thought about it. Even if all of the most stunning individuals were added together, they still wouldn't be able to defeat the 9 young great emperors. How could 1 Ditian be enough? They needed a group of young supreme beings. This was a reality that couldn't help but make everyone tremble in fear. Moreover, even if they found 9 supreme beings from the entire cosmos and gathered them together, there would still be no chance of victory. These so-called supreme beings were only comparable to great emperors when they were young. No matter how stunning they were, there was no way they could surpass them, because emperor was already the limit. Did Yi Fan defy the heavens? This type of heavenly tribulation was too terrifying. Something that shouldn't have appeared in this world at all. How would he overcome it? Would he be able to surpass this hurdle? The answer was clearly no. Since ancient times, no one had been able to fight against the 9 great emperors and survive. Everyone felt a chill in their bones, all of them trembling with fear. Within the sea of lightning, the 9 young great emperors made them feel fear, and they couldn't help but want to kneel down and worship them. Truly intimidating, a deep reverence. At this moment, even the 100 Tribulations Taoists sighed. In the distance, the expressions of the 2 Yin deities changed. They were incomparably terrified. Facing the 9 young great emperors, they felt a shiver that came from their souls. That was because these people had truly existed before. Their Tao was branded in the great cosmos. Even though they were at the Saint King realm now, their supreme essence, energy, and spirit could still penetrate the heart of any expert. The Tao protector Qi Tian's expression changed. He couldn't accept this reality. Yi Fan's heavenly tribulation was too heaven-defying. At this moment his face was somewhat pale. He clenched his fists, but he felt a sense of helplessness. For the first time he felt regret. What kind of person had he provoked? The Tao protector Qi Tian's heart was complicated. He thought about it over and over again, but it was hard to understand. He deeply felt that he really shouldn't have made things difficult for Yi Fan in the past. His heavenly tribulation was so monstrous that it was absolutely terrifying. This was a great calamity. Once he matured, he would definitely be peerlessly terrifying. Would there still be a way for him to survive in the future? An ominous glint flashed in Qi Tian's eyes, and he clenched the fist of the great sage. However, he loosened it again. He was filled with exhaustion and a sense of helplessness. Now 9 Saint King level great emperors had appeared. If he provoked them, the consequences would be unimaginable. If the great sage dared to provoke them, 9 figures of the same level would definitely appear. At that time, it would truly be world-defying. 9 great sage-level great emperors would be killed even if they came. Even if all the great sage in this star domain attacked together, they would still die. Qi Tian's expression was unsightly. It was as if he had eaten a dead child. If he attacked, he would definitely be blasted to smithereens. There was no suspense at all. In this part of the starry sky, all the saints were trembling with fear. This was the first time they had seen such a heavenly tribulation. They were all filled with reverence and fear. In the past, when Yi Fan underwent the heavenly tribulation, it was always in a desolate place. No one knew about it. Now that this kind of tribulation had appeared for the first time, it was destined to spread throughout the starry sky. Di Tian, Fairy Qingshi, Great Demonic God, Human King, are you all here? Come at me together. Yi Fan spoke while surrounded by the 9 human-shaped lightning bolts. He moved at the first instant, rushing towards Di Tian. No matter what, he had to pull this person in, and let him experience the feeling of being surrounded and attacked by 9 young great emperors. Di Tian was a little shaken. He had long since discovered the abnormality. After learning that those were the figures of the young great emperors, he was greatly shaken. However, fleeing wasn't the personality of the contenders for supremacy on the Emperor's Road. This was especially so when the other contender could survive the attacks of 9 young great emperors. If he retreated, wouldn't it mean that he was inferior to the other contender? Moreover, after Di Tian recovered from his shock, there was actually a kind of anticipation in his heart. His blood gradually boiled as an extremely high battle intent surged within him. Who could contend against the ancient great emperors? They lived a glorious life, ruling over the heavens and earth, and were revered by others. However, in the hearts of some of the later generations, there was also a trace of hope, or perhaps regret, that they couldn't contend against the deceased great emperors. Now the opportunity was actually right before his eyes. The battle thirst in Di Tian's bones was revived. His blood for battle surged, and his essence, qi and spirit were seething. He wanted to fight against the ancient great emperors when they were young. True warriors dared to challenge themselves and march towards the Emperor's Road. They needed to have great courage and a mentality that didn't fear the ancient great emperors. Moreover, they had to be on par with the ancient great emperors in terms of battle achievements. Rumble. Between heaven and earth, the 9 great emperors moved, attacking towards Yi Fan. Meanwhile, Yi Fan was also moving. As he resisted, He traversed through the starry sky and brought Dition in. He possessed the world's fastest speed. If he locked onto someone, he would naturally be able to catch up. And Dition also had the heart to fight, so he was naturally drawn in. Everyone was dumbfounded. After that, they sighed inwardly. Dition was indeed worthy of being a young supreme being. He actually had such boldness, taking the initiative to enter the tribulation, and wanted to fight against the ancient great emperors when they were young. Ancient great emperors, huh? I'm here as well. Let's compete. At this time, another figure appeared. He wasn't very tall and appeared somewhat thin and weak, but he emitted a towering demonic might. Behind him, mountains of corpses and seas of blood appeared. Endless white bones and countless life forms blood piled up to form a divine platform. That person stood on top of it. The great demonic god Gu Huang had also arrived. He possessed a powerful battle heart, and didn't hesitate to fight against ancient great emperors at the same level. He was incomparably valiant and transformed into a demonic god as he rushed over. Honglonglong. The most terrifying great battle took place. 9 young great emperors' shadows overlooked the cosmos and stellar rivers. Every single one of them possessed heaven-defying strength, every single one of them dominating a period of history. At this moment, their past glory reappeared. This was a bloody battle. Heaven and earth intersected, primal chaos flourishing. Lightning radiance was endless, covering this place. Blood splashed out as soon as it began. Dition was powerful to the extreme, fighting against a young great emperor's shadow. However, there were 9 past great emperors here, and they were all moving. Gotcha. One of them had black hair that fell down like a waterfall, eyes releasing cold light. He was like a heavenly deity as he descended from the skies. A fist descended, imposing and majestic, almost obliterating Dition's body and spirit. It was too terrifying. The great emperor was unmatched, suppressing an entire great era. There was no one who could match him in the heavens above or earth below. Dition's shoulder was pierced through, dripping with blood. His entire body flew outwards, his entire body covered in blood. He was almost killed here. He was still fine fighting against one person, but now there was another who suddenly attacked him. Dition immediately suffered serious injuries. It's Green Emperor. Heavens, that person is actually Green Emperor. The 100 Tribulations Taoist and an ancient fiend's expressions immediately changed. They recognized the unmatched figure who descended from the heavens, the one who almost killed Dition with a single fist. 3 realms reincarnate, engrave my life. Dition roared. His hair was disheveled, his entire body covered in blood. He erupted with endless divine light, recovering his injured body. Then he slaughtered his way back, rushing towards Green Emperor, wishing to fight against him. Demonic God Fist. Right at this time, the great demonic god also arrived. He raised his fist and smashed out murderously, facing a young great emperor. Blood energy overflowed into the heavens. This was the irregular scene produced from slaughtering endless creatures. At the same time, several special figures appeared in the starry skies. There were some who suspected that they might be the supreme beings of the younger generation. Fairy Qingshi came. It seems like she is going to enter as well. Everyone cried out in alarm. Everyone was shaken. Was a legendary age about to appear? The supreme beings contended for supremacy, every single one of them stunning. All of them powerful to the extreme, daring to compete against the great ancient emperors when they were young. The supreme beings have all appeared, the struggle for supremacy in this world. The divine bodies truly are heaven-defying, actually having this type of heavenly tribulation. This is like a legendary age. Will the legendary chaotic bodies and others appear one after another? Everyone trembled, muttering, feeling both anticipation and fear towards this great era. Chapter 1385. The supreme beings all appeared, fighting for supremacy in the mortal world. This was like the era of legends appearing again, making everyone feel both fearful and expectant. Hong. Dition released a long roar, his head of hair flying about. Even though his left shoulder was pierced through, he became even more valiant at this moment. He fought intensely and locked onto Qing Emperor. It was because it was precisely Qing Emperor's attack that almost killed him, causing him to be drenched in blood. Half of his body was dyed red. However, He cultivated a heavenly art. He chanted scriptures and his injured body healed, becoming even more valiant. He shouted, "Three realms reincarnate, carve my name in life and death." Dong. An intense collision took place between Di Tian and the past great emperor's void image. It was resplendent and dazzling, making everyone tremble with fear. The sea of lightning was boundless, the great tribulation boundless. Together with the primal chaos exploding and the battle of the young supreme beings, this place was in ruins. The starry skies situation was extremely terrifying and terrible. Everyone was horrified. Di Tian and the great demonic god were peerless and powerful after all, actually able to fight against the ancient great emperor's Dao void image. They were worthy of their reputation as young supreme beings. Di Tian roared loudly, brandishing the three realms palm. His finger transformed into heaven and earth, covering everything within as it suppressed towards Qing Emperor. It was incredibly terrifying. Ever since he was born, no one had injured him like this. After walking on the starry sky ancient path, he was invincible, reigning supreme in the mortal world. Yet now he was almost killed by someone. He erupted with power, even if the one who injured him was Qing Emperor. Di Tian didn't feel any fear. Instead, a wave of bloodlust was stirred within him, producing a powerful fighting spirit. He wanted to compete against the only Qing Emperor to verify the Tao after the ancient era. That large hand seemed to have covered the three realms, ruling over the 9 heavens and controlling the life and death of all creatures. Its divine might was matchless. Everyone's expressions changed. Di Tian's methods were too heaven-defying. Chaotic energy flowed in all directions from that palm, flowing with the radiance of the sun, moon, and stars. It was as if the entire cosmos was covered. There was a type of world-splitting power. 3 realms reincarnate, carving his name in life and death. This was the declaration of the deities, an incomparable ancient method from the legendary era. This was like the creation of heaven and earth, destroying the sun, moon, and stars, creating a brand new world, summoning the gods and devils back. Honglong. Everyone was absent-minded, as if they were witnessing the rise of a peerless supreme being. He actually dared to face Qing Emperor head-on. One had to know that in the last 100,000 years, he was the only supreme being among demons. Honglong. A hand covered the sky, swirling with a river of stars, vast and boundless, slapped down. Di Tian's bravery was unparalleled in this era. At this moment, he unleashed his strongest attack. He actually wanted to kill the Azure Supreme Thearcha's illusory body. Without a doubt, he had a certain advantage. This was because this phantom was based on Yi Fan's sage physique tribulation. These young great Thearchs were on the same level as Yi Fan and were behind him. The expressions of everyone froze. The ancient emperor was slightly weaker in terms of cultivation base. Could it be that he was going to be slaughtered today? Even if it was just an incarnation of Tao marks, it still made one's heart feel uneasy. One has to understand that that was the great emperor. A word that was enough. It represented invincibility in the heavens above and earth below. Even after death, no one could bully him. Everyone held their breaths and waited for the result. A beam of blazing light flashed by and revealed the mystery. The Azure Thearcha's might was unparalleled as he punched out. Di Tian's hand was stained with blood as he staggered backward. How could this be? Di Tian is the supreme being of the younger generation. He couldn't even win despite having an advantage in cultivation base. Who else on the human race's ancient road can compete with him? Some people who were partial to Di Tian were stunned. In the past he was an unrivaled legend, but now his legend was shaken. When facing the Azure Thearch, his blood dyed the starry sky and he almost fell into the sea of lightning. It's a divine restriction. The human Tao protector arrived and revealed a shocked expression. He explained the reason for Di Tian's blood. The ancient emperors couldn't be bullied. Even if they passed away in meditation, the Tao they left behind was supreme and unrivaled. No one could blaspheme them. At this time, Di Tian's cultivation base was slightly higher and he originally had an innate advantage. However, the Azure Thearch directly advanced to the divine restriction domain. With a punch, everything in the world could be destroyed. Too terrifying. The Azure Thearch was originally the most powerful great emperor. How could he allow others to suppress him? This is the eruption of his extreme Tao. The people whispered and revealed the root of the matter. Everyone on the human race's ancient road knew about the Azure Thearch's brilliance. He was the number one in the universe for the past 100,000 years, and no one under the heavens could resist him. He shocked the ancients and dazzled the contemporaries, creating a period of history. In the most impossible period of time, he forcefully achieved the Tao and became a great emperor. Tian roared, unyielding and unyielding. The light in his eyes became even more resplendent. His warlike nature was awakened and he merged with the entire world. He bore the power of the great Tao, and became one with heaven and man. He was the law, he was the Tao. With a raise of his hand, heaven and earth, mountains and rivers collapsed, the sun, moon, and stars fell. He became even more terrifying as he fought against the Azure Thearch. However, something shocking happened. The Azure Thearch was unrivaled and stood tall in the divine restriction domain. After retreating, he would enter again and kill all enemies in the world. It was rumored that only true emperors could stay in the divine restriction domain for a long time. Otherwise, once they retreated, they couldn't immediately enter again. The Azure Thearch was a Tao mark imprint. Just now, after almost killing his opponent, he automatically retreated from the divine restriction domain and walked to the other side. However, when Tian attacked him again, the Azure Thearch once again entered the divine restriction domain. This made everyone horrified. He could enter at any time. It was too frightening. No one in the world can do this. There has never been such a person since ancient times, unless they become emperors. A human great sage muttered. He instantly understood what had happened. Tian had long since entered the Saint King realm. His current realm was higher than the 9 emperor shadows that appeared according to Yifan's standard. However, the ancient emperors couldn't be bullied. There seemed to be a will in the dark. The Azure Thearch seemed to have revived and activated it on his own. He increased his battle strength and made up for the difference in realm. Tian spat out large mouthfuls of blood. His chest was once again pierced by the divine restriction, and he suffered a serious injury. Even a piece of his forehead was fractured, and the light of his primordial spirit poured out. Everyone's expressions changed. They were deeply shocked. Challenging the Azure Thearch is truly asking for trouble. He is the only person to prove his Tao after the Desolate Era, the number one in the universe in the last 100,000 years. Not just anyone can break his record. The 100 Tribulations Taoist sneered. As the demon race's great sage, he had always walked on the ancient road of the human race. This was because he was following the footsteps of the demon emperor and the Azure Thearch, searching for their great secret. Tian roared. Although he was covered in blood, he didn't retreat. He rushed forward and fought against the invincible Azure Thearch. If others could survive a single move from the Azure Thearch, they would be proud and would be recorded in the annals of history. But even if they were defeated, they would still feel a supreme glory. There was only one reason. This person was the Azure Thearch. This name was enough. However, Tian was unwilling. Even though the battle had reached this point, he still didn't agree. Even if his opponent was the one and only Azure Thearch, he still couldn't accept it. He had to win and compete in the world, becoming invincible. If it was a battle with the ancient Chaos Emperor when he was young, with Tian's talent, it wouldn't be a problem for him to win. But to fight against the strongest Azure Thearch of the younger generation, it's really too difficult. An elder shook his head. On the other side, the great devil god's divine might was unrivaled. His aura engulfed the 8 desolate lands, and he grew more and more valiant as he fought. Boundless blood chi seeped out, causing the starry space to look like a sea of blood and mountains of corpses. Very coincidentally, there were 3 young emperors who turned their heads and glanced over at the same time. All of them raised their fists and each of them punched out in this direction. Pooh! That towering blood mist and countless corpses all crumbled apart. In the eyes of emperors, this wasn't an advantage at all. In the ancient era, what kind of sea of blood and mountain of corpses hadn't the final victor experienced before? At this moment, very coincidentally, the 3 young emperors attacked. The great devil god's blood splattered through the air. If it wasn't for him retreating at the crucial moment, he would truly be in danger. Even so, his body was almost torn apart. Bloody scars could be seen all over his body, He had suffered extremely heavy injuries. The great devil god roared. He didn't pay attention to the situation over at Tion's side. He couldn't control himself and also broke through the seal, displaying his strongest cultivation base, wanting to suppress the ancient emperors. In the end, an unfortunate thing happened. The two young emperors simultaneously broke through the divine restriction. Two beams of dazzling divine light rushed over, and the great devil god was almost shattered. His breastbone flew out, blood rained down, and his hair scattered about. In the past, it had always been him who destroyed his enemies and reaped their lives. But today he was the one dripping blood, almost dying here. Everyone kept quiet out of fear. The divine physique's heavenly tribulation was too heaven-defying. It wasn't something a human could contend against. Under normal circumstances, no one would be able to make it through. Even someone as stunning as Tion and as powerful as the great devil god were both injured. If they continued like this, they might just die. Don't fight with higher cultivation bases. Fight at the same level, or else the divine restriction will be unbreakable, and might even suppress you by half a head in terms of cultivation base. At this time, the other Tao protector of the human race, the Green Phoenix Taoist, came over to remind them. The onlookers had a clear view of the situation. He realized that in a battle at the same level, these young emperors would have a fair fight. But if they were suppressed, the divine restriction would automatically adjust and suppress them by half a head. Under normal circumstances, whoever provoked heavenly tribulation would experience a great tribulation that corresponded to their cultivation realm. However, Tion and the great devil god had Tao diagrams similar to the heaven-deceiving formation patterns on their bodies, so they could avoid all of this. However, great emperors couldn't be humiliated. Their cultivation realms didn't change, and the divine restriction's appearance could also be considered a type of fine adjustment. As expected, after Tion and the great devil god fought at the same level, the situation changed. The divine restriction no longer appeared. However, their situation didn't improve at all. Instead, it became even more dangerous. This was because the battle had become increasingly intense. In the chaotic battle, 9 young great emperors took action, forming a storm of destruction. Who could withstand this? No matter how powerful a person was, it was impossible for them to fight against so many young great emperors at the same level. Not even a deity could do it. Tion and the great devil god suffered heavy injuries. Later on, their bodies were smashed to pieces multiple times. It was a tragic sight. This was simply a brutal slaughter. If they didn't grasp divine techniques, they would have died a long time ago. They weren't willing to retreat first. One reason was because they wanted to fight with the ancient great emperors when they were young, but the other reason was that they didn't want to fall behind others. Tion and the great devil god were competitors. After so many years, they hadn't been able to determine a victor. At this time, no one wanted to be the first to leave. Moreover, when they saw the main character, Yi Fan, they really couldn't hold themselves back. This person's body hadn't been smashed to pieces yet. Even though he suffered heavy injuries many times, he always narrowly avoided death. The two supreme beings were vexed, unable to remain calm. A moment of carelessness caused their bodies to be smashed to pieces again, and they reassembled with great difficulty. This wasn't the first time Yi Fan fought against the 9 emperors. He had abundant experience, and together with his own strength, he used the correct method to preserve his body. Of course, an important reason was that Tion and the great devil god were distracting the great emperors for him, blocking many fatal attacks. In the end, Yi Fan's true body was also smashed to pieces 3 times, but it was far fewer than Tion and the great devil god. This shook their Tao hearts, making their expressions ugly. Fortunately, they realized that this wasn't the first time Yi Fan faced this type of situation. Only then did they calm down and focus on the great battle. Brother Yi, sorry to offend you. I'm not targeting you. I also want to fight against the ancient emperors at the same level when they were young. At this time, Fairy Qingshi also joined the battle. The battle became even more intense. Hong. At the same time, another blurry figure entered the battlefield, also joining the battle group to participate in the supreme expert struggle. Everyone knew that this person was either a goddess or a human king. Almost all of the young supreme beings on the human ancient road had arrived. They all had the same thought, and that was to fight against the ancient emperors at the same level. This was a rare opportunity to see who was stronger and who was weaker. Including Yi Fan, there were a total of 5 figures in the Sea of Lightning. They fought crazily against the 9 young emperors, turning the starry rivers into smoke and the heavens into pieces. This battle shook the heavens and shook the earth. The saints were all terrified. The 5 young supreme beings fought against the 9 emperors, and were killed many times. The disadvantage of 5 against 9 was obvious. And even if it was 9 against 9, they would still lose more than they won. In this battle, Yi Fan weaved through the emperor silhouettes, tempering himself. He led the 9 great emperors to attack the east and west, leading the rhythm of the battle. Passing self, Dao self, being secret character. All of these allowed him to stand at an innate advantage. In addition, because of the other 4, his flesh didn't shatter too many times. Di Tian, the great demonic god, and the others all had unsightly expressions. This tempering and fighting against the ancient emperors caused them to suffer unimaginable injuries. All of them were heavily injured and on the verge of death. Kill. During this process, Yi Fan attacked Di Tian, attacking the supreme beings who wanted to borrow his heavenly tribulation to temper themselves. The battle scene became even more terrifying. This was a chaotic battle, a bloody struggle. They fought until the sun and moon lost their radiance and the starry rivers lost their color. After an unknown amount of time, the figures of the 9 young emperors finally faded away one after another, slowly disappearing as if the curtains had come to an end. The great demonic god, Di Tian, Fairy Qingshi, and the others were covered in injuries. This type of bloody struggle left them with an indescribable feeling. There wasn't the slightest bit of joy. In the end, it was actually a battle of attrition, and they almost died here. Regardless, after experiencing a battle with the young emperors at the same level, they could still be proud. Even though their bodies were killed many times, relying on secret treasures, ancient techniques, and other things to recover with difficulty, it was still a type of world-shocking battle result. It's over. Everyone said to themselves. They released a breath of relief, feeling as if a burden was lifted from their shoulders. Suddenly, the heavenly tribulation erupted. 9 streaks of human-shaped lightning appeared again, 9 figures appearing one after another. They moved like dragons and tigers, their auras devouring 10,000 li, closing in on them. It was another 9 great emperors. Everyone was stupefied. Meanwhile, the great demonic god, Di Tian, and the others staggered, almost falling down. Why did another 9 appear? After the battle just now, another 9 emperors appeared, making these people shiver inwardly. Their injuries were unimaginable. If they continued fighting, they would most likely be in danger. At this time, they couldn't find confidence from fighting against the ancient great emperors, and instead brought great trouble upon themselves. Tenaciously survive, I share these words with everyone. Yi Fan laughed, revealing a mouthful of snow-white teeth. However, no matter how one looked at it, killing intent overflowed into the heavens. 9 figures arrived, taking action together, every single one of them shocking the world. 6 Dao Reincarnation Fist, Army Secret Character, 9 Great Yin Characters, 1 Artifact to destroy all methods, Golden Divine Treasury. Every single one of these people knew a type of supreme secret technique. When used to the extreme, they could use it to fight against several supreme beings. What? Everyone was shocked. Wasn't this the 9 divine bodies that Yi Fan turned into? They were engraved by the great Tao of heaven and earth, recorded down. The others were also stupefied. Even the great sage was petrified. Qi Tian, in particular, was even more so pale, without the slightest trace of color. Everyone was shocked. Chapter 1386. 1. 9 figures appeared, every one of them imposing and imposing. They surrounded Yi Fan Di Tian, the great demonic god, and the others. The heavenly tribulation was endless, and the sea of lightning was boundless. Every streak of blazing lightning would illuminate the cosmos. There were some enormous arcs of electricity that could directly shatter stars one after another. The lightning tribulation continued. The divine body was engraved and recorded by the great Tao of heaven and earth. It turned into human-shaped lightning, and became a type of heavenly tribulation. The starry sky was shaken, and everyone found it hard to understand what was happening. 6 Dao Reincarnation Fist. A golden figure appeared, hacking forward murderously. With a honglong sound, it collided with the great demonic god. 6 ancient cosmos appeared in the sky, as if they were undergoing reincarnation. Golden divine treasury. Another golden figure faced Dtion. On his back was a golden treasury. All types of golden Dao soldiers appeared, shooting out tens of thousands of Dao artifacts. They killed until the sky dome trembled. Honglong. The third figure used a single artifact to destroy all methods, splitting the heavens. The primal chaos sea of lightning exploded. A simple and unadorned great cauldron floated above his head. It rose and fell, as if it could suppress all life. This figure directly pressed towards Fairy Qingshi. The great cauldron suppressed the world, shaking the heavens. Inside the cauldron, rivers of stars flickered and primal chaos was like a sea, about to devour the entire world. 9 figures appeared one after another, attacking these young supreme beings. Every single one of them possessed heaven-overflowing strength, their divine might unstoppable. Yi Fan himself was also shaken. When he became a saint, he also saw the humanoid divine body lightning. At that time, it came to attack him one by one, yet now, it was actually all at once. Chang. He operated the secret soldier character, attacking forward to fight against his other self. He never expected the other party to react so quickly, treating him like a weapon, wanting to control him, and use the soldier character at the same time. The battle suddenly erupted, throwing the starry sky into chaos. Everyone's heart surged, all of them receiving a great impact. The Tao protectors on the human race's ancient path couldn't help but sigh in admiration. This type of heavenly tribulation was too heaven-defying, exceeding normal reasoning. It shouldn't have appeared in this world. Everyone sighed inwardly. Yi Fan was too heaven-defying, something rarely seen since ancient times. Kill. On the other side, a young supreme being erupted with power, her voice splitting the heavens. She released endless light, her entire being releasing the aura of the Lord of the human race, supreme and unmatched. This was a woman who was exceptionally stunning. Her fine black hair fluttered about, eyes like deep pools of autumn water. This person was powerful beyond compare, strand after strand of Tao mark fluctuations, making even saints couldn't help but tremble, wishing to kneel down. Is it the most mysterious goddess? Everyone cried out in alarm. She was the last expert among the young supreme beings to arrive. At first, no one knew if she was a man or a woman. Only now did they know. It's not a goddess, it's a human king, an expert exclaimed. What? The human king is a woman. Everyone was stupefied. They had always thought that the king of men was an exceptionally powerful man. Who would have thought that it was a woman? The human king seal, the sky-flipping seal, the great Tao seal, all of them struck out one after another. It was as if the ruler of the human race had appeared. Even though she was a woman, she was exceptionally powerful. Her blood energy was exuberant, and her magical projection was world-shocking. She towered in the sea of lightning, fighting a humanoid lightning figure. Even though that heroic and tall figure was extremely indistinct, everyone could tell that it was almost identical to Yi Fan. He was currently operating the battle character to resist the countless magical imprints. Honglong. The eternal universe furnace appeared, bright red like blood. It collided with the sky-flipping seal, releasing loud rumbling sounds. Then a chong sound rang out. The Tai sovereign sword split apart heaven and earth, unmatched in this world as it hacked apart the great Tao seal. This was the battle saint technique, deriving all types of Tao in this world. Once the battle intent was released, all 4 seas would be subdued. Now that the great battle reached this point, Dtion, the great demonic god, Fairy Qingshi, and the human king were all long exhausted. The battle against the 9 emperors exhausted too much energy, and they were all heavily injured. At this time, when they encountered the humanoid lightning's sacred body again, the battle was naturally extremely difficult. Moreover, there were 9 of them rushing over at once, all of them operating the world's most terrifying techniques, causing their bodies to split apart again. Kill! Dtion let out a long roar. He couldn't bear it any longer. It was one thing to be tortured to death by the great ancient emperors, but now, his competitor was actually engraved by heaven and earth and turned into humanoid lightning. It was hard for him to accept this. At this time, he attacked with a higher cultivation level, wanting to destroy a lightning sacred body. He wanted to suppress the other party. He didn't believe that Yi Fan was as terrifying as the great ancient emperors. Hongwang. Blazing multicolored light illuminated the heavens, making the great chaotic calamity seem like it was about to collapse. The humanoid lightning punched out, and radiance illuminated all directions. This was a divine forbidden domain. Tian was already heavily injured. His entire body was covered in blood after being beaten by the Azure Emperor, and his battle prowess was severely reduced. Now that he suffered such an attack again, he was sent flying on the spot. The bones in his chest were broken, and 2 of them flew out. Everyone's expressions changed. The humanoid lightning sacred body was actually standing tall in the divine forbidden domain. This was an extremely terrifying result, and it caused the entire starry sky to become deathly silent. What exactly was engraved by the great Tao of heaven and earth? How could the divine forbidden domain be activated just like that? Without a doubt, this was a cruel reality, and it really happened at this moment. It caused everyone's emotions to rise and fall, and they immediately thought of many things. Was this the future sacred body that represented his future accomplishments? Was this just a display of his potential ahead of time? Fresh blood sprayed out. After Tian suffered serious injuries, his eyes were incomparably cold, and they were as resplendent as a pair of divine lamps. He chanted ancient scriptures and said, "Reincarnated in the 3 realms, I am the only sovereign. My name will be engraved in all lifetimes." This time, it was different from before. In front of him and behind him, huge stone tablets appeared one after another. His name was engraved on them, and they were all deep and eye-catching. Everyone was shaken. What exactly was that? Everyone was stunned. This kind of technique was too strange. In front of Tian and behind him, huge divine tablets appeared one after another. Upon closer inspection, they seemed to be tombstones. They emitted a boundless ancient aura, as if they had reincarnated through the ages, and their bodies were buried together. They appeared strange and terrifying. A terrifying aura was being released. Those were tombstones, and even the epitaphs on them could be seen. All of them emitted heaven-overflowing fluctuations. What kind of technique was this? Why had they never heard of it before? Everyone felt their blood run cold, and it was as if they were all petrified. Tian towered there. Strand after strand of blood flowed out from his body, dyeing every single tablet red. His name was engraved on them, and it was as if a heroic spirit that had reincarnated through the ages had returned. Between heaven and earth, his name was engraved densely. His divine might surged, and it was as if a vast ocean was beating against the shore, splitting apart the 9 heavens. Reincarnated in the 3 realms, my name will be engraved in all lifetimes. This type of ancient scripture actually became true. At this moment, it was as if it connected through time and space. Tian's world was connected together, and he released the most powerful attack. It was clear that if one wanted to use this technique, they would have to pay an extremely great price. Otherwise, why would his entire body be dripping with blood? And why would the tens of thousands of divine tablets be drenched in blood? This was like a sacrifice, using this to obtain the most powerful power. One of the human Tao protectors was horrified. He thought of some ancient secrets, and with a trembling voice said, "It shouldn't be a technique from the legendary era, right? It is a type of matchless heavenly art from the years when the supreme beings fought for supremacy. I seem to have seen some vague records in some ancient tombs. Reincarnated in the 3 realms, my name will be engraved in all lifetimes. This is like a curse, an unrivaled supreme being's inheritance. It's him, he actually has this type of technique. It is too shocking." It was rumored that Tian had read through many scriptures, and it seemed like he had even borrowed a portion of its supreme profound mysteries. The great sage arrived. There were some who recognized Tian's inheritance, and all of them were shocked. Their faces revealed extremely serious expressions. What 3 realms reincarnated? What 1,000 tribulations and 10,000 worlds? Everything is empty. In one's life, there is only the present. Where is there reincarnation? Where is there any past life? Death is all emptiness. Everything will be destroyed. Yi Fan's true body said coldly, not agreeing with this at all. Hong. On the other side, a human-shaped lightning seemed to have sensed something. It moved like a dragon or tiger, directly slaughtering its way over, raising its fist to kill. There was a type of unrivaled aura, as if it was the only sovereign in the present. This was in line with Yi Fan's Tao, believing in the present, not believing in the past or future. As long as one was unrivaled in this world, nothing could stop them, and everything could be changed. With a honglong sound, the heavens collapsed and the earth split apart. Even the heavenly tribulation was shattered. This human-shaped lightning triggered a divine restriction. In this cultivation realm, it could be said to be world-shaking, powerful to the extreme. The divine restriction penetrated everything, peerless and peerless. Tion's strange method was too extraordinary, and now, he still couldn't use it proficiently. It was forcefully interrupted, unable to display all of its power. His entire body flew out, his chest exploding. His white bones were dense, and the broken bones fell into the cosmos. He was unwilling to accept this. His strength hadn't been displayed, and the battle with Emperor Qing before had almost exhausted all of his essence energy. Now he could be said to be an arrow at the end of its flight, and as such, it was difficult for him to resist. Tion was sent flying, blood dyeing the skies. Everyone didn't care about these secrets. They only saw Tion being sent flying. All of them were like clay sculptures, their minds trembling. His stubbornness is too deep. He fought a decisive battle against Emperor Qing, disregarding the consequences and exhausting all of his essence energy. That is why he no longer has the strength to fight, said a Tao protector. Hongwang. Suddenly, among the 9 great human-shaped lightning, several people erupted with divine restrictions to fight against their opponents. Immediately, blood splashed everywhere, dyeing the skies red. Even a peerless beauty like Fairy Qingshi and a powerful and sharp woman like the Human King, whose beauty could shock the entire starry region, had their bodies cracked at this moment, suffering a destructive blow. The great demonic god was even more miserable. He brandished his demonic god fists, but in the end, both of his fists were smashed into mush, and in the end, even his arms were blasted apart. Who could stop a few divine physiques that towered in the divine restriction domain? They all rushed forward. Even the young supreme beings from the human race's ancient path couldn't stop them. A single divine restriction was enough to make the world tremble. With so many of them appearing together, even the expressions of the great sage changed. Under such circumstances, it was useless no matter who came. Being able to survive was already a result to be proud of. Wanting to kill all the divine physiques in the divine restriction state was no different from a lunatic's ravings. The great supreme beings trembled in their hearts, and a subtle sense of defeat grew within them. They originally wanted to fight against the ancient great emperors at the same level when they were young, but they didn't expect that they wouldn't be able to reap great benefits. Instead, they suffered a blow that was neither light nor heavy, causing everyone's expression to turn gloomy. Meanwhile, the crowd was even more dumbfounded and incomparably shocked. When had they ever seen several young supreme beings come out together to contend for supremacy? It was extremely shocking and heaven-defying. The strength of these young supreme beings was sufficiently powerful. Otherwise, how could they have survived a battle against 9 young great emperors when they were outnumbered? This was enough to explain the problem. And this time, the reason why they suffered even more serious injuries from the humanoid lightning of the divine physiques was because they had already exhausted too much of their battle prowess. Secondly, they were unwilling to accept defeat. When they saw Yi Fan's imprint being imprinted by the great Tao, they wanted to immediately suppress him. Therefore, they used the most profound realm to attack. They didn't expect to provoke a group of divine physiques that had all advanced to the divine restriction domain. At this moment, Yi Fan's heart was also heavy. Not only did Tion and the others suffer heavy injuries when facing the 9 great sages' bodies, even he himself wasn't in a good state. Yi Fan had never felt such great enmity towards him before. He continuously fought back and fought in a desperate manner. Even my real body hasn't entered the divine restriction state yet. If I'm killed by these virtual bodies with the power of the divine restriction state, it would truly be a joke, Yi Fan muttered to himself. Battle Saint Technique, 6 Paths of Reincarnation Fist, Golden Divine Treasure. Yi Fan's attacks were bold and unrestrained as he fought with himself. His body was shattered, and he suffered extremely serious injuries. The only fortunate thing was that the virtual bodies didn't have divine restrictions. Evidently, like the great ancient emperors, they could adjust according to the opponent's realm. The myriad chi cauldron rose and fell, clashing with Yi Fan in the sea of lightning. He was blown up several times by his own virtual bodies. He was very strong, but the enemy was himself. The stronger he was, the stronger the enemy was. There were a total of 9 divine physiques, a total of 9 of him. Killing him at the same time was an unsolvable problem that foretold a tragic ending. At this moment, Tian, the great devil god Fairy Qingshi, and the human king all retreated. This time, they wanted to use the great ancient emperors to temper themselves, but they only left behind injuries and nothing else. Everyone held their breaths as they looked at the battlefield. Everyone knew that this was the heavens making things difficult for the divine physiques. Others couldn't stop them, so they let the 9 of them block them and kill them, causing them to fail the tribulation. It could be said that this was indeed unsolvable, and there was no way to break through it. However, what made everyone dumbfounded was that Yi Fan actually managed to survive in the end. The lost self and Tao self alternated to buy time for him. Yi Fan faced 9 of himself, and finally managed to survive. This is impossible. How can one person survive under the attack of 9 of himself? Is this heaven-defying? The strongest man in history, one person, beat 9 of himself. If this isn't this a miracle, what is it? Or should I say, is this cheating? Otherwise, how could he have survived? Everyone was dumbfounded, unable to believe everything. When Tian, the great devil god Fairy Qingshi, and the human king saw Yi Fan being blown up by the 9 of himself, golden blood splashing into the sea of lightning, they felt much more at ease. Afterwards, they saw him being killed again and again, and from start to finish, he didn't activate any divine restrictions. This made them feel even more at ease, and they even felt a sense of comfort. After all, it was precisely that person's lightning virtual body that had injured them. Now they were being oppressed by his own virtual body, so they were naturally happy to see this. However, the final result was a little hard for them to accept. Yi Fan survived. Even though he was covered in blood, and even the cauldron above his head was almost shattered, his tenacity and unyielding strength deeply shocked everyone. Yi Fan supported the broken myriad chi cauldron, and walked out of the sea of lightning step by step. His body was covered in cuts and bruises, and golden blood dripped down. He was riddled with wounds, making him look heavy and austere. He seemed to be in a difficult situation, but his eyes were very fierce. They were as sharp as heavenly swords, cutting through the void of the universe. They possessed a kind of powerful essence, energy, and spirit that made people tremble. This was like a celestial sword that had been tempered 1,000 times, and appeared from the purgatory-like furnace. It had already taken shape, and with just a little polishing, it would blossom with world-shaking brilliance.